Howdy, Chiefs, and welcome to the Clash of Clans World Championship! Today we have Stage 3 of the competition, which has been heating up for months now. Thousands of teams are competing to be among the 8 to go to Helsinki, Finland for the World Finals, a $1 million event. I am so excited to be here. My name is Woody, and I'm casting today alongside MAXI and iTzu. First for you, MAXI, how are you feeling today?
Hello everybody, welcome and thank you so much, Woody. I am excited about today. I am excited to be casting a World Championship Qualification tournament and I can't wait for the matches to start. iTzu, how are you doing today?
I mean, I'm super hyped for the matches as you are, and actually I think that's an understatement. I'm more than hyped for those matches, but before we're diving into all of those amazing matches, we want to take a look at the format, at the overview. How did those teams make it to this stage? What did they all have to go through already to get to this stage? Because we have overall clans competing in 4 stages. Quick side note, we are right now in stage 3 of those 4. And every single match means it's a 5 versus 5 clan war where each player attacks only once, which means one attack and you're done. Like, there's no second chance. You have to make that one attack count, and then the top 4 clans move on to face the golden ticket teams at the World Finals. But Woody, let's take a look at the roadmap.
Absolutely. How did these teams get here today? Well, there was an open ladder in-game where any clan in the world could compete for a spot in these further stages. 11,000 teams competed in the Stage 1 ladder, which was narrowed down to 64 top teams for our first double-elimination tournament. That was our Stage 2 event last weekend. The top quarter of teams from the double-elimination, the 16 best from those rounds, moved on to the stage today where we have a Swiss bracket. Half of the teams will be advancing to stage 4, but how exactly is this Swiss bracket going to work, MAXI?
That is a good question, and we're going to take a look at a bracket that looks very complicated at first sight, but guys, don't worry, we're going to lead you through it as the stream unfolds today, but it can be broken down as simple as the following. If you win 3 times, you get to the next stage, and if you lose 3 times, you are out of the competition. So all the teams will be competing in 5 rounds, and at the end, 8 will get to the next stage, and always the teams which have the same record will be matched up against each other. So in the second round we will see teams competing that have won once against each other and other teams that have lost once against each other. But iTzu, every single of those 16 teams has already gotten a bit of prize money, and I'm saying a bit, but iTzu, what is the number exactly?
Well, Maxi, good call, because all of the teams in this stage actually have gotten already secured some prize money. It depends on the placement which they're going to get today on how much they can win, because if they get into the top 8, like if they're going to get to the stage 4, they have the chance of still competing for the first prize, the $300,000 prize money. I mean, that's what all of those teams are aiming for, and getting to the Helsinki Clash of Clans World Championship as a live event, which is incredible. I'm super excited for that. But with having the stage 2 over and now going into stage 3, we had a lot of teams getting to this next stage. So I would ask a quick round of which teams do you feel like have the maybe upper hand, maybe fan favorites overall in this stage? Because at this point it's only down to 16. Woody, would you start us off?
Absolutely, and that's an easy question for me because I listen to 3 Stars, the show that primes me for all the best answers for questions like that. And our first match today has got the best matchup I think that we can hope for between the Queen Walkers, Stephanie, and Space Station Gaming. Space Station Gaming is an undefeated squad that trouts the competition in stages 1 and 2. Moving to the top, they have so much experience in both online and offline events. But right alongside them is the Queen Walkers crew, which has been at every World Finals to date. We know that these superstar squads have been working very hard for the past few weeks to get to this point. And I gotta say, I think there's a good chance that both of them will be able to advance. But the question is, who is going to come out with the upper hand to begin with? Now, Maxi, these are just 2 teams among the 16 competing today. Are there any more that stand out to you?
Yes, absolutely. But first I want to emphasize what you just said. That's the beauty of the Swiss system. Even though these 2 extremely known and good teams will fight against each other in the first match, they are not out once they lose. So it's not like a single elimination where you have a tough opponent and you're out, but they will get their second and their third chances. So that is very beautiful. Just wanted to mention that. And then another team that I am having my eyes peeled for is Reported Gaming, or RPG as we refer to them, because they have actually also been perfect in stage 1 with 60 wins. And they have also made their way through the upper bracket in the last stage, in the second stage last weekend. And with an incredible average star count of more than 14 stars per war. So they are also showing great consistency. So that's another team that I am on the lookout for. But iTzu, what about you?
It's really tough, like calling those clans, because there's so many good. I mean, even though I started the question, I feel like I have to now go there as well. But I would as well do it as Woody. I would call 2 teams. First off, SG Tristella, the team which actually knocked down in the stage 2 Queen Walker Stephanie into the lower bracket. They won in the upper bracket against them in the last deciding match, which was incredible. It was a, I think, big surprise, upset you can call it. So I'm really looking forward if that was like a one-time lucky charm, or if it was really something that they have worked on the offensive side, that they're now so strong. And the other team, which to me as well, I think is really strong, is GS. There's an incredible, they're super good, because they are one of the best teams on offense. But the only thing which I feel like is a bit problematic, they're not that consistent, I feel like. They had already in other qualifiers incredible showings, but then they had a bit of a like a downfall as well, like in their performance. So I'm really looking forward to what type of GS we're going to see today. Really want to see that. But Woody, what is next on the menu?
Well, next, I just want to give some credit to every single team that's competing today. I'm not sure if we're going to be showing every single one of our teams because there are only 5 rounds of competition. And because 16 teams advance, that necessarily means that some of them won't be getting airtime. But I'm going to quickly read off all 16 names to give them their credit. They are Space Station, Repotted Gaming, SG Tristella, Inquisition, Valor Gaming, GS, Vengeful Noobs, Kurd Region, Queen Walker's Stephanie, Marshall's Kiss, Blind Esports, Marcos Esports, TWOB, Vanguard Gaming, Marshall Warlord, Aphelion Esports. Yeah, right. And
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I think I skipped over one when I was panning over. So that's only is that all 16?
I mean, I wasn't counting, but I was just making noises because all of those names sound so well known and so good, and that just shows the level that we're at this stage of the competition. It is really insane, and I can wait for the matches. But guys, if you want to keep track of the matches as well, make sure to take a look at the in-game tournament hub in the Clash of Clans app, and you can always see your favorite teams competing, even though we might not be showing every single match here on stream, and Woody showing it already. Perfect.
It's so easy to find. It's just the little button right there.
It's even golden, right? Like it's like the gold tickets the
shiny,
top
it's
4
flashing
teams
right in your face.
can win. It's like it's super simple. But yeah, like overall, as Woody said, there's so many good teams in this competition that it's really hard for them to really hard for us as well to pick those favorites. I think the teams which we have mentioned are more like known as the fan favorites because they are really known within the community. They have already established their names. So I'm really looking forward though that we'll see maybe a couple of underdogs getting into maybe the top 8 as well, getting to the next stage, because that's always really cool if there's like new names in there, because storytelling wise, we have already lost a really big name in stage 2. I think that might be the biggest surprise of them all, which is, we sadly have to mention them, Vien Tompinai. That they dropped out in stage 2, I think is a big surprise to a lot of clashes out there, because Tompinai, the same as Queen Walker Stephanie, I think they were part of every single World Championship so far, with different team names and slightly different rosters, but overall the team was always there, always at the highest level. And this being the first Clash of Clans World Championship, we're not going to see them competing in the top 8 at the end of the year. So that's, for me, maybe the biggest surprise so far of the stages. Is there anything for you, Woody, which surprised you so far, or maybe you would say, okay, this is something I for sure want to mention before we jump into the first match?
Absolutely. The thing that I definitely want to get out there is that the teams that are competing today, the 16, are going to be joining 4 other squads that have already qualified. And I want to let you know who they are now, because the first team that made it through was kind of one of these lesser known squads that hadn't been at the very top of the game before, but that is definitely making a big run to the top, shattering the metagame and showing some really innovative strategies. That's X Team. The next squad that has already moved on is a bit more familiar, old school French lineup. They are MS Esports. Then the third team that advanced through the Clash Masters, I believe it was, is going to be Tribe Gaming, another squad that we've seen plenty of times up at the top of the heap. And then right next to them, a squad that they were neck and neck with that just finally made it over the finish line at the Snapdragon Pro Series. That's Strut Esports.
Yes, absolutely. 4 incredible teams, but you mentioned it. X Team Esports was quite a surprise, I would say, because there were other well-known teams that they were able to get the upper hands over. But also having seen Vien Tompinai drop out of the competition, and also having known or having heard all the names that you read out, Woody, there, we see that the density between the competitors is getting higher. You know, the Clash of Clans Esports has evolved so much throughout the last couple of years. We're already in the 19, 20, 21, 22, so in the 4th World Championship season, and a lot of teams have watched streams and were thinking, I want to compete as well. We mentioned it in one of the 3-star episodes about X Team Esports, for example. XBB was actually attending the World Championship in 2019 and then decided to create a team of his own. And I'm sure that there are other cases like that, and maybe they are now among the 16 teams and have a chance at qualifying as well. So it's really, really cool to see the esports scene evolve and to not always have the already well-known teams at the top.
All right, well, we are just about ready to hop into our first match. So iTzu, say goodbye to us real quick.
Yeah, I will see you guys in the next match. Have fun casting that first epic match.
All right.
Thank you so
much. Thanks very much, iTzu. It's been great talking to you. Maxi and I are going to be here for our first matchup between the Queen Walkers and Space Station Gaming. And as we've been teeing off so far, this is going to be a match to remember, maybe even the best of the day. So we're glad that you started off early and bright here with us. The Queen Walkers Stephanie lineup has got an incredible crew of guys that you know and love from times past. Yuta14, Gaku, Klaus, Stadra, Stars, and then we also saw that there was the addition of new players to the lineup, new base building ideas, new strategies being employed by Kazuma and N7 as their base builder, Maxi.
Exactly. So they have had some changes in their lineup, and I think today it's not going to be Stadra, but Kazuma playing as well. He has been their fifth for this qualification stage of the tournament, and it's going to be really exciting how good they are. And we talked about it's a Swiss stage, so both of these teams could eventually make it, but it is also very important to get the momentum right away. You know that you're facing one of the strongest opponents in the competition, and then you want to make sure that you can get the upper hand early on, because also it gets less likely to having to compete against them later on. But this is also something very special about the Swiss stage. You don't know your opponents, you cannot prepare, because after the first round it will actually be randomized between the teams with the same record who they will play against each other. So compared to usually when we have a bracket, then you can compare way better for your opponent. But now we are diving into the action, Woody, and we have Stars taking it off for Queen Walkers against Space Station.
And he is coming in classic with that Lava Loon we know and love. A huge strike right into the core of the base, though, sending in, and this spells bats are going to be taking down that multi-target Inferno. A confused Royal Champion looking for any target to fire on, but not finding it. The CC goes down as well, and that is going to be an entire army that Stars has dealt with early on in the raid. He's going to start with an attack off the top side now. These heroes are going in Sui style, ready to take out as many air defenses and key anti-balloon defenses that they can before they make their way toward the Town Hall.
Yes, absolutely, and it was beautiful to see that while his Skelly Donut was still going, he already started the other part of his attack, the hero dive coming into the Town Hall and the Scattershot compartment, and with the help of the invisibility spell, the Queen takes out the Town Hall. And this actually, the Skelly Donut, it's a very, very strong strategy, and it seemed like this base was inviting the player to do it, and I'm very excited to see if that might be a bait, although it's very tough to bait this exact strategy. But Woody, we have to see how the Lalo will now start through the base.
He has just lost a ton of balloons to that Eagle artillery shot.
Yes.
Surely was not hoping for that to happen, but did hold on to 10 more balloons for the later stage of this base. Still, I'm seeing that single target Inferno looking menacing up top. If it gets the lock onto that Stone Slammer, that could be big trouble for Stars, who's trying desperately to loop counterclockwise back around the other side of the space. Lots of balloons to help him out with it, but what is going to be taking them down? I don't know. He's got a pretty good shot here.
Exactly. It was a very patient Lalo. He held on to a couple of spells here for the end of the attack, and now these minions triggering the tornado trap, so really nothing that can stop him anymore, with the Stone Slammer still intact, with the Warden still helping out. And you said it, even though he lost a lot of loons actually at the start with this Eagle artillery shot, he kept his cool and he made it work, got down the Royal Champion with the Headhunters that were protected by the Warden ability for long enough. And here we go! A quick one as well, 2 minute 13 second 3-star for Stars. And starting the day off right for his team, Woody.
Yeah, rapid fire shots there. I was a bit worried when I saw those balloons popping, but as I started to pan around the rest of the base, I realized that there was hardly nothing left. Great job using that Royal Champion to take down the Eagle artillery early on. Even though it got another salvo of shots, he held on to a lot of balloons, very cautious, and even a couple of spells to support him toward the second stage of that attack. Was there anything that stood out to you, MAXI?
Yes, I mean, just we know that how good Stars is at Lalo, but when you give him the opportunity to take out a Clan Castle and a multi-Inferno in the center of the base with a Skelly spell and a Rage spell and the invisibility spells, we call this a skeleton donut, then he is basically unstoppable. And then even the hero dive wasn't trapped too much. We saw a couple of traps there towards the end of the attack, but at this point, it was basically already a 3-star. So I mean, but what is always special about the first attack is that you don't have a lot of planning time. You know, this attack started 8 minutes after they could take a look at the bases. So incredibly well done by planning it out so quickly. But now we have to take a look at Picastro from Space Station. He wants to answer with another triple Woody, and he's coming in with the Queen Charge Lalo.
Right, you are, MAXI. And just as a quick reminder for any newcomers here, this is going to be a war to a total of 15 stars. Any star that is missed could be a crippling chance for your opponents to overcome you. You get that first star for 50% overall damage, the second star for destroying the town hall, and that coveted third star for 100% total destruction. That is the goal and nothing less for each of these attackers, as Picastro will be following up with a similar strategy to what we just saw, another aerial attack with the lava loons, but not using a Skelly Donut this time, instead relying on a Queen Charge. You see all of those healers backing up that Queen, giving her lots of breathing room and space to take a lot of hits as she makes her way onto this right side corner, popping down an Eagle Artillery of all things, including that air defense, but soaks as taking air mine onto one of her healers. She'll have to be careful to avoid any more damage after that.
Yes, and he has actually also lost his Unicorn early on, and there we see the second Black Mine. And as he's starting with the Lalo, I just wanted to emphasize how unlucky he got there with the Coconut Balloon, but we have to watch this Lalo unfold because this is very, very interesting. It's like a small Lalo with the blimp towards the Town Hall and the Warden ability, and then he is adding more Lalo later on, and I haven't seen that before. It's very, very interesting, and it seems like Space Station have done their homework and have come up with maybe something new, some new strategies to surprise their opponents, who are also known for their base building. But now we have to see if he has enough to get through the end of the attack. But Woody, he also still has his King with the King ability for the back end of the attack.
Yeah, it's a bit of an unusual follow-up here in the pro scenes. Usually you see so many troops all coming down like a tornado of destruction, but this time instead Picastro was a bit more circumspect, a bit more careful, and what you sacrifice in overall firepower by holding on to troops like that, you make up for in the ability to funnel them directly onto the defenses that you need to go down. And look at this at the end, 3 extra balloons, 2 extra spells. So much time left. Picastro has once again crushed another base. It is going to be a 3-3 tie to start things off between Space Station and the Queen Walker Stephanie.
Yes, and that was just beautiful and very interesting, and I'm sure that every single professional player who has been watching this attack kept a very, very close look, because he changed something entirely about the usual approach with the Queen Charge Lalo, where you do the Queen Charge and then you do the Lalo, and at some point in the Lalo use the Warden ability. But he did like half a Warden ability Lalo first, and then kind of back-end heroes and back-end second portion of the Lalo. Very, very interesting to see, and I'm going to be on the lookout for other strategies from Space Station that are not commonly used. So very, 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 very nice there. He got a little lucky there at the start when the Clan Castle troops were pulled partially, because usually that is an anti-Queen Charge CC with the 2 rocket balloons and the super minions. So you have to be very quick on your feet to react to those when they come out during the charge. But since he did some partial lures, that worked out well for him. But beautiful attack, and now we see something we don't see that often, Woody. We see the Inferno Baby Dragons by Gaku.
Things are heating up for Gaku. These Inferno Dragons do a lot of damage after they've locked onto their target for a little while. Not quite as reliable as the Lava Loons, if you ask me, but in the right circumstances, they do get good value. Gaku's also going to be backing up these Inferno Dragons with 10 balloons, so not going to be totally forsaking those defense-targeting troops. You do see a little bit of a poke out to the right side, taking down that Town Hall early on. This gives him a lot more confidence to be able to charge through the rest of the base without the possibility of a 1-star failure. Gaku's going to be able to burn up that Lava Hound using that Inferno Dragon. You can just see how quickly that damage ramps up for the attacker here. Now, we are 1 minute into the attack, though, and Gaku's starting a little bit slower than our previous hitters. He's going to be moving it all on this bottom right side, though. No fear of that scatter shot as he charges straight in. Grand Warden backing him up with an early Eternal Tome to protect from this oncoming Eagle Artillery fire. Can he make it over this rampart, MAXI?
Yeah, so far it's looking good. He was very, very patient there at the start of his attack, doing the safe blimp for the Town Hall first, doing some funneling as well. But now we have to see how we can get through the core of the base. This is always the most interesting thing about this attack strategy, but he's got so many spells still left and the Royal Champion to deploy. 4 free spells, so we're going to have to see if he can make good use of those. Right now he's pushing through the core. Yeah, I think pretty well, and this is looking very, very good for me at this point. Queen still alive, Royal Champion doing damage, and Woody, so many Inferno Dragons still up.
And he has concentrated that freeze effect on those defending multi-target Infernos. That is what has kept these Inferno Dragons on attack to still have so much power toward the end of this raid. A lot of them floating around to the top side of the base there, you see, kind of got a little bit clustered and clumped on the outer edge, but nonetheless those heroes made up for it in the interior. That big Royal Champion shield knocking down so many defenses and giving another 3-star to follow up with. High hit rates and offense supreme for these teams. Now, we did mention that it's going to be down to the stars to determine which team wins. If they're tied on stars, though, it goes down to overall destruction percentage, which means that every single individual building counts. And rarely, once in a blue moon, if they tie on destruction percentage as well, we have to go down to overall attack duration, where shorter, quicker, stronger, beefier attacks that get a knockout punch right out of the gate are going to be preferred over those longer slog marathon strikes.
Yeah, and we're going to keep that in mind during the next attacks, because so far both teams are perfect, but they've only done 3 out of 10 attacks so far, and just a small hiccup and your team will fall back at this level. But so far these teams are not disappointing us. They're living up to the hype that we gave them here with the quick and easy 3 stars. And now for the next attacks they even had more planning time, so it's going to be interesting to see if maybe some more sophisticated, or in Picastro's case, as sophisticated attacks will follow. But I actually also liked this attack just there because it was a huge overkill with 6 Inferno baby dragons still alive. But oh, this is interesting. It is a Queen Charge Hydra attack here from Leo. Also an attack that we haven't seen that often since actually later in autumn of last year. So very, very interested to see if he can make good use of it, and if he is going to use a safe blimp for the Town Hall here, and if it is trapped, Woody. So that's what we're going to be on the lookout for.
Right, you are, MAXI. And of course, the viewers should know that there are 2 primary hybrid attacks out there, the Hawk Riders and Miners on the ground. And then it's the Dragons and the Dragon Riders in the skies. In both cases, you have 2 different troops that can target both defenses and non-defensive buildings, giving you a good spread of offensive options to take down those really pesky targets that can deal a lot of damage to your troops, but also to be able to spread out and make sure that you get a wave of destruction across the entirety of the map, not just single focusing down on defensive targets. This is going to help him out for speed, and as long as he's able to knock down this bottom compartment with this Queen Charge, which it looks like he's going to be able to do, he should be well set up for a big strike out on the right side corner. Oh no, he's going to go from the left.
Yes, I just realized, I didn't see it at the start of the attack, but he had brought 2 lightning spells, and he took out the sweeper that would otherwise have pointed against this Hydra force that is coming in there on the left side now. A couple of things I want to mention. So first of all, now the blimp has a long way to the Town Hall. Let's see how it gets through, and if there is a tornado trap, there's actually already a lot going on there. Tornado trap found. We have to take a look at that. Freeze used, but the Yetis should be able to take out the Town Hall. There we go. Good job. The queen losing ability, but still taking a lot out. But Woody, so much happening at the same time. The king coming in on the right.
So much happening simultaneously, and yet Leo has got a good handle on all of it. There are still a lot of big flying troops up on the top side. Dragons and Dragon Riders just demolishing this base. Meanwhile, up the gut, the queen and her sister are getting so much value against these defensive structures, keeping the damage off of those high-flying critters. Another invis spell thrown out for good measure, and Leo hasn't even used his Royal Champion's ability yet. This base has been absolutely crushed once again. Space Station on a march toward the top with a 3-star by Leo.
Yeah, this is insane so far, the quality of the attacks, because all of those attacks never got anywhere close to not becoming a 3-star. They were big overkills. We saw like 60 to even more than 100 troop space still alive, and that is just incredible, and shows how well these teams prepared and how at what high level their offense is at the moment. But one thing that stood out for me was the pathing of Leo's queen at the start. There was a very weird wall set up around the Eagle artillery compartment, but he was never in doubt, you know. He didn't use an invisibility spell or something. He just knew exactly where his queen would go. And I actually thought that Queen Walkers would have used this wall compartment exactly to prevent the queen from going in. But Leo just knew better. And that stood out to me because he really knows his queen well. And another beautiful queen charge from him there.
Well, you heard it from iTzu. To be excited for this war would be an understatement. They may very well be the best 2 teams advancing in this top 16. And there's a high probability that we get a perfect war from at least one of them. Let's see if Kazuma from the Queen Walkers next can follow up with just as good a strike. It's still going sky high, but only just 1 Lava Hound this time for this massive Loon army to protect them. This really requires careful picking away at defenses early on, especially with this queen charge seeking to get down at least the air defense and maybe some more. You see there that the defensive range of that multi-target Inferno might even give Kazuma the opportunity to knock that down, but he's going to roll in with a log launcher for this bottom compartment as well, raging up the queen and the healers. Log Launcher can't benefit from the rage, but the pop ability is going to be no good news for Kazuma, who is likely hoping to hold that until later in the raid.
Yes, and the Log Launcher being targeted by the scatter shot is not good for him either. And okay, I mean, he still reacted very well, and the queen is still alive, but he has lost the ability and has to keep that in mind, especially when getting closer to this single target Inferno at the center of the base, where I think his charge is going to lead up to. But yeah, very interesting to see that he brought 3 super barbarians who are doing some funneling work on the right side, and their job is to get the king into the Eagle artillery, and that worked out perfectly. So even though he lost his queen ability early on, this is still looking good. But now the queen targeting the enemy hound while she is in range of the single target Inferno is not ideal for him, and we have to see how he can react.
That single target burns up awfully fast, and Kazuma is going to be losing a lot of troops to it. Nothing to target in the interior yet, and the queen goes down to the multi-mortar of all things. That Town Hall on defense is getting frozen down. Kazuma barely holding on as he tries to path along through the last leg of this offense, but it is a mighty Loon army, 20 strong, and dodging that big Giga Bomb. The balloons are going to be wrapped up in a tornado trap. Hopefully they can dodge that poison. No, they're pathing right through it, MAXI!
Yes, that was a perfectly placed tornado trap, and even though he delayed the warden ability a bit, look at these traps. That was incredible. Very, very well done. Now he can... This is not going to 3-star anymore. Let's spoiler it at this point, because he just has the Royal Champion and a couple of smaller troops left, and then the Royal Champion is now even taking on the enemy Hound here, so he has to go for percentage at this point. So one mistake, or the main mistake he did, was to use the Rage spell at the start too late. He was maybe a little too greedy, or maybe he didn't have too many rages. I don't recall the exact amount, but he was a little late, and that caused his queen to lose the queen ability. But that was not the biggest problem. The biggest problem was that then his siege machine couldn't get the Log Launcher, couldn't get the value he expected. So its the limitation of damage at this point, and he is finishing with a 86% 2-star, the first fail of this war, and this will for sure give Space Station some momentum, but also some pressure, because they have to make this fail count for themselves now with another triple.
Disaster strikes for the Queen Walkers. In our 5th attack, we finally see a miss. But that 2-star 86% does set a relatively high bar for Space Station Gaming, a bar that they've surpassed time and again in the past with perfect wars and the ability to defeat really difficult teams. But this is going to be the only opening that they get. They have to take advantage of it now, press that opportunity, get a 3-star right now to get ahead in this war. We're already in the mid stages, and if you can't get it right here and now, if Queen Walkers manage to hold on to that lead somehow with a lower than 86% 2-star by Space Station, things can really swing back in the favor of the Queen Walkers quickly. So this next attack is going to be absolutely crucial in determining the outcome of the war. And I'm just really looking forward to seeing what it comes to be. We do know that the Queen Walkers have a really strong closing crowd with Klaus. So definitely need to see Space Station rally in this mid-war to get over the top.
Yeah, exactly. And we only have seen 5 attacks so far, so that's just half of the attacks. So even though it looks good for Space Station right now, they still have to triple first. So that's what Marinal is looking to do right now. Oh, wow, that was such a late Warden ability. Beautiful, because he wants this blimp, this battle blimp, to go all the way to the Town Hall. And there he goes with the super minions, with the clone spell, with the invisibility spell, taking out not just the multi-inferno, but the Town Hall as well. And that is a lot of value. Now we have to see his Dragon Force making their way through the core of the base.
Through the fire and the flames, they are carrying them on. The topside dragons, though, are going to get divorced from those dragon riders along the bottom. And without any protection from the Grand Warden, they are going to get taken down by that Eagle artillery. Bad news here from Marinal, who needs some way to deal with that heavy swinging defense. It looks like a very difficult run along the bottom side, going for that counterclockwise push, but he is holding on to some more spell support. 3 freezes and an invis yet to use. Hasn't even dropped the world champion yet, and I'm wondering what he's waiting for. Just send her in to take down the Eagle. There it is. Marinal's going to get the stab up at the top and give some more lifelines to the troops down at the bottom. Still yet to get that triple coat secured.
Yes, and I think it can still triple, but it is getting very close, because the dragons didn't get the value that Marinal intended to get with them, but he is making great usage of the spells he has left, and that is exactly what he needs to do at this point. He has to get his Queen and Royal Champion through. What? Oh, that was a perfectly timed invisibility spell there, but the Skellies? No way.
No way. A skeleton army! All raged around the Queen!
Wow.
Winter has come for Marinal as the army of the dead stopped short this assault. His Queen has been dethroned, and with that, Kazuma's defenses will hold on. But it is a Pyrrhic victory for our defenders, because despite this holding power, Marinal has toppled the 86% mark, and that means that Space Station will be in the lead despite this miss.
Exactly. I mean, that was such a clutch finish for Kazuma's base here, with the double Skelly trap and the giant bomb, taking out the archers of the Queen, and yeah, stopping the Queen from taking out the other defenses. Very, very close, but maybe it was because he didn't get too much value there at the start of the attack with the dragons. But as you said, it doesn't matter that much. I mean, a 1-star differential, a 1-star lead would have been nicer for them, but it is still the lead. So that means if they triple out, they will still win this, no matter what the Queen Walker's Stephanie's squad is going to do. So they know that, but still it gives also Queen Walkers a little bit of hope, I think, that they can still make it. That Space Station, they are not going perfect. They can fail, and they might as well do it again. So Queen Walkers will keep their cool, and I'm sure that they will triple another attack at least, and give Space Station some more pressure for their next one.
I won't be so sure, although I do think there's a good chance of it. I do want to give the tip of the hat to Kazuma there, though. The Trap Master certainly defended that base to the very end and set up a super difficult compartment for any ground attackers to deal with. It was his good fortune, or perhaps good planning, that resulted in that compartment being the last leg of the attack. But we will need to toss it back to Klaus now. Not going to be closing, in fact, for the Queen Walkers, but will be their fourth attacker. Leading in now with a triple Lava Hound, super heavy aerial offense commitment here. No healers for this Queen at all. Instead, it's going to be all about those loons dropping the bombs. 4 headhunters here to back up as well, as there's a lot of internalized heroes on this base that Leo has built. Might be difficult to reach, and so he's going to have to be very careful about his troops all the way inside. These spells too, man.
Yes. Yes, very interesting. And Klaus is coming in with a hero dive here to start his attack off, and then he has a huge lava loon army, as you already said, Woody. 3 lava hounds and 26 balloons. So at this point, with the help of the lock launcher, making his way through into the heart of the base, into the core, and the Royal Champion this time doing a good job taking out this scatter shot. There we go. And the Queen taking out, with the help of the King, the Eagle artillery compartment, and now his Lalo portion is starting already. And he also activated the Town Hall, and I'm sorry, but I missed how it got activated there. Did you see that, Woody, by any chance?
Well, I concentrated on the bottom side there, where I saw that it was a few loons, and made sure that air defense had a little bit more time to work on that Lava Hound. Seeing now over the right side, the interaction between the Town Hall and the offensive Grand Warden now able to over on top of it. I think that he's doing quite well.
Yes, a couple of balloons made it out of the Town Hall poison, but with the help of the heal spell, Klaus is managing to get them back up to full life, but still a multi-inferno at the back end, 2 freezes, but he's skipping the 12 o'clock air defense, and this is getting very, very, very close. I don't know if this can triple. It is a close attack. We have to just wait and see. Very tough to estimate at this point. He's got the help of the Warden, but losing balloons quickly here. And the air defense is right at the back end of the attack. I don't know, Woody. I don't know. It's close. It's so close. No! Okay, it's the owl. I thought the Warden got targeted.
No, oh, it was the Electro Owl first. Electro Owl took some shots. Boom. Got it down. Kept the Warden alive a little bit longer, and those ranged hits from the Grand Warden were super helpful in being able to keep those balloons safe. Tosses out the poison as a little bit of swag, and Klaus will, in fact, get the triple.
Wow. Another example of how patient the Queen Walker Stephanie players are with their Lalo attacks. We saw it in Stas' attack in the very first one, in the opening attack of this war, but now the same for Klaus. It looked so close, but he kept his calm. The heal spell was a very good addition to this army, because with a perfectly spelled tornado trap, you can never be sure that your loons will not be in the Town Hall poison, at least for a little bit. So reacted very well there, and the back end freeze spells got him through there, because he had just such a big amount of balloons left that with the help of the Warden, they were even able to make their way up to the 12 o'clock air defense. So very good job. But for me, the main reason why this attack was so strong was that he got such a big value with his hero dive at the start, the King with the Queen and the lock launcher, and the Royal Champion and a couple of spells just took out half of the base. And that is what Klaus is known for, his base identification and the way he can use his troops in the most efficient way and thin out the base and then get the job done. Beautiful showing by him.
Klaus is a very cautious attacker, and I think you make a good case there for adding in an extra spell as a heal instead of a rage. Rages usually get a bit more value. They're stronger, heavier, more offensively oriented, but if a heal keeps your troops alive through really high damage output, it may be worth a swap out here. Bernal's going to be attacking from the bottom corner here with that Queen charge, has to drop an early rage here to protect her from some unexpected defenses. Traps popping up along the bottom side here are not going to be any too much of a problem for him, though, as he's going to be splitting up his attack now with a Barbarian King over on the right side corner. These hero dives are very effective early on, and they're going to be joined up with a Grand Warden and that Royal Champion adding on. We've got 17 rocket loons
Yes.
for this assault. No lava hounds at all to protect them, and it's going to be all about the aim of these balloons, making sure that they get on their targets before those enemy defenses can fire away at them, because there's basically no blocking power at all here at MAXI.
Yes, this looks very strong and very interesting here, and we know Bernal, he is famous for his queen charges, and he did a beautiful job there with keeping her alive with the freeze spell, with the rage spell, all perfectly timed, even though there was so much damage, but also the rest of the attack looking very, very strong. The little Royal Champion and King dive on the right side got an incredible amount of value, and look at that. His wall wrecker got all the way to the center of the base with the Yetis inside, and his queen is making her way to the town hall. That is exactly what he intended to do with her. And the warden is solo on the right side. Now he's sending in the rocket loons, and wow, he's finding a lot of traps there, but still, honestly, I don't know what should stop him here. The queen with ability still intact. The rocket balloons being supported by the warden as well, and a headhunter and an invisibility spell, taking out the multi, taking out the Royal Champion, and Woody, there's nothing left of this base. This is incredible. The queen making her way all the way through. Bernal has so much power, and this attack is no doubt going to be a 3-star. He even uses the queen ability to be better on time, because as we said before, time can still be decisive. If both teams will have the exact same amount of stars and percentage towards the end of the attack, then time will decide, and this is still within the scope of the possible, Woody.
Well, I gotta say that was a really impressive rocket loon attack. You rarely see something set up like that, but once again, traps by the Queen Walkers were just incredible. I don't know if you saw that barrage of red bombs striking against those rocket loons in defense of the multi-target Inferno. In another world, it might have been enough to get the defense out there, but just such an overpowering queen charge along the bottom side of this base just left no room for guessing here. It was obviously going to be a 3-star by the end, but there was kind of hardly any army left. It was exactly surgically positioned to ensure that he took out quite precisely what he needed to, and not quite much more than that. But as you are right, a 3-star here is good. For Space Station, keeps them in the lead by just a slim 4%, but with that is the opportunity to close it out for a victory if these last 2 hits go their way.
Yeah, it was very interesting though to see the usage of the super balloons, of the rocket loons, and I think it might have been because he didn't have any more spells left towards the end of the attack, but let's take a look at the next attack. Yuda coming in, they finishing attacker for Queen Walker Stephanie, and they need the 3-star here to put some pressure back on Space Station, because we can see it right there on the leaderboard on the right side that Queen Walker Stephanie are still back 1% on average. But Yuda coming in, starting it off with a super safe blimp, so a blimp with a couple of sneaky goblins inside to take out the town hall. First he checked for traps with the balloons and the super balloons. He lured out the clan castle troops, which the queen is taking care of at the bottom of the screen. And then guys, this attack actually looks very, very similar to the second attack we saw today from Queen Walkers. I think Gaku was it, who came in with the Inferno Dragon as well. The Town Hall was also on the right side of the base. He started the exact same way with the super safe blimp, then with the Queen at the bottom, and then with the Inferno Baby Dragons. So if you guys at home think that you're seeing a replay of the very first attack, make no mistake. This is another attack, but it seems like an exact copy of that first one. So let's see if it has the same result as well, getting a 3-star for Queen Walkers.
Well, the first half of this attack has been very, very strong so far. Inferno Dragons are going to get those enemy Teslas popped up now on the back left side. Not entirely a Tesla farm, but still lots of offensive power to be able to knock them out. I think U-14 looks still quite confident here, holding on to so many spells for the back end as well. Has just dropped another freeze out there and didn't clip onto that air defense. Could be some danger for the Grand Warden there if he can't keep those Inferno Dragons out in front. Looks like he will, in fact, but being very conservative with his spells. I would have dropped so many more so much quicker to protect these Inferno Dragons, Maxi.
Yeah, me probably too, but you can really see the experience of Yuta here, because he knows towards the end of an attack with so many dragon troops, in this case Inferno baby dragons, the heroes can usually finish the base. And look at that, he has the Queen with ability, the Royal Champion with the ability, just used the King ability, has a couple of spells left, and Woody, this is the next overkilling 3-star attack that we have, really demolishing this base, leaving nothing, and especially no doubt about Queen Walker's quality of attacking. They're finishing with a 3-star, and that means that Space Station now have the pressure. Their final attacker will have to 3-star to get to the next round, otherwise or to the upper bracket in the next round, otherwise they will have their first loss. So it really comes down to just this one last attack.
It does indeed, but as we've said time and again, this is a good place to be in. If you could offer any team out there the opportunity to win the war and they just have to get that 3-star in the final attack, hey, I think that they would take that. The opportunity to move on ahead with a solid defense already and surpassing the percentage that Queen Walkers were able to put up in their own 2-star. I think that we have good hopes that Space Station Gaming will be the first team to advance with a win here. Now, as you said before, because this is a Swiss format tournament, it's effectively triple elimination. That is, you can lose 2 wars and still move on to advance to the stage 4. So this is not going to be the end of it for either one of these teams, but the win here early on could help them a lot in preventing the need to go on to future fights. A 3-0 victory would really be a nice way to get into the last stage. So let's see if Celine can do it. He's brought in 31 balloons, and interestingly, the Ice Hound this time to put a little bit of frosty support here and freeze up some defenses that might otherwise cause some trouble.
Yeah, most interestingly though, in my opinion, he just brought the Ice Hound, and we usually see it combined with at least another Hound. So this is an army where he goes very, very heavy on the Loons and not that heavy on the Lava Hounds. So now we see a beautiful Flame Flinger that we haven't seen too much so far. And yeah, the Flame Flinger, of course, has the job to eventually take out the Eagle Artillery and, of course, all the other defenses around there. Sininu started off with the lightning spells, and now we see yet another hero dive. The King and the Royal Champion working together beautifully at the bottom of the screen, and the Queen just in time taking out the cannon so the Royal Champion can make her way over to the right side to help the King with the scatter shot and the enemy Royal Champion. And now we have to see if the Queen can take out the Town Hall, because this is going to be crucial for this attack to work.
Well, I think she's got a good, solid chance of being able to do it. Does she have the right pathing, though? She's made it onto a lot of buildings on the exterior, get some support from the Ice Golem. Not really going inside as quickly as we were hoping for. That's going to be some additional shots off from that Expo, and it's going to force Selena to drop a little bit more support to help her out over there. Gets another Giant and a Wizard. Oh, it's going to walk right into a Giant Bomb, though. Archer Queen does have support from that Unicorn, though, and Celino knows how important that Queen charge is. Going to give an Invis spell just to make sure that everything goes smoothly over there. And with that out, he's going to drop a really unfortunate Lava Launcher, which just gets demolished by the Eagle Artillery. Very, very unfortunate, since you want to try to get as much damage as possible from that Lava Launcher. It pops out some balloons, but Celino's in tough, dire straits now. Can he collapse into the middle of the space and get that 3-star after all?
Yeah, it is looking good. He's got such a huge amount of balloons. Even this Ice Hound still alive, and if he takes out this Multi-Inferno on the right side, I think he is looking good. Ooh, even though the traps at the core of the base are giving him a hard time, but Woody, there's just a single Inferno with the Builder Hut left, and I don't think that this
the Ice Hound is still there!
Yes! And this is looking so good for Selena. I think the Flame Flinger had so much value still. You were right, it was unlucky that it got targeted by the Queen, but it still got a lot of value, got the Eagle Artillery down, and so many more defenses. And this is the 3-star for Selenio, securing the win for Space Station. He didn't let the pressure get to him. He made it work, and this attack was yet another big overkill of the base. Congratulations to Space Station. Very, very good showing. But we still have another attack of the Queen Walkers yet to come, Woody.
Well, yeah, we do, but it's already decided at this point Space Station Gaming will take the win. Victory has been secured over an enemy team that has been to every single World Finals event that has been held so far. A squad, the Queen Walkers, who were finalists in 2020 and 2021, a top team to be sure. And so for now, Space Station to be surpassing them in this 2022 opportunity speaks really big volumes for them. They're not just undefeated, but they can go up against the best in the world with the highest stakes on the line and still emerge victorious. I think that we are almost certain to see Space Station at the World Finals this year, Maxi.
That's a good call. I mean, I agree that they have a very good chance, but we have to see. I mean, this match is still very close. I mean, if Queen Walkers get a 3-star now, it will have been decided by 4 buildings basically in favor of Space Station. So it's going to be a long them? And yeah,
who else is as good as the Queen Walkers here? If they beat the Queen Walkers, then who else is going to beat them?
You're right. Yeah, absolutely right. Yeah, but it's going to be a long and action-packed day, and I definitely don't envy the team who will have to face against the Queen Walkers in the lower bracket next round. So that is also a result of having 2 of the big names compete against each other. And we keep on saying that Queen Walkers participated in all the World Championships so far, but I think we also have to emphasize that they were vice world champions the 2 last time. So they were basically not just participants but favorites, and so we're going to have a close look at their further way today through the lower bracket, or like the first lower position in the bracket, and see if they can battle their way back up.
Well, that is, in fact, going to be the end of it. I was thinking that there weren't any more attacks left, but now we have it confirmed here at the bottom of the screen. It's a 14-14 finish with Space Station taking the lead by just a slim percentage margin. Congratulations to them, advancing on with a 1-0 record now, as the Queen Walkers will be in this Swiss format with an 0-1 record. The consolation for the Queen Walkers is that they will get to go up against an opponent who also lost in this first round, whereas the grim fate for Space Station is that they have another opponent now who took the win in round 1. It's going to require 3 wins to advance on to stage 4 among the 16 teams competing today. So this is just the first sliver of combat that we get to enjoy out of the 5 rounds of wars that we will be having today. And I think that we ought to be able to bring back iTzu on in just a few moments. He'll be able to talk about the outcomes of the other wars and give us some additional insights there. But do you have any final thoughts, Maxi, about what just happened here?
Yes, I mean, my final thought was we see another attack of the Queen Walkers, but I guess hope just got to me. I wanted to see one more of these crazy and well-played skillful attacks here, but unfortunately we already seen all the 10 attacks, but since it was decided, it doesn't matter anyways. Queen Walkers, they will now prepare for their second match, and I'm excited to see also the results of the other matches, because this will let us know then which teams can be paired against each other, and then we will have the randomized next stage, the round 2 of the tournament, and it's going to be very interesting to see which matchups we are going to have in store for round number 2, Woody.
Well, just a reminder to everyone out there, if you want to see the stats for yourself as they are loading in live, you can go into the app on the Tournament Hub, which is that button over right on the bottom right side of the screen, and then load into the competition where all of those teams' results are going to be loading up as they occur. So still 0 wins and 0 losses for all the teams until we finalized and confirmed. But you can actually even see the scores of the teams in the war right now. So it's a 12-12 draw between Kurd Region and Vanguard Gaming. An advantage for Aphelion Esports. Good news to report for them over GS. A 13-11 run. So that's a 2-star advantage for Aphelion Esports. Same story for Inquisition, a 2-star advantage for them over TWOB. While Marshall's Kiss has taken the win over Repotted Gaming, a 13-12 result there. A
holding
perfect
reported
war
games
from the
back to
vengeful
12.
noobs. Take it away, Max.
Wow. No, I was just going to say, holding reported back to just 12 stars. We talked about them before. They had an average over 14 stars, but Marshall's Kiss held them back to 12. They must have an insane defense. So this is going to be very interesting to see. We know that Marshall's Kiss, they started off with a very, very low war last week. Actually, I have to say at 9 stars. We barely see this in a professional scene, but they didn't lose faith. They kept on fighting and made their way back up through the lower bracket, and they are here today competing, and apparently they have prepared well with getting this first win and with getting such a good defense. But sorry, I didn't want to interrupt you, just wanted to get that out there. Did you already say all the scores, or are we missing some?
Oh, no, we have a few more. Let's bring back iTzu. Maybe he can share the rest of those details with us, because I know he's been watching those wars with an eagle's eye. iTzu, how are you, sir?
I'm good. I mean, I was trying to follow all of the different matches out there. I know that a lot of different community streamers are covering other matches as well, so it's always nice to just jump in there, take a look at the results and at the attacks. And what's quite surprising for me, always, it's a nice thing to take a look at the defensive side as well of the game. And I have to say, I have seen a lot of different bases. You guys were mainly casting anti-3-star bases, while, for example, some of the other matches had a lot of box legend style bases, even especially in the Betzinger and Reported match. That was kind of crazy to watch. So that was fun. And I think something which might be interesting if I double check really quick, but overall we have seen 2 1-stars in this stage. I won't mention the players because we do not want to blame anyone, but we have seen overall 2 1-stars at this stage, which might surprise some of the clashes here. So yeah, we have seen ups and downs. The only team with 15 stars overall was Vengeful Noobs versus Martial Warlord with 13 stars. So it was a 15-13 match. And then we had SG Tristella, the team which knocked down Queen Walker Stephanie in stage 2 to the lower bracket, versus Blind Esports. Had pretty much the same setup as you guys had in your match. There was 1 fail each on both sides, so it's ended at 14-14, but the percentage lead in the end was on the side of SG Tristella, so they're moving on to the upper bracket with that next match. But I think talking so much as well about Reported match, you have said it, Marshall's Kiss was able to hold back Reported to 12 stars. I think we should able to watch their next match in the upper bracket versus Defeated Esports, because they had an amazing performance as well. They were holding back GS to 11 stars. 11 stars overall, well, on their own getting 13 stars. So that should be a great matchup. Both teams got 13 stars in this round, so I'm looking forward to see what they can bring in the next round, Woody.
Yeah, those are some really fantastic defenses by Aphelion Esports and also by Marshall's Kiss, holding GS and Repotted Gaming respectively down to 11 and 12 stars. We do know that GS and Repotted Gaming both have a hit rate of 86.7%. Really impressive run through the upper bracket of stage 2. And we have those stats thanks to Chase the Ace, a super stat master in the Clash of Clans universe. So big thanks to him. We'll be providing additional stats and details throughout the day thanks to the excellent detailed work that he's provided for us. But with that first round out of the way and with most of the results here reported, I think that we can also give you the last bit of results. The Vengeful Noobs with that perfect war we already reported with the victory over Martial Warlord in a 15-13 star war. But the last 2 were Valor Gaming with 12 stars, defeated by Marcos Esports with 13 stars. And then that last one of the 8 wars that we were watching was the one, in fact, that we just witnessed on screen, the Stephanie Queenwalkers versus Space Station. A tight match, which was one of the only ones, in fact, one of only 3 wars that ended in a draw on stars. All the 5 other wars had decisive finishes. But it was SG Tristella and Blind Esports in that 14-14 star war, as well as Kurd Region versus Vanguard Gaming. Those 3 wars, we can't yet report the results on those last 2 because we don't know the percentages on them. But we'll find out which ones are going to be moving on, and we'll be able
I
to
can
report
jump in
the
there
matchups.
actually with the Vanguard match, because Vanguard won actually. They were one of the teams with a 1-star.
Okay.
So the crazy thing is they have gotten a 1-star in like the second round or something, but except that, they're pretty much always 3-star. So somehow in a miracle run, they won on 12-12 on percentage. So that was a crazy match
They
to
took a
watch
page out of
just
the
based
Strut
on the
gaming
stats.
book.
Yeah, it's...
That's
I mean,
what Strut's done before, right?
we don't see those too often. Only a couple of teams pulling them off. As one of them, Strut, you said it. So yeah, the result on that one was Vanguard won on percentage, even though with a 1-star. So what were the other matches with the percentage tied? Let me
It
double
was
check.
SG Tristella and Blind.
Yeah, on that one, Blind won on percentage. And the other match which finished on the same stars was... No, that were all of them, right?
Space Station and
Yeah, I
Queen
think so.
Walkers, the ones we showed.
You
Also.
covered the one, yeah. So we know
Yeah,
who
we know,
won
yeah.
there.
Yeah, but
So
I didn't know
you
when
said
you
SG
texted me.
Tristella won, right?
Yes.
Yeah, SG Tristella with the victory over Blind Esports, and that's thanks to a hat tip from Corny BFE over in chat, who shared that there's a little crown in the game next to the team that won, even if you've got two teams that are tied on stars. Check for the crown in the tournament hub, and that way you'll know which one is going to be moving on with the victory.
Ah, okay. That is good to know. Yeah, but what surprises me actually is that we see a lot of pretty low scores. And in the current meta and in the current density of the quality of the teams there at the top of the world, I would say low is everything below 13. I mean, 13 is also not a result that you're happy with, but it is still solid and can get you the victory a lot of times. But with 12 stars, you usually don't win at that stage. So everything 12 or 11, I would say for those teams is a low score underneath their expectations they have for themselves. And we've seen a lot of those. So it seems that the teams have been doing great work on defense, or maybe even using the correct base types against their opponents. And iTzu, I mean, you were the first to mention it before, that in our stream to War, we saw the anti-3-star bases, but it's going to be very interesting to see if other base types make it harder for the other teams to 3-star, anti-2-star bases with the Town Hall in the center, diamond-shaped bases, for example, or the very, very popular and beloved box bases, of course, that, for example, I always hated to attack, especially in Legend League. There are so many very toxic box bases, and it's going to be very interesting. Maybe even in our next match, we're going to see some other base types. And yeah, I'm very excited to look out for that, iTzu.
Yeah, I'm like, as I said, I kind of looked in a little bit with the reported versus Marshall's Kids match, and they have used a lot of ring box style bases on both sides, so I'm pretty sure that we're going to see some of them in the next match. I don't know what Finland Esports actually used in their match, but I mean, they hold back GS to 11 stars. GS was sadly the second team with a 1-star overall, so really looking forward to see their bases and how they're going to work. Maybe if they're going to switch some things in and out, depending on if they have any more information on the other teams, which they have scouted maybe before. But I feel like especially the first round might be the round with the lowest scores, because this is where the teams might have had a bit more time to prepare. Maybe they have known the bracket since yesterday in the evening or something like that, and then knowing over the night, okay, those should be the traps. This team is famous for their Queen Charge Lalo, for example, so we might have to adapt some of the traps. But I feel like in this second round, it's going to be purely based on trying to have all-rounder bases, which in the current meta, you have said it, Maxi, is really hard to pull off. So really looking forward to the bases which we're going to see in this next match, Woody.
Well, speaking of this next round, I can now report some news. We have the draws in, and the next 8 matches have been squared off. They are in order from the upper bracket. All of these teams with 1 win and 0 losses. It's Vanguard Gaming versus Vengeful Noobs, Marshall's Kiss versus Aphelion Esports, Space Station versus SG Tristella, Inquisition versus Marcos Esports. And then on the bottom side of the bracket, each of these teams yet to take the victory, but with 1 loss. It's Marshall Warlord versus TWOB, GS versus Valor Gaming, Repotted Gaming versus Queen Walker's Stephanie, and Kurd region versus Blind Esports. I think in the upper bracket, the war that stands out to me is Space Station versus SG Tristella. We've already seen Space Station, so we'll probably pan out to watch another one. But on the bottom bracket, Repotted Gaming going up against Queen Walker Stephanie is going to have two top-ranked teams, two teams with really high seeding that are going to be facing off against each other. Guys, what are the wars that you're looking forward to watching next, and which one do you think we'll get a chance to see?
Yeah, you already mentioned some of the best ones. I'm actually also very excited about the next one that we are most likely going to be covering, because I think we're going to take a look at Marshall's Kiss against Aphelion Esports. So two top teams that have recently also been in the Snapdragon Pro Series European Finals just a couple of weeks ago, fighting for a golden ticket, where in the end they had to give the golden ticket to Strut Esports. I mean, they are also a very, very known team that you can lose to any day, but still Marshall's Kiss and Aphelion did a very, very good job there, and I actually got to meet them in person as well. Very cool guys, very, very relaxed, and it was, such a good atmosphere between all of the players from all over the world. So not really rivalry, but more like friendship and everyone enjoying the game together. So that was beautiful, but that's not going to happen in this match. They won't be enjoying themselves. There will be no friends. There will only be rivalry because they want to get the victory in the end. And that is actually one of the matches that I look forward the most to. But also, you said it, Repotted against Queen Walkers, two of the offensively strongest teams, I have to point out. And it's going to be very interesting to see. Maybe we're still waiting for a perfect today, iTzu. Maybe this could be a match where we can see it.
Yeah, maybe, who knows? I just have to a little bit... I know that for the teams it's not the best thing, but we kind of have to say, like, content-wise, this right now is the perfect story, because for some reason, we all know those matchups are randomized. As soon as you have the same score, it's just randomized on how the matchups go. But I feel like in the upper bracket with Space Station versus SG Tristella, we have two of the most familiar names out there, Marshall's Kids and Finland Esports as well. And then the lower bracket, Queen Walkers and Repotted. I'm pretty sure those two teams are not happy that they have to face off in the second round already in the lower bracket. I think they're kind of upset about that, because this is really bad luck for those teams with the big names right now, because they're not facing those teams which are, I don't know, I would call them underdogs at this point. So we see always the big dogs versus each other in this randomized bracket at the moment. So I think this is going to be interesting to see after the day today. The teams saying, oh, we had so much bad luck, but that's how it is. You have to beat everyone if you want to deserve this spot in the top 8, and that has to be your approach. And I'm really looking forward to our next match, Woody, with Marshall's Kids versus Aphelion Esports, because this is the confirmed match that we just got the confirmation. This is going to be guaranteed our next match to watch.
Yeah, there's a huge advantage in recruiting and morale and fandom to be a team that's been around for years, competing at the very top. In fact, world's finalists in the case of the Queen Walkers. But there's also something to be said for these underdogs, these lesser-known teams, these dark horses that kind of rise from obscurity based upon the merits of their achievements alone, and somehow, some way, through teamwork, dedication, and pure focus on the game, they're able to make it to the very top. And that's what we see now with Marshall's Kiss and Aphelion Esports, teams that have a 1-0 record now. Despite the fact that they advanced from the lower bracket in stage 2, they are both on the upper end of our competition today, and things could go very well for both of them. Aphelion Esports is a bit more of the well-known between the two of these, I would say, having been the team that took a 2021 World's semi-finalist title. The Revolutionaries are going to be really refilling out their roster with a new lineup, but nonetheless, Kamil, Gandalf, Mark, Moyoka, and Alfonso all having competed in the Snapdragon Pro Series from the European region as one of the top 4 teams, and then very nearly getting a golden ticket with that opportunity. Defeated nonetheless by Strut and the rest of the European lineup, they were able to get one of those top spots by having grit, by facing off against tough opponents and coming out still surviving to the very end. So I'm really interested to see how this story develops for Aphelion Esports. Always evolving is their tagline, and yet Marshall's Kiss is another interesting crew. Can you tell us anything about them, Maxi?
Yes, I can. I mean, and it also has something to do with Aphelion, in fact. And I think that's a pretty interesting storyline, because when you just set the lineup of Aphelion and you said BTS Alfonso is playing there. And funny enough, Alfonso was actually playing with the Marshall's Kiss squad in the ESL Snapdragon Pro Series finals at the beginning of August. So now he is basically facing the team that he has been competing for a golden ticket with just 3 weeks ago. And that is very, very exciting for me. But I think it also, I mean, he spent the whole weekend and the whole preparation time with them. So he knows how they think. He knows how they approach base testing, how they approach, trying out new offensive styles of attacks, and just a lot of about their mindset. So very excited if maybe he can make some use of that for the next war. But also I want to point out Mark from Aphelion Esports, who is their main base builder. And by main, I really mean main. I think he builds like sometimes 20, 30 bases a week. And I think that most of the defensive preparation has been done by him, and we saw them get a great result on defense in the first war. So it's going to be very interesting if him, with the knowledge of Alfonso about their opponents, can choose the perfect base set against Marshall's Kiss and maybe hold them back to a low amount of stars as well. But yeah,
iTzu and Maxi, I know the next. Yeah, the next two of you are going to be casting the next war, so I'm just going to go ahead and step out and let you tee off this next match. Thanks very much for having me, and I'll see you guys again later.
Thank you, Woody, and see you later.
Yeah, you have talked a lot about the stats, and you have mentioned Mark with his defensive style. I feel like one thing which you have not touched on that much is like the defensive stats. We're always talking about hit rates, like on offense, like those crazy players who were going perfect, which means like 3-starring every single time, which is already a huge support for the teams, because this means you can always rely on that person. Like, it is really, really important to have those players in your team. But the defensive side, you have said it, and there is, like with Aphelion, a team which is looking incredibly strong over the stage 2, that a defensive hit rate from 46%, which is in the lower end. Like, if you compare it, the best team on defense was Space Station with only a 26% hit rate against them, which is incredible in the current meta. Like, if you have to think about, the top teams are hitting in a 60-70% hit rate wise, and those guys have like a 26% hit rate against them. This is incredible low. Well, then for a couple of the teams which have not the best defense, was around like up to 60-70% of defense, which is then really forcing you to perform on offense. So this is always a bit harder than to do. But I feel like overall stats wise, Marshall's Kiss and Aphelion Esports are looking incredibly close, because the stats are really close. And again, we have to give this shout out there to Chase the Age, who are always providing us with the best information out there. So if you want to give him a follow, if you want to be up to date with stats, make sure to check out his Twitter, because that's where you find all of the important stats. You can see what the pros are using strategy wise. You can see what is better, mobile or tablet players. He has done a lot of different cool statistics there, which I feel like is always fun to watch. So you should definitely check him out, Maxi.
Yeah, and of course, what else could it be than tablet players?
I mean,
I'm the
sound,
one always saying you have
sound.
to attack on tablet. But we have so many great attackers among the best in the world that play on the phone as well. I don't think that Gandalf is one of them, but he is coming in with the first attack here for Aphelion Esports, and this is going to be a hero dive Lalo attack once more, and he's sending in the Queen solo for the Town Hall, but already putting her into a lot of damage, and I think he's going to have to use an invisibility spell here soon.
Yeah, the Queen is in a lot of damage, and that's always this problem. Sui Lalo is so strong, but it's somewhat predictable a lot for those top base builders, and I feel like you really caught them off guard, but that's at the same time where those amazing, like this amount of spells is coming in, where you can really try to adapt with invisibility spells, freezes, skeleton spell, rages, whatever you need. You have all of them in your army, and that's exactly what he's doing, trying to push the king in. But wait, The king is not going for the eagle, he's running around, and this means the eagle might be left standing, and his entire plan, the pathing, is messed up.
Yes, absolutely. No idea if this king is going to get the value he intended, though, iTzu.
Yeah, I feel like with that eagle and the Royal Champion most likely on the menu in that top compartment, this was definitely not the way where he was hoping that his king would go. But he's now trying to adapt with sending in the slammer into that compartment. But we have to make sure that this sweeper is not denying that value of the slammer. But so far it's looking great. There's the headhunters coming in, but the ground expo is taking them out. The defending Royal Champ is going down. That is huge. Another rage is getting used. But this core is looking really, really dangerous. There's a lot of red mines coming up, and loons are dying left and right. This is looking like a big problem.
Yeah, the solo Dragon Rider there in the core can do a little bit more, but I don't think it can do enough there. The scatter shot looks so tough there, and it's not going to be enough for Gandalf. So close. I mean, there are just a couple of buildings. Maybe if this Dragon Rider would have gotten the scatter shot down a little earlier, this could have had a chance, but unfortunately he is falling short, and so this is going to be the first 2-star of the war.
Yeah, the first defense. We have talked about that defense is a really important thing for those two teams because they are typically not the teams who are getting like the craziest number of scores. They are around about this 13 score on average, a little bit higher, but this means they need to get their defenses in as well. Because if you take a look at, for example, Space Station, who like averaging above 14 stars in all of their matches, they can as well then get a little bit more stars on defense. But I feel like for those two teams, the defense is a really important thing on the menu for them, for the game plan. And so far, for Martial's Kiss, it has paid off. Anti-3-star has worked. And if in Esports, starting with the 2nd star in their first attack.
Yeah, so I talked about how maybe a Aphelion, because of Alfonso and Mark, their base builder, have a good recipe against Martial's Kiss's offense. It started exactly the other way around. Martial's Kiss finding the exact right way to hold Aphelion Esports back. But we also have to always emphasize how tough it is to do the first attack, and that's what Gandalf just did. So the lowest amount of time to plan your attack out. But this is looking very interesting. We see a anti-2-star base, and it's like a box style base, but with the town hall in the center. So very interesting here, the base from Alfonso, and we're going to have to see what Patolino can do against it as he's coming in with another hero dive Lalo attack.
Yeah, Patolino, please 3-star this base. I do not want to face this in Legends. Like, as soon as a base is defending, it's getting copied everywhere. But if the base is 3-star, no one copies it. So that's a great thing. So please 3-star this base so we do not see it everywhere. For now, as I said, he's diving in, and he is having the wall wrecker selected. So maybe something to dive through the eagle, through the multi-inferno tower, into that town hall to take it down. And that's exactly what is happening with that queen, with that king, with this huge dive pushing in. So the question now is, MAXI, is he going to get the value?
I think he is. I mean, look at this wall wrecker. It's basically full life and making its way to the center of the base. And now the only thing that can do damage coming out of the CC are the headhunters, but they will go to the heroes because that is what their job is. So this wall wrecker is getting closer and closer to the town hall, and then there is nothing else that it can face. And I am sure that he has the exact right troops in there to take it out. But iTzu, traps, tornado, bombs, can they stop it?
There's the question. The sneaky goblins are there as well. The tunnel is losing HP through them, so that's always the magic trick which those pros are using. It always looks like magic because you cannot really see those goblins, and the tunnel is just losing hit points from it. It looks like nothing, but there is the sneaky goblins taking the tunnel down nicely, and while the loons are reaching that area, well, the poison of the tunnel already running off, but those defending lava pups and skeletons are dealing huge amount of damage, and this scatter max is staying alive.
Yes, this scatter, other than that, it's looking very, very good. But also the enemy queen, he's got nothing there. Even the owl is not grabbing the enemy queen now. He's making the balloons invisible. I mean, I think he still has hope. I can't see the hit points of the scatter shot, but maybe it is low as well. But this queen, oh my god. The queen platform. If the loon would have fallen on the queen platform, maybe he would have had a chance. But this, I don't think these troops can have a chance to make it, actually. I mean, sometimes, you know, troops can very luckily, randomly go to a building from different directions at the same time and tank for each other. But in this case, it's not going to happen with the queen still up, with the scatter still up. And the last couple of archers and minions are going to be taken care of by her. Oh, got another percentage point. So a good and a valuable archer there. And it was worth the wait for Patolino getting another percentage point. But in the end, it's not a triple, but they are in front. And we've seen it in the last streamed war. In the end, this can be decisive to get the percentage advantage in the attack where you have the same amount of stars. So we have to see how it unfolds, but a lot of attacks yet to come, and also the first 3-star yet to come.
That's right. So far, no 3 stars whatsoever in our match, but a 7% lead on the percent level for the team. But the thing right now is that you have played in this meta in the last year. I would say it's pretty much similar to last year. Where would you give the advantage right now when it comes down to the attacking order? I feel like some teams really prefer at the moment, if you're like one of those high-hitting teams, being in the first attack position. Some teams say, hey, we are not always getting those 14, 15 stars. The second attack position is nicer because then we can react with the last attack. What would you say right now is giving the teams the lead or maybe an edge in this meta?
A very good question, as we see another skeleton donut. We've seen it in the first one as well, executed perfectly. Let's see if Alfonso can make it work as well. But this is always so exciting, so that's why I will... Okay, I'm calm enough to answer your question now, as Alfonso has successfully executed the Skelly donut. I think that attacking second is still an advantage, because you get 4 more minutes to plan your first attack. That is a lot of time more when it comes to this level of the competition. And then also, as you said before, you can react. So if you need a safe 2-star at the end of the attack, it is better to know exactly what you have to get. So in my opinion, attacking second is definitely better, and that is also why the teams in the first matches, the teams coming from the lower bracket had to attack first, because I think most of the teams think that it is a disadvantage to attack first. But yeah, Alfonso coming in with his hero dive once again, and after the Skelly donut worked, he didn't have to deal with the enemy clan castle troops, and this looked very nice. But in these Dragon Rider attacks, we always have to keep an eye on the timer as well.
Yeah, Lalo tends to be a little bit quicker, but so far it looks good. He's now sending a separate Dragon Rider in from the far left side, because he's trying to somehow get rid of the sweeper, or at least distract it. This Dragon Rider is genius, distracting the sweeper so his main Dragon Rider force can push in. The Warden ability covering for all of those headhunters, and with that, he's pushing through this quick, because this sweeper is not doing anything. Keep pushing versus this one single Dragon Rider, which is not doing anything. And now the Dragon Rider is trying to overwhelm the backhand of this base, MAXI.
Yeah, but the traps are looking so good so far. Whenever I'm watching a troop barely taking a defense down, a red mine or a seeking air mine comes up, and we see that the single and the multi-inferno as well as the Tesla farm are left standing. And even though Alfonso managed to get the Skelly donut done, managed to get a good value off his hero dive, this seems to be falling short, iTzu. And
yeah,
that usually means that the base building was good, that the trap placement was good.
Yeah, it seems like he hit a lot of traps with those Dragon Riders, and we know the Dragon Riders got nerfed quite a bit, so I feel like as a main force, without maybe something like a Queen Walk, it feels sometimes really underwhelming if you compare to some other strategies, but it's just so much easier and less Yeah, less dependent on mistakes. Like, for example, Lalo, if you do not pay attention for 1 second, this defending scatter shot is hitting your entire group of loons. This is oftentimes a big problem, but this means it's another defense, and we are still waiting for our first 3-star in this matchup, which might be a big surprise. But I think we can take a look at a couple of other results as well at the same time, have them open on the other screen. And I mean, no big surprise, but Space Station right now in the lead versus SG to Stella. They have 3 stars on their own side, 5 stars against them, which means they have already this one defense, which is so important. But I think the match we're all looking towards is Reported versus Queen Walkers. Reported has so far 2 stars, only 1 attack, but Queen Walkers have 2 attacks and overall 6 stars, so they are in the lead over there. So those are like the other 2 matches to watch. I will keep you guys up to date, but Maxi, what do you make out of that?
Yeah, that just means that in the other wars we are seeing actual 3-star attacks, and in this war so far we don't. But that usually that doesn't necessarily mean that the attacker did a bad job. I mean, we didn't see many execution mistakes here from Alfonso, I think, but usually it means that the base building was just very good, and that's exactly what we talked about before this war started. And here we have another anti-2-star base, but you know, it's interesting because these anti-2-star bases, they are not classical ring bases. They are something different. Like this one is a rather diamond-shaped base, but with the town hall in the core. And before we saw also a box base with the town hall in the core. So very interesting base designs here by Aphelion. And Hugo Stieglitz, he is known for his queen charges, so I'm going to be very excited to see if he can get his queen into the core of the base. But queen ability forced early here, iTzu.
That's right, and he really needs to get back his confidence because he had a 64% 2-star in their match versus Reported earlier. So he really needs to make sure that he's getting that out of his head, going into this one as a fresh attack, but losing his queen ability early, especially charging versus 4 ground expos, is a big deal. He still has 2 more rages which he can use, but there's a lot of damage and still a lot of base left to Lalo, especially considering that there's 2 scatter shots still left, which is like one of the biggest enemies when it comes down to Lalo, and getting through all of that, Maxi.
Yeah, absolutely. But the queen, I mean, she will have to deal with the single target Inferno soon, so he has to keep an eye on her as well. But the Slammer has actually a very good value, and especially because he lost the queen ability early on, it's now even more important to be very careful about the spells for his queen. And I think he needs to freeze soon, and he doesn't. So the queen is dead. That's it for the queen charge, but we have seen Bernal save a queen charge Lalo last week with a perfect Lalo there, and we have to see if Hugo is able to do that as well now. And I think it's looking good as a huge force of balloons is coming into the end of this base.
Yeah, that looked just incredible. Have you seen that Warden ability covering versus every single red mine in existence? That was an incredible Warden ability to protect all of those loons, triggering every red mine in this base. And this means it's only about cleaning up the first 3-star in this match. And we see it from Hugo Stieglitz, from Marshall's Kiss. Wonderful attack. And this means Berzinger is in the lead, not only in percentage, but as well on the star level. And this is something they're happy about, especially they have, as I said, the better attack position as attacking second, and they have the star lead. I think at this point everything is in their own hands, which is easier said than done, but in theory they have everything in their hands.
Yes, it's looking good for them, and also Hugo has found his confidence back, I guess, with this attack, which was like in the end an extreme overkill, and that just means that his base identification was on point, because he used, or maybe lost, I'm not even sure if it was forced or if he used it on purpose, but at least the queen ability was gone very early in the attack. He also used a jump spell with the queen charge, and that is always a huge investment to use 2 troops space to get your queen into the core of the base. And then also she died after taking out the Town Hall. So that just means that he got the exact correct amount of value that he needed and could then finish it off easily with the Lalo. And yeah, that was a very nice showing by him. But iTzu, we are seeing the first Queen Charger hybrid attack on stream today. And I know that this is one of your favorite attack strategies of all time. So tell us what Morioka is doing here.
Yeah, Morioka actually one of the best Queen Charge hybrid attackers from like out of Germany. He's really solid, pushing that with that as well in Legends. And we can always see that people really counting on, okay, Queen Charge for the Town Hall, hybrid on the flank, whatever, YOLO, go in there. Well, nowadays, Queen Charge hybrid has changed a lot with doing Queen Charges from the other side of the Town Hall to try to avoid some traps, try to Queen Charge the side where the spring traps are. And this is exactly what he's trying to accomplish, but he needs to be careful. He does not want to lose the Queen ability early because the Warden is going to come soon, the Clan Cast is going to be lured as well soon, and then the hybrid is going to be sent in from that multi-Inferno Tower compartment to make sure that the Queen is protected and staying safe. But right now, there's a lot of multitasking going on.
Yeah, absolutely. And so far, I have to say, this is a beautiful execution by Morioka, but now a lot of damage on the Queen. He's going to use the Queen ability soon, I think. There it goes. But still okay, because the Queen has done a good job taking out the Eagle and funneling. And his King and his Siege Barrack troops are also keeping the hybrid in the center of the base. But most importantly, iTzu, we have to see if when he can get the Town Hall. And I think this can either be done by the King or by his hybrid troops, because the King still has his ability.
Yeah, this is looking quite solid. If the hybrid is not splitting too much, the Queen now
look at this wall break.
Get forced into the scatter. Yeah, the wall break is amazing to get the Queen into the back and Warden ability protecting everything. This charge is looking incredible, and this is exactly why Queen Charge hybrid is so strong with those Town Hall 4 charges. I think we have barely seen any Hawk Rider flying away, and this is because he has chosen this unusual opening with going from the Town Hall 4 side, and the defender has not predicted this one, and all of the spring traps were on the wrong side. He's going to finish this off, and this is the first 3-star as well for Aphelion, which means it's going to be the first 3-star in this match from the Aphelion side from Morioka.
Yeah, not gonna lie, this was a very clean attack by Morioka. I really liked it. Like, pretty much perfect execution, if you ask me. He did a perfect job there with the invisibility spell at the start. It wasn't, maybe the Queen would have gone the right way, but you're always rather safe than sorry there. So good usage of that to make sure the Queen gets into the Eagle compartment. The timing was perfect. He started the hybrid and the funnel with the King and the Siege Barracks just as the Queen was about to lure out the Clan Castle troops, because you want to take them out with the Queen. And he also used his Queen ability. It wasn't forced, and that is very important, because if the headhunters from the CC get to your Queen, if the healers are pushed away from the sweeper and the Warden is on your Queen, and that was exactly the situation for him, then she might as well die in the ability, because she might use the ability while the Warden already started a shot, and since the Warden tower does so much damage, she can die. So he knew that, and he used the Queen ability preemptively to make sure that doesn't happen. And then the back end wall break, so I mean, that was just beautiful to lead the Queen into the scatter shot, and in the end, very nice way to get the first 3-star for them, and we have an open match at hand.
That's right. Now the question is, does Marshall Kiss get the next 3-star, and we are going to see a Blizzard Lalo, it seems like. Or at least, is it maybe going to be a super minion? No, we do not have a clone, so it should be a Blizzard. On those ring bases, this can be incredible powerful, but it's well risky, because if you do not get the value you're looking for, this can turn bad really quickly. So we're going to see maybe a Warden blimp, a Warden aura blimp, and that seems to be exactly that. With the blimp coming in, with the Warden ability, and this means this Town Hall should go down if there's no tornado trap.
Yes, but so far it's looking good. Oh, the scatter got a shot off, but I think it was all in time. So now it's all about the timing of the invisibility spells, but this is looking good. And what I also like is that this Warden, for now, is just staying alive. It is there at the top side with the Queen, just shooting building after building and singing Staying Alive, no. I guess. Unfortunately, it went to the wrong way. It would have been perfect if the Warden could have been lured by the Queen and to help with the hero dive here. But can they get... the owl doesn't even get the ground targeting expo. That would have been nice to protect the Royal Champion later on in the attack. But now we have to see how much value his hero dive can get, iTzu, because I'm sure that Jose is aiming for that scatter shot inside of the base.
Yeah, this is for sure his goal with trying to push now all of those heroes into that side of the base. He's not bringing a second wall break to maybe open the base any further. He's relying on that queen, taking the openings in the base. And if you're wondering, why are those openings? I mean, he can save the wall breakers now, right? Well, the thing is that those openings make the attack a bit more random where those troops are going, and this is one of the best defensive powers right now for base builders. Make the attack a bit more random with how and where those troops are going. Now he's starting off with the Lalo from this bottom side, straight into the Eagle, but he has to worry about the defending Royal Champion.
Well, we can never forget that he used the Warden ability already, so he cannot protect his balloons from red mines, for example. But I have to say, this is looking rock solid. 2 spells still at hand, Queen ability still at hand, and a lot of lava loon troops as well. And I think it is too late to jinx this attack. This was a beautiful base identification, a great job by Jose. He started the Lalo early to make sure that the Lalo and the heroes are tanking for each other. So this symbiotic approach that we always love to see about the Blizzard Lalo attack, perfectly showcased here by Jose. And so that was a very, very convincing triple, right?
Yeah, that was a huge overkill. So again, we have the lead still for Marshall's Kiss in this one. Let's take a look though at some of the other matches that are happening at the same time. As always, we have one of the main matches to watch: Space Station versus SG Tristella. It's 9-8 in the lead for Space Station. They're still perfect.
Oh.
Can they even fail? Who knows? They are just incredible. Because the fail of SG Tristella was 84%, so quite a low percentage, which gives them a lead, even if they're going to go in with the second star in the next attack. Then Repotted versus Queen Walkers, same result, but this time we have Repotted with 8 stars and 9 stars for Queen Walkers. The fail on the Repotted side were 86%, so below the 90% mark as well. So overall, still quite close, but the lead for on Queen Walkers and Space Station. And that would be a huge surprise. Seeing Repotted drop down so early, that is a big surprise. But
yeah,
we have the next attack on the board, and oh my god, I love those attacks. It's going to be a lock launcher Sui Lalo attack with the hero dive with the lock launcher together. It looks always so satisfying because this push, if it's getting all of the value, this looks overpowering. If it does not get the value, then that's where the problems start.
Yes, I think the problem might have already started with his queen being targeted by 3 defenses there at the same time, and she will be targeted by the cannon and the mortar now, and he is using the queen ability right away. He probably should have invested at least a giant or a super ice golem there. But he didn't. He was maybe too greedy, so I'm not sure. And now the queen is even stepping into the ground for rage and not going out of there. And this is something you never want to see in a hero dive, losing your queen and especially your queen ability early on.
And the Royal
and
Champ
this is,
going.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I don't know, he deployed the Royal Champ where the Queen was, right? Do you think he wanted to have the Royal Champion going to the left for the Eagle? Or do you think he wanted to have the Royal Champ going towards the Town Hall? Because I think the Town Hall was planned, right? Like the Town Hall was supposed to go down from this hero push.
Yeah, so I think that originally he wanted his Royal Champion for the Eagle. But then when his queen died early, he tried to send the Royal Champion with the king, but failed to do that. Or maybe the king just took out the defense that would otherwise have lured the Royal Champion there, and then the Royal Champion went the wrong way. So that's how it looks to me. Look at the
giant bombs at the top as well.
Yeah.
There were 6 giant bombs in that compartment. Crazy, but the Lalo is about to get into that town hall. Freezes in, Warden is following. So this means with the Warden abilities, at least protecting those loons, but the Tornado Trap is triggered as well.
Yeah, and the Tornado Trap keeping the balloons inside the Town Hall Poison is always so devastating to watch, and they can barely get out there. But Camille, unlike I think it was Klaus before, doesn't have a heal spell here. But honestly, this attack is getting so close even though it went completely not according to plan. But of course, he didn't have anything for the Royal Champion now with the Headhunters dying there early on. Look at that. There's just the scatter shot and the multi-inferno, basically. Other than that, no back threats to Alalo. So I think he reacted very well here, but still not what Aphelion needed at this point. They are already a start back, so they really needed a 3-star here to put pressure on Marshall's Kiss. It's funny enough, Marshall's Kiss still has the Badzinga logo here on the right side. Very, very funny. But yeah, if Badzinga now managed to get two stars with high percentage, they already have the win secured.
Yeah, it's looking really, really good for them indeed, especially with how their attacks look like. Like, this one fail was a really close one, was like a 97% 2-star, and the other 2 attacks were crazy overkills. Like, they have really taken down those ring bases really nicely from Aphelion so far. The ring bases have worked great versus GS earlier in the day with defending on 11 stars. But now this is not working at all versus Marshall's Kids and their players. They're really wrecking those spaces. So I'm really looking forward to see what their next approach looks like. So far they have used Queen Charge Lado. They have used the Blizzard Lado to really nice usage with the Warden ability, with the Blimp together combined. That was really nice to watch. And I think we're going to jump into the next attack really soon, so I cannot wait to see what the strategy of choice is going to be. If it's going to be keep being a Lalo, or if they're going to switch things up to maybe a different strategy versus those ring bases. Maybe some, super bowlers are working great. Galactic Dragons can work great as well, so there's a lot of troops, a lot of possibilities they can go for.
Yeah, a lot of possibilities for sure. And if teams have been practicing on ring bases or anti-2-star bases, they will know those approaches. And it seemed to me that the team had been working on approaching these bases with the jump Queen Charge Lalo that Hugo did, for example. It's a typical approach. And also with the hero dive with the wall wrecker towards the town hall, a rather creative approach, but also an approach that we have regularly seen used on these types of bases. But now a couple of strategies still missing, so let's see how versatile they have been in their practicing sessions. Here we go, and it is in fact another Queen Charge Lalo, but interestingly so, iTzu, without the jump spell this time, but we see open walls again, so very excited to see if Dima knows its Queen well enough, or if Camille's base that is most likely going built by Mark has the perfect open wall segments to mess up the Queen pathing.
Yeah, that's the big question, and interesting enough, he really used those regular wall breakers, which I always feel like is fascinating to see, because we barely see those nowadays after the introduction of the super wall breakers. But with the Ram now coming in, the Ram designed to take down the multi-inferno tower, designed to take down the tunnel with those sneaky goblins, the Queen is only supposed to walk around this far right side to take down the scatter at some point, to take down the defending Queen, and then as soon as she's in range, lure out the clan cousin, just move on and never even get close to that town hall.
That is such an interesting attack, but I'm not sure about this Queen pathing now. Where will she go? I think she steps outside because the invisibility spell that Dima used was a little too early, but I think he still can send the Royal Champion to the scatter shot if he wants. But what about this multi-inferno? How did the multi-inferno stay up there?
Yeah, I think the wall breaker opened a little bit too early for him, and this meant that the Inferno Tower stayed alive. He even raged the sneaky goblins. I'm not sure if he had to use that, but this means one rage less for his Queen, so he had to use the Queen ability by now. No more rages for this army, but he has 3 freezes, 1 haste left to push through the back, and Warden ability used, but he's not covering for this Lava Hound, which means the Lava Hound going down early. And there's still the Tessa farmer, there's still the multi-Inferno Tower left. And this attacking Queen is going everywhere, but not where she's supposed to.
Yes, and the Headhunters, he used a couple of Headhunters to support his Queen and Royal Champion against the enemy King, and forgot to send the Headhunters against the enemy Queen. And iTzu, he doesn't have enough balloons to finish this as a 3-star, I am sure, here with this multi-inferno at the at the bottom side, and a lot of air targeting defenses around that. I mean, he still has healers, but honestly, I don't think this can ever work still. I mean, if the queen would have survived, she could have easily taken out these buildings there at the bottom side. But now, I think his troops are thinning out more and more.
Yeah, his troops are thinning out quite a bit, and even though the Owl is trying its best to somehow finish off this base, but with the Bitter Hut, it's just not working. And this means this is an important defense for Aphelion, even though it's, at this point, really hard to come back, but it's still possible. I mean, another great defense maybe, and they have still a chance, but they need to 3-star now their last attack to somehow make this miracle possible, because this one is a good... Oh, the bid out is going down, nice. So it's going to be 89%, but still a solid defense below the 90% mark. 3-star from Aphelion, and Betzinger has to get a decent percent at least in their attack, which can always go wrong. We have seen those often.
Yeah, we're going to have to wait for the next attack to start. Then we will see the stats on the right side of the screen again. And then we will know exactly what the percentage is looking like. But 89 was still solid percentage. And I said before, if they get high percent 2-stars, they will win. But 89 is just a solid percentage, not a high percentage. So maybe another 89 and they are all tied up. It is at least that close. And also Aphelion know that. So they know that they can put pressure onto Marshall's Kiss with another 3-star. So they're going to give it their all in the next attack. Because honestly, whoever wins this one is very, very, very close to getting to the next round. Because 2-0 here means you would have to win just 1 out of the following 4 matches to move on. 3 matches.
Yeah, that's
okay,
right. And we
but
see
now,
again...
Mark. Yeah.
Yeah, we see again one of those lock launcher dives, which are always so satisfying to watch. We see this time the Golem with the Queen combined to push into the scatter. We see the King then combined with the lock launcher into the core, into the multi. And this so far looks really solid if the Queen is going in as intended. Because right now, this Golem, oh my god, it's taking a lot of damage right now. And this is not looking good for the Golem. So the question is he going to get that defending Queen with his own Queen?
Yeah, he might have to invest a free spell here shortly. I don't know. So far, he's holding on. But, oh, I think the King can even take out the Queen. Look at that. This Queen is... this enemy Queen is all over the place.
What?
But the Yetis take out the enemy Queen with the help of the Barbarians, and his Queen is also still going strong. So is his Royal Champion. iTzu, I have to ask you the following question. Where is the base?
This is exactly what I kind of was hoping for with that last attack. Those attacks, they look so satisfying. Come on, like 60% of the base is already gone with just the heroes and the siege machine. This is just incredible. The Lava Hound is now getting used across the town hall to trigger any possible tornado trap around that town hall. But for now, it's not finding anything. The next Lava Hound is coming in, raising it up. Warden ability.
Ooh.
Was that warden ability too early? That's the big question. Did he throw this away? Because the town hall, it seems like, is not going down.
Yeah, usually you want to freeze the town hall before the loons approach it a lot of times, and then you can use the warden ability later on. But he still has a lot of balloons here. But the warden, oh my god. Heal spell, yes, but the warden tower, oh my god, don't tell me that this is not tripling. He even still has the queen ability. No way. Oh no.
I mean,
I don't know.
I think he has the unicorn.
Yeah, but
no, he has
warden,
not the unicorn anymore. I was thinking like maybe there's so many archers. Maybe this is somehow possible. Come on, archers, tank, tank for your queen. Queen.
No way. No way.
Oh my god.
No way.
No, the arch tower. Rapid fire mode.
No. No, 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 no.
Oh my goodness.
Oh no. Wow.
This is heartbreaking. But yeah, I mean, we have to say it as it is. He was kind of throwing this away. I mean, the freeze onto the town hall early, then the warden ability after. This was this was meant to be a 3-star. He had a heal spell. He had everything for the back end, but he did not use it in the correct order. And that was unfortunate. That was really unfortunate. That was their chance maybe for the possible comeback in this one to at least pressure Marshall's Kiss a little bit, but it did not work in the end. So really unfortunate. Quick update though on the other matches, as we are looking obviously at a lot of matches happening at the same time. We have Space Station with 12 stars and 4 attacks. Stracella with 13 stars, 5 attacks. So Space Station has 1 more attack, 2-star, and they're going to win. On the other side, we have Queen Walker's Stephanie already with 15 stars. On the other side, Reported with 4 attacks and 10 stars. So Space Station and Queen Walker Stephanie are going to win their matches, but back to this one because Anno is in for Marshall's Kiss with the Queen Charge Dragon Rider attack and starting things off with the Blim onto this Inferno Tower.
Yeah, and most importantly at this point, he just needs 1 star. We talked about Mark's attack. It was heartbreaking at the end, but actually some mistakes he did before. I want to emphasize this once more. If you go into the Town Hall, make sure you freeze the Town Hall up until the loons are really on the Town Hall and try to use the Warden as late as possible, especially when you have a heal spell for after the Town Hall. But now let's focus on Arno's attack, and the most important thing is going to be, again, with the open walls here, to funnel the queen into the core of the base so she can take out the Town Hall. And he knows that because look at the scoreboard on the right, we have 11 stars for Aphelion and 10 for Marshall's Kiss. So if they can get 2 more stars, they will have secured the victory, and that is the main objective now for Arno.
Yep, that's right, with the King tanking invisibility spell, but that was quite early because of the skeleton trap. Another okay. Town Hall's going
Honestly,
down. Everything is good.
Better safe than sorry.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the Queen going wrong there, that would be a devastating move, especially because they just need the 2 stars, right? So the 2-star is already the safe victory for Arno, and that's exactly what he was accomplishing with this one. But now the Dragon Riders, he has still the chance of 3-starring the space with the Dragon Riders going through this top side and supporting that Queen in the core.
Yeah, and he's using so many rage spells, but I think that is the right approach because there is a lot of damage there with the scatter shots and the sweeper blowing the Queen away, and we know that usually Dragon Riders are the troops that need the least spells. You know, you can send them through the base without any haste spells. Sometimes free spells come in handy, but they are not necessary. And even though Arno was using so many safety invisibility spells, iTzu, this is looking like a huge overkill. Look at these Dragon Riders, 5 of them getting towards the back end of this base, and Marshall's Kiss really learned their lesson about the anti-2-star bases. What a beautiful approach, and what an overkilling attack by Arno here, finishing it off strong for Marshall's Kiss and securing them the 2-0 record. Congratulations.
Yep, that's right. Really nice stuff from them. That looked impressive. I mean, the first attack, they were kind of like falling short just a little bit, but after that, really impressive showing from Marshall's Kiss, facing those, and you have to say it, really annoying looking ring bases, legend style bases, which Aphelion has brought to the party. So really good job to them dealing with those and finishing strong with another 3-star and 13 stars overall in this match versus Aphelion Esports.
Yeah, and I think it is really the winning story of Marshall's Kiss in this war, the base identification. I mean, 13 stars is, I mean, first of all, it's a low scoring war, 13-11. As we said before, under 13 is usually low. We can see the stats here once more, but it just showed that is what was again a game of defense. And also in the first matches, both of these teams got very low defenses against themselves. So it showed again that their preparation on the defensive side was very well done. But for Marshall's Kiss, it also showed how well they prepared on the ring bases. And yeah, I said base identification because remember Hugo's attack with the jump spell where he lost the Queen ability early. He still knew he had enough with just taking down the Town Hall. But now compare this to Arno's attack. Arno said, I'm not done with the Town Hall. He invested 3 rage spells into the Queen and the Freeze after taking down a Town Hall because he knew, wow, my Queen can get so much more value, and I can also use the Dragon Riders on the outside that don't need spells. So they made a difference, you know. That really shows the professionalism of those teams. They don't approach every base the same and think, oh, I can let my Queen die in the Town Hall, or the Queen has always to survive the Town Hall. They switch it up depending on the exact setup of the base and on the exact troops that they use. And that was perfectly done by them, and that's why I think that was a deserved victory for Marshall's Kiss here.
Yep, that's right for sure. I mean, wow. I mean, we have all of the results now coming in for the other matches. That's why I'm kind of like saying wow, because I mean, at this point we know it's confirmed, reported. The team which you highlighted in the beginning, I think we highlighted it as well in the 3-star episode. They are in the lowest bracket right now. They are 1 match away of getting eliminated as one of the first teams in this Swiss bracket. I think no one was predicting that. This is impressive, but just talking about the matches, we still need to get the confirmation, and that's why I'm always looking to the side. One of the next matches is going to be Space Station versus Vanguard. Why do I mention this? Both teams, Space Station and Vanguard, had 15 stars in their last match, and this is for the first team qualifying. This would be the match of matches, but we have already covered Space Station, so I have to wait if we can confirm that match. Otherwise, we have a lot of good matches, but I think before that, and while I'm still checking them, let's introduce Woody back to us and see if he has any background stories which we have maybe seen from different chats. Who knows?
Welcome back, Woody. At this point, I don't think we can hear you fine.
Muted, right?
Maybe unmute yourself.
Can you hear me now?
No.
Yes.
There we go.
Hey!
Welcome.
Well, it's great to be back, and congratulations to, you already saw it, the Marshall's Kiss for taking the win there. Great job to them, but we've got some more details to report now with the results of round 2 now in the books. It was a victory for Vanguard Gaming over the Vengeful Noobs, and this was just one of the many perfect wars that we saw in round 2. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see them on screen, but let me tell you, round 3 is going to be a stellar one because there are lots of perfect wars to report. Vanguard Gaming got 15 stars to Vengeful Noobs' 11. Then, of course, you saw on screen the Marshall's Kiss versus Aphelion Esports match. But also in the upper bracket, we saw a victory from Space Station. 15 stars over SG Tristella, where that took the 13. So another perfect war from Space Station now. And then the last one in the upper bracket was a victory for Marcos Esports. 13 stars over Inquisition with the 11. On the bottom side of the bracket, it was victory for Kurd Region. 14 stars over Blind Esports 13. Then we saw TWOB with a perfect war over Marshall Warlord in a super tight 15-14 finish. Then, once again, say it with me, everyone in the audience, a perfect war for GS this time. 15 stars to the 11 scored by Valor Gaming. And the last one in our lineup was, hold on, how do I pronounce it? A perfect war by the Queen Walker Stephanie against Repotted Gaming. Surprising 3-star lead here, was one of the strongest right next to that GS finish earlier on. So some interesting results here, and we're squaring up now for our round 3 matches. There's only 2 matches between undefeated teams. We've seen all of them compete so far, so I don't think we'll get a chance to see them again. But just to let you know, in the upper bracket, undefeated, we're going to have Space Station versus Vanguard Gaming and Marcos Esports versus Marshall's Kiss. Those 4 teams all with a 2-0 record. But the 1-1 lineups are really super interesting to me because these are teams that are right in the middle with an opportunity to advance or potentially fall down back behind. Maxi, if you've got them ahead of you, I'll let you take the lead on rounding out the rest of the of round 3. Otherwise, I can read them out for you, and you can tell me
Yeah,
which
for
one
sure.
stands
No,
out
my
to you.
pleasure. Let's take a look at the teams that are now basically in the middle field with the 1-1 record. So we have Inquisition against Aphelion Esports. Very interestingly, two mostly German teams. So two teams that know each other very well from the scene, and I think a couple of them have played together in former years as well. So this is going to be interesting. Then we have Kurt Region against SG Tristella, also an interesting one. And TWOB is playing Vengeful Noobs. And then we have GS against Queenwalker Stephanie. Also very interesting. Two teams, I think, that put up a perfect war, if I'm not mistaken, already. So that's a very nice one on offense. And yeah, the ones with the 2 losses, Martial Warlord against Blind Esports and Valor Gaming against Reported Gaming. So 2 of those teams are going to have to say goodbye in this stage after the next round. But thinking about which teams to cover, I actually think that maybe we look at one of the matches that are now decisive. The middle ones are very, very exciting as well, Woody, because it determines if a team is now on the winning side of today or on the losing side. But we already are at the stage where a team can completely drop out or can qualify for the next stage. So I'm asking you, iTzu, which do you think of the deciding matches would be the most interesting one to watch?
I mean, I really want to watch the Space Station versus Vanguard match because of 2 reasons. First of all, Space Station, so far is undefeated. Stage 1, they had 60 matches, 60 wins, 0 losses. No losses in Stage 1. In Stage 2, they were in the upper bracket. They stayed in the upper bracket and won the upper bracket. 3 matches, 3 wins. So far here, they had 2 matches, 2 wins. They are... I mean, if you can spell consistency, you can just spell Space Station because they're incredible right now, and that's why I feel like it's really cool to watch them if they can live up to that, because their opponent with Vanguard so far have an incredible defensive score. Remember, they were the team earlier today which won with the 1 star based on their defense, and the last match which they just had, they had 15 stars, the same as Space Station. So I feel like that match is going to be amazing to watch, and as I'm saying that, we get the confirmation as well. So for all of you out there, this is going to be the match we're going to broadcast. I'm super excited about that. But as I said as well, actually, there are so many other good matches. Like if I take a look just through the line, I think the match which as well is going to be crazy, GS versus Queenwalkers. I mean, it's going to be amazing. And I mean that we're going to see Martial Warlord and Reported in the lowest bracket right now, fighting for the tournament life is beyond crazy to me. I mean, if bad luck would have happened, those 2 teams would have faced each other in this lineup. So that is scary. But any other matches were standing out for you, Woody?
Well, because we are watching Space Station versus Vanguard Gaming, and we've also already seen Marshall's Kiss now, I do want to give a special shout out to Marcos Esports, a team that was competing very heavily in the Snapdragon Pro Series, advancing from the Indian region, and almost very nearly got a golden ticket from the Snapdragon Pro Series. Now is at the very top with a 2-0 record, with the opportunity to move on to Stage 4 with just 1 more win out of the next 3 wars. High chances and good opportunity that it will be them moving on alongside some of these other top-ranked teams. But I'm surprised to see some of these teams down at the bottom, like Repotted Gaming, one of the top-ranked teams in the seeding, moving on from stage number 1. Instead, now they are down with an 0-2 record. Relative underperformance, given the strength that we had seen from them in previous stages. It's certainly not impossible to go 0-2 and then pick up 3 wins in a row. But it's going to be a really tough run for all of those teams now down in the bottom side of that 0-2 lineup. Repotted, in fact, is going to be playing off against Valor Gaming. And then the other 2 teams in the bottom are Martial Warlord, not to be confused with Marshall's Kiss, and Blind Esports, the other team that we have seen competing but struggling to get that victory so far.
So one's a martial and the other one's martial arts. So that's how you can keep them apart. Easy as that. But yeah, you're right. Martial's Kiss, this one being in the winning side right now, and Martial Warlord unfortunately having to fight their way back with their hopefully martial arts skills from the bottom back to the peak to see the next sunrise. But this is going to be very interesting in both because now we have the eliminating or like the deciding matches on the top and at the bottom of the bracket, and this is what makes the Swiss bracket so exciting in my opinion. But we're going to have even more deciding matches in the next round, and for that we will have to see how the matches in the middle field will turn out. So very, very interesting, and a lot to cover during the next war, and we're making sure to have an eye on the other matches as well to keep you guys up to date what is happening. But yeah, our next war will be Space Station Gaming against Vanguard Gaming, the two teams that coming in to the 2-0 record with a perfect war each. So, maybe you guys are going to be witnessing the first perfect. I can't wait to jinx this throughout the whole day more and more.
Yeah, I feel like that's really your mission over the day, like trying to somehow force this perfect. I mean, we had a history match in between of Tribe and Strat earlier this year, which came down to the perfect. It was incredible, but it's not happening as often as you might think overall. But if it's possible from the production, would be great to bring up the Swiss stage bracket overall to explain one more time how it's exactly working with splitting up more and more teams. Because if you take a look, we are right now in round 3. We have overall 4 teams in this bottom segment where it's like they have won 0 matches and they have lost 2 matches. The same thing happening at the top side, where we have 4 teams in the group of winning 2 matches and losing 2 matches. The teams who are going to win those matches, well, from the upper group, they are going to be qualified. They are going to be your first couple of qualified teams. This is why we're going to watch Space Station versus Vanguard Game, because they're exactly in this group. And then you can see as we're going for every single more rounds, they are always splitting more up, because it depends. As soon as you're winning 3 matches, you are going to be qualified. As soon as you're losing 3 matches, you are out of this competition and dropping out of the bracket. So this is how this entire stage is scheduled, because we are going to watch to the end of this bracket. We are going to see all of the qualified teams, all of the teams who are dropping out. This is what we're going to cast today, and we are just in the middle. We're just about to start round 3. There's still way more to come. So yeah, I hope you have some time on this weekend to watch all of it, or at least all of those amazing matches, Woody.
Well, as our focus has been at the very top and the bottom, the 4 teams with a 2-0 and an 0-2 record, we have to keep in mind that half of those squads out there still hang in the balance. We will get a chance to see them competing in rounds 4 and 5, because those will be the decisive opportunities to advance onwards. The teams with 2 wins getting a priority in our opportunities to see who's going to be competing. And so just to rattle them off real quick, Inquisition and Athelian Esports are competing. We've also got Kurd Region versus SG Tristella. I think that is going to be a fantastic match that I would have loved to be able to tune into. SG Tristella having a very successful history and moving up against another team that is trying to make their name in the world. Kurd Region now among the top 16 competing in this stage. But also we have TWOB with their hot victory. Perfect War now with a 1-1 record going up against the Vengeful Noobs next. Another Perfect War team that has got a lot riding on that match. And then the bottom one in the round 3 match that we will not see is going to be GS, another squad that we called out at the beginning of the tournament for being a potential winner, up against Queenwalker's Stephanie. Squad that we watched in round 1 took the loss, but then came back in round 2 with a victory. That GS versus QW Stephanie match is going to be very, very impactful and may be decisive in finding out which one we watch in round 4. But this is going to be round 3, as we've mentioned already. This is a Swiss format event with essentially a triple elimination format, as teams are matched up against other squads that have the same record as them. We will continue watching along the top side of this bracket, where teams on the bubble to advance have an opportunity to do so with a win. I did see a question over in Twitch chat asking, is this win for Space Station going to be enough to go on to Helsinki No, not quite, because we are in Stage 3 right now. The 16 teams here are competing for a spot in Stage 4, which will be the decisive opportunity to move on. The 8 teams that move on from here will have a double elimination bracket next weekend. So we do want to remind you to follow us and stay subscribed to all the action going on here with COC Esports as we find out which teams will be moving on for that $1 million opportunity at the World Finals in Helsinki, Finland, which is at the end of this month. I can't believe how close it's coming up, guys.
Yeah.
Really excited for how close it's coming. It's sort of like starting the Advent season in Clash of Clans, right? It's like that thing that you look forward to all year is finally approaching just a few weeks away. And yeah, I think it's going to be a blast.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, just imagine in 3 weeks' time, the teams will be on the stage in Helsinki already in just 3 weeks. And right now they haven't even qualified, so it's going to be some exciting weeks for those teams as well. I mean, just remember this is called the Clash Mayhem, and it really is a mayhem because a lot of weeks where you have to prepare for another stage every single week, and these teams, all of them here, and that's why I like how you also emphasize and focus on, for example, Kurt Region or Blind Esports, who we haven't seen unfortunately today, but all these teams, all these 5 players and maybe a lot more in their community, their base builders, their base testers and so on, they are working hard. They are working hours and hours every single day to be well prepared for every single weekend. And they have already earned a bit of money. We've seen the prize pool before. Every single team that is here at this stage has at least won $5,000. So that's already a good reward for all the work you put in. But of course, that's not where they stop. They are all, aiming for the stars. That's why you compete. That's why you want to go to the World Championship, to get a chance to become world champion or at least one of the top finishers at the World Championship. And talking about finish, of course, you want to go to Helsinki as well to be able to take part in a live event, because that is also, I mean, all of us 3 have had the pleasure of experiencing it, but it is one of the best things you can really do in Clash of Clans, because we have such a great community and Supercell is usually organizing such great events that are so much fun to attend, and that is for me really the best thing, and that is what all the teams that are in here today still have a chance to get, even the ones with the 0-2 record. So I want to motivate every single one of them right now. Give it your best. There's still a shot, and at the end of the day, we will have 8 more teams that will have a shot next week to get one of the remaining golden tickets. Very excited.
Well, Maxi, I think you're going to be stepping out because we've got our next war coming in soon. So if you'd be happy to say goodbye, I'll take it up with iTzu next.
Thank you so much, guys, and see you later. Very excited for this match. I'll be following.
Well, thanks very much for your thoughts again, Maxi. And because he just had a chance to talk, I'll throw it to you, iTzu, to tee off this next match.
Yeah, actually, I want to quickly jump in because you have talked so much about Helsinki and how great this is. I think if I'm not completely mistaken and they're not already sold out, you can still buy tickets to actually attend the event as a visitor and watch your favorite pro players live. So make sure it's in-game. You can just take a look there, like all of the information are listed over there. And as I said, if I'm not completely mistaken and they're already sold out, you can still get your tickets. So you should for sure check that out. But as we have said, we are shortly in the next match with Space Station versus Vanguard, the 2 teams who have the chance of getting the first qualification in for the next stage. The 2 teams who had just had 15 stars each. You have said it earlier, 15 stars from Vanguard, 15 stars from Space Station. I cannot wait for this match to happen and to start.
Yeah, and keep in mind, even if you can't attend live in Helsinki, Clash Fest is going on month-long for both Clash games, Clash of Clans and Clash Royale. There's going to be plenty of rewards in-game and also opportunities to win some swag. So keep your eyes peeled on the Clash of Clans and Clash Royale social media accounts for more details on that. But with our next match beginning now between Space Station and Vanguard Gaming, we have the opportunity for one of these teams to advance onward to Stage 4 and increase their guaranteed prize pool amount. With a win here now, BG Alex could get an undefeated surpassing of the Space Station lineup. But I will say Space Station is the favorite in our Twitch poll that we just held, it was a 3-1 favorite over Vanguard Gaming. I think that does stand well with the stats from the past, but it is not necessarily guaranteed for either one of them. Any given Sunday, or Saturday in this case, could be victory for either team. They're going to have to put it all on the line now as Alex is charging in with this hero dive to tee off for a balloon attack that is, instead of Lava Hounds, going to have Dragon Riders out in front, iTzu.
That's really interesting. He's even going to invest this rage to push this Royal Champion quicker into all of the damage, or like through all of the damage more like, with the Slammer early on, and he's using the Dragon Riders. What does this tell us? It means that the Dragon Riders are supposed to enter where the multi-inferno tower is, and he wants to use the Warden more on the right to take down that defending Queen. That's where he starts now with the second group of the Lalo. That's where he is going to add the Warden ability and the Warden itself. As I said, Warden ability now coming in to protect the Headhunter. Wait a second, Woody. There's only one Headhunter protected, and he's getting spring chipped away. That Queen might survive now on defense.
The skeleton spell that was dropped to deal with that Archer Queen's not going to be enough to keep her distracted. She's just about to get the lock onto the Grand Warden. One of the worst results for an attacker here now. Wow, thankfully he does barely survive, and that could be the clutch factor here in deciding this attack. As the balloons wither away, so do the defenses, and as the Dragon Riders left standing for the final assault. Over a minute remains, and with just a few more buildings left, Alex has done it. This base is crushed, and thanks to the defeat of those enemy heroes and some clever positioning with Dragon Riders, VG Alex will start Vanguard Gaming off with a 3-star.
Wow, and you have said it in the beginning. I mean, the huge favorite in this match. I feel like, what did you say, like 3-1 or something in the voting on Twitch? I feel like that is not even coming close to how one-sided stats-wise this match might be. Yes, both had those 15 stars in the previous match, but Space Station, they had an, in the stage 2, they had a 28 or 26% defensive rate. That is just incredible. The second best team, just to get this close and get this for you to understand, the second closest team had 40% on the defense, 40%. There's a huge difference with the majority of teams being around like 50 to 60% on defense. This is incredible, and they're starting off strong. Vanguard on their offense with a 3-star, with pressuring Space Station. Maybe they're the first team who have the chance of taking them down, because so far Space Station looking unstoppable. But they're up next, and I'm really looking forward to see what they can bring to the table.
Yeah, and to give a direct comparison there, the stats from Chase the Ace report that in Stage 2, Vanguard Gaming had a 52% defense rate compared to the 27% that Space Station scored. So the lower is better there. It means that you are able to prevent a 3-star against your base more frequently. So double the defensive power, and in fact also a big offensive lead as well for Space Station, having picked up a 93% hit rate in Stage 2 against Vanguard Gaming's 68%. But it's these 5 attacks in this war that matter the most. P. Castro leading off strong now with a battle blimp out in the bottom left with an early Eternal Tome to protect it as it paths toward that Town Hall. Might get a little distracted, pushed back by the air sweeper, but no tornado trap yet. Rage is down, they'll pop it out, and that Town Hall's gonna get toasted.
Yeah, the tornado trap was actually at that defending Queen. We wanted to take the Queen down with the Headhunters, but the defending tornado trap actually rotated those Headhunters away from the Queen. Now he has to face that defensive Queen, and it seems like that the Queen is dealing way more damage than he was counting, because take a look at that. The Queen is now protected by the skeletons, and she's dealing so much damage, and the King might get way less value than he was expecting.
Yeah, and 360 no-scopes the Grand Warden too. He is just down for the count now, as P-Caster will have no additional offensive support to throw onto those balloons. Still, the Queen charge up at the top side, even with the forced ability, has got some raged up healers looking strong and ready to knock down that right side compartment. With a single target Inferno in the center burning through enemy heroes, it's going to force out an invisibility from Castro and make sure that that World Champion can stay safe. Lassie out in front does her job as any good dog should. Takes that down, and with some additional pathing along the bottom, I think that this is going to be a 3-star secured for P. Castro.
Wow, this is just impressive from Space Station. Like, playing those Lalo attacks completely different to a lot of other teams where they're splitting up the Lalo. They're playing like a Queen Charge Lalo attack because they're having the Warden ability with the small part of the Lalo already, and then they're having a second Lalo part around that Queen. This is just really smart, and I don't think that anyone on the defensive side has prepared for this strategy, and that's the cool thing. I mean, we're seeing the same strategy but played in a different fashion with different objectives within the attack, and this is really cool to see that Space Station came up with this. I mean, it's Queen Charge Lalo still, like, it's the same strategy, but it's played different to what the Queen Charge Lalo we know over the last couple of months. So that's really cool to see that the teams are coming up with new stuff, new approaches to counter the base meta, and that was showcased perfectly. 3-3 after the first attacks each.
Right, you are. And it really is rare to find a revolutionary, brand new attack strategy using completely different troops. More often, it's an evolutionary process where one attack strategy getting a lot of value can be tweaked in a particular way on a fairly consistent basis to achieve some of the same results in the end, but maybe a bit safer or maybe a bit stronger or smarter somehow. That is what we are seeing from a lot of these teams, and despite the fact that the hit rates seem really high from the wars that we're watching on camera here, keep in mind that there's 7 other wars going on in the background where the hit rates aren't quite so high, where the offense is not quite so dominating, and so just to be able to see these 15-star wars and hit rates exceeding all expectations, keep in mind that this is a very, very difficult thing to accomplish that takes a lot of experience, practice, and the ability to keep your head on straight when it all matters most in these super tough matches. Vanguard Gaming is going to be moving in next with Nebo at the helm of this attack, and wow, has he really changed up the playbook for today, finally going back down to the ground with a Golem to lead out for these 5 Super Bowlers. They are looking for a strike against a base, holding on to a lot of different spells, even brought an Earthquake in there, possibly to activate, or I'm not quite sure what for, but also a jump spell to hurdle over some of those tight compartments in the middle.
Yeah, and it's just really cool to see that we're finally seeing some ground. I mean, we have seen already Queen Charge Hybrid a little bit, but Super Bowl is not that much, even though they're just so popular. Like, if you're taking a look at Legends, they're one of the top 4 most used strategies if you're taking a look at, like, the top 200 or something within the Legend League. So, they're really powerful, but at the same time, not used that often in those pro matches. And take a look at that. This Warden needs another raid, and he has already crossed the 2-minute mark. This Warden walk is already going on for over 1 minute. Typically, you say, okay, Warden walk, as soon as you're getting close to 1 minute, it's already a little bit too long. And he's Warden walking already like for 1.5 minutes, and now he has started with the Super Bowlers. Time is going to be an issue, Woody.
This is often the problem that every ground attack comes into, especially when they are designed to go the distance, like Super Witches or Super Bowlers. They have so many hit points, very beefy, and especially when you stick a Golem out in front, there's almost nothing that can kill them. The problem, in fact, becomes 3 stars within 3 minutes, and with Nebo having just over a minute left and still 60% of the base left to deal with, he's going to have to go lightning quick. Something that is very difficult when you've got a Lava Hound popping right overhead, and even with a pretty impressive spread on these Hog Riders, they are going to have to really target onto a lot of defenses very quickly in order to make it to the backside. I'm not feeling bullish about a 3-star here.
Yeah, the 3-star seems to be out of reach. Not even time is the issue, it's just power really falling short on this one. That might be the thing why we do not see those Super Bowlers too often on those anti-3-star bases. They're typically really incredible well on those Legend-style bases where the Super Bowlers have a lot of time long LAs to walk along, like long compartments. But in this one, it did really not pay off, and that is an incredible defense for Space Station. Below 70% is something which you have not seen too often today, and this means I think Space Station is going to be really happy about this one.
Yeah, this is really quite an incredible upset on defense. Not even just getting the 2-star to hold off, but holding that overall damage so far down. The 2-star misses that we've seen so far have really been pretty high percentage overall, especially in that first war we saw between the Queen Walkers and Space Station, scoring still in the 90s, 94 percentage. But this time down into the 60s really leaves a lot to be hoped for in future strikes by this Vanguard lineup. Still, I do want to give credit where it is due to the defender here. Nebo has been called a bowler god among those in chat right now, and I can clearly see why. Making it this far in the tournament with an undefeated record 2-0, you would certainly expect to see something strong and interesting like that surprise and get the victory, but not this time around. In fact, the defenses are able to hold up very well for our defending lineup here, and I think that this is going to be the opportunity now to just kind of take the runaway victory here. Vanguard Gaming didn't have the favorite in the poll chat, and all the numbers were pointing the other way. It looks like this is where that starts to materialize, iTzu.
Yeah, it's not all about if Space Station is follow up as they used to, right? Like, Space Station is incredibly consistent on their offense, and we have seen they are incredibly consistent on their defensive side as well. And now I'm really looking forward to see what this next attack is going to be. We are seeing another Queen Judge Lalo and Woody. It's 30 balloons overall. That is just an insane amount of balloons in one Queen Judge Lalo attack. I'm really looking forward to see how he's going to use them.
Yeah, very much more often in the past, we would see 3 Lava Hounds, 4 Lava Hounds in some old school attacks, but in the recent years, Lalo pushes have gone consistently more and more toward heavy balloon compositions, focusing on that big offensive damage rather than just letting those big floaty guys soak up shots in the meantime. I think the reasoning for that is that if you get the perfect pathing, if you have the ability to break down a base in your mind, if you know exactly where those loons are going to go, you don't even really need to wait for them to path over their targets. They're going to get exactly where they need to be right when they need to be there. Holding on to rages and freezes as well is a good way to boost up the speed and offensive power of those attacks. It's sort of an all or nothing approach, to be honest. If you have more lava loons, you're going to last longer, but will you have enough damage to get the finishing blow? Leo is going to roar, lion, roar straight through that left compartment and knock down the big town hall for the first star to be claimed. Following up with the Laloon strike up in the top corner. How's it going, iTzu?
Yeah, now it's again this warden ability Lalo, or more like warden ability just loons. It's not even a hound in front of those loons on the top side. It's just the Lalo with the warden ability, and then sending in the Lalo from the far left side to push everything through the core, make sure everything is finishing on this back end compartment, and that's where the king is now coming in. He's sending in the king to tank this defending scatter shot, tank those defending defenses, and share the damage, because at this point it's important that damage is on his queen, damage is on his king, and this means the damage is split up, which is, well, not enough damage to take any of those two down, and this looks like another 3-star Woody.
Yeah, denying splash damage value is super important, especially when you've got something like an Eagle Artillery firing away at you. That is what killed our last attack from Nebo. Eagle Artillery at the very end side of the base, just raining down Hellfire for the entire attack. Instead, this time, Leo was able to redirect those blows onto heroes, keep them off the main packs of the attack, kept those balloons spread out, and there was really no way for the defending buildings there to be able to concentrate enough fire to take down this attack. Instead, Leo's going to have an overwhelming victory now with another 3-star scored by Space Station Gaming. That gives them the lead now on a 6-5 scoreline that I don't expect to see reversing anytime soon.
Yeah, it's a really solid lead, and I'm just checking at the same time if we see any other results. We have actually GS versus Queen Walkers. There was another match which was really solid. It's 5-5, both teams with 1 fail each, and the one match you were looking forward to was Crit Region versus Tristella. That's 5-5 as well, but percentage lead right now for Tristella. So like a quick update on those one. I will try to keep you updated while we are still watching this main match in the upper bracket, I still want to call it. So we still have updates on the other matches while watching the Space Station versus Vanguard match.
All right, let's hop into the next match now, where Vanguard gets another chance to come back over the top. And they're doing it again, iTzu! Onto the ground floor they have descended with Super Witches this time. Another slow-going attack, which has a lot of trouble passing the 3-star point at the 3-minute mark. But can they get it done against a base that is super spread out? Once again, it looks like Selenho's defenses are pretty well set up to handle this sort of strike. Big value opportunity for the lava launcher, though, getting lots of defenses down that are out of range. That is exactly the sort of thing that you want to see with Super Witches to start with. And if you can just get this Warden Walk to kind of cruise on in, there we go. That should be a Town Hall down.
Yep, that's right, and at the same time, the Flame Flinger can now work all the way to the top right side. He doesn't even need to take down the tunnel with the Warden. He can just rely on this Flame Flinger because there is no Builder Huts behind this Town Hall, so the Town Hall should go down somewhat quick. And then yet, at the same time, those Witches pushing in with those healers, with the Warden, with the Queen. But there's now the damage coming in, and as you said, time is always an issue with those troops. But with all of those open walls, this is something in his favor. During that time as well, the Flame Flinger keep firing, and it seems like he won't stop because there's no expo close, and that means the Flame Flinger should get a lot of more value. Wait, where's the one Super Witch going? Come back! No!
Oh,
the troops are splitting!
Far better to keep that firepower concentrated. At least she's got an Archer Queen to kind of help her out over there. Unfortunately, though, that Grand Warden is going to be losing out on some value. Only able to get 3 Super Witches over on that left side. Duel of the Archer Queens over on the right side. Gets a late free spell, but not too late. It is going to be victory for the attacking Archer Queen here now, as Davey from Vanguard Gaming is going to be making his way around, but with a big multi-target Inferno in the middle, kind of difficult to reach. He's going to have to rely on that one big boy who hopped the wall, as well as the Grand Warden to get a little bit of firepower over there onto that side. It does manage to happen, but with just 50 seconds left, he's really got to focus on speeding this attack up. Throw out that Royal Champion and get that shield going hard on that left corner, because we need a lot of damage really quick here now. There's those Builder Huts trying to get some value on defense, repairing those buildings, but I think that with the death of this Royal Champion, there is just not going to be enough firepower to finish this thing off, iTzu.
Yeah, that was unfortunate with the split up troops. I think the start looked promising. I was already about to say, are those healers now healing the Unicorn? That would be kind of funny. But the Town Hall dive with the Warden, with the Flame Flinger, I think looked really solid. Just the follow up with the Super Witches and the Queen splitting off into a different direction than he was expecting. Completely messed up the entire plan, and then the Royal Champion without any support on the back end really struggled quite a bit. So another strong defense now for Space Station, which means they're looking in a prime position to be one of the first 2 teams of getting into the stage 4, into the final stage of this Clash of Clans qualifier. And that's where those teams want to get to. And they're up next again. They can really get now a 2-star lead with a really solid percentage lead as well.
If we're looking purely at hit rates, thanks again to the stats provided by Chase the Ace, and the favorite attacks used by top teams, it really should seem like a playbook obvious move to pick an aerial attack. Blizz Lalo, QC Lalo, Sui Lalo, like Mass Rider Lalo somehow. It's always something that has to do with attacking from the skies and then supporting it in one way or another. Zap Lalo, E-Drags. It's like all these top teams are relying on aerial hits. And so I'm really curious as to why Vanguard now twice in a row has come back in on the ground. You really have to have a good sense that the base is particularly vulnerable to something that can go all the way to 3 stars in 3 minutes. But, you know, as we're saying that, we do see a little bit of a mix-up here now from Marinel bringing in a Golem to support this Archer Queen instead of the standard healers to top her off. He wants to get that Town Hall over on the left side and maybe even get some additional value with his CC pullout before he starts off with this Laloon. But I'm feeling once again that Marinel has got a good opportunity here now to get to the 3-star because he's brought a good army comp. He's got a solid plan attacking from multiple different angles in this first stage of the hit, and he ought to get down the key targets necessary to justify the value investment here. Town Hall is now under lock and it is about to be destroyed.
Yes, that's right. The Royal Champion even is protected with the invisibility spell to stay alive a little bit longer to take down those lava pups. Another invisibility spell used for that attacking Queen, which, I mean, she's running now to the Town of Poison, so not more value on that side. But the Lalo has just started. It's 2 multi-inferno towers though, which he has to get through. And the Lalo starting from 2 flanks because he wants to make sure that this defending Queen is taken care of. With those headhunters and the vulnerability, that should be no problem. And the defending Queen is going down, Woody.
A triplet of free spells still yet left to use, and Marinol is happy to distribute them aggressively now to help these balloons against those multi-target Infernos. That last one still remaining in the center of the base will get the attention of that final freeze, but oh, not good timing on that freeze, unfortunately, as the balloons instead path toward the outside. Needs to get that haste spell down so that that middle section can be eliminated quickly, but honestly, he's got so much overkill now, I'm not worried about it at all. Marinol looking for 3 stars now as the last defensive building goes down, and with a minute for cleanup, Space Station will get another triple and continue their march toward a perfect war against Vanguard Gaming. Up on the top and not going to surrender their position at the head of this hill. Space Station Gaming look cleared to advance to stage 4, iTzu.
Yeah, that's right. It's just, I mean, for me, it's just out of this world. I mean, we had the same thing happening at the time where Tribe Gaming qualified and then Strat. They were just statistic-wise the best team at that current time. And right now, I feel like the same thing with Space Station. I mean, in stage 2, they have not 3-star in one of the attacks. 14 out of 15 of their attacks were 3 stars. Now in stage 3, again, so far they have missed out only on one of their attacks in the matches played so far. So Space Station just looking incredible on offense. But what makes this even more impressive? They would not even need that offensive power because their defense is looking so strong as well, and this makes this even a more scary team. So overall, so far Space Station are looking really strong. And well, let's see if Vanguard can get 1 or maybe 2 more confidence 3 stars to make sure that in the next round, because if you would think they're now out, no, they were so far 2 wins, 0 losses. This would be their first loss. So they're still looking strong in this competition. They just have to make sure that they're staying strong on their mental side. So collect some more 3 stars and make sure the next rounds are yours. And this one is going to be a Queen Charge hybrid.
Definitely want to give a special shout out to Marinol on offense and now on defense, the captain of this Space Station Gaming lineup, having competed under previous banners including iTzu with his crew of Brazilian barbarians fighting alongside him all the way through. It looks like this might just be their year, as on defense now they're going to try once again to hold off against a ground attack from Vanguard Gaming. The hybrid army is going to be Miners and Hog Riders this time around, and has brought an eclectic mix of support here. That Siege Barracks is going to be even more firepower to help loop around the outer edge of that base, but bringing in a couple of headhunters too to help try to deal with that Queen and King duo over there in the left corner. Cobra has got a lot of work to do on this bottom corner, but with the Queen Charge still looking quite healthy, I think he's ready to kick it off into stage 2. Here comes the King, iTzu.
Yeah, here comes the King, funneling and pushing those hybrid troops into the scatter, freezing early, heal spell early as well to make sure that those troops are protected. And now we have to take a look. Are there spring traps? Yes, there's a lot of spring traps. Vulnerability can be used soon as well, and vulnerability nicely done to block all of the damage from the Eagle. But still, we have to take a look at the spring traps. The spring traps are one of the main sources in how to defend those hybrid attacks. But I feel like, is there even that many troops left? It's really hard to spot at this time.
Yeah, spring traps have been knocking off Hog Riders, and the Eagle Artillery has just been sniping those little piggies one at a time. Splash damage knocking onto additional targets, but with that down now and focusing on the last couple of multi-target Infernos, they are going to have the most important targets down. Scatter Shot still remaining in that top right compartment, however, is just getting so much blasting damage off onto these attackers that even with a good strike early on, I think they've just kind of withered away. Interestingly, Cobra has really focused on offense this time, bringing rage spells to try to get that damage in fast as he can. More often, these hybrid armies, and particularly Hog Riders, favor heal spells because they just don't have very many hit points. If you play into a trap, especially a giant bomb, or get a bad trigger time on a bomb tower, you can really just lose your entire army if you don't have a heal spell to top them back off again. It looks like, unfortunately for Cobra, that is what has happened with this attack, as the Queen Charge on the bottom now is the only remaining offensive attacker here, and with 20 seconds left, too much base remains to expect a triple out of this one. Space Station Gaming with a 2-star lead into this attack will now lead up to a potential 3-star advantage with their next strike, iTzu.
Yes, that's right. They're looking really strong so far. But again, as we have 3 attacks in on both sides. I think we want to take a look at a couple of the other matches as well, because there is some crazy matches happening. Because if we take a look at the lower bracket, we had Reported versus Valor Gaming. Right now it's 8-8, but percentage lead is on Valor Gaming side, which means this might be Reported dropping out of this competition after just 3 matches. This would be incredible. As well, the other lower bracket match with Martial Warlord versus Blind Esports so far is 9-9. Both teams are perfect so far in 3 attacks each. So some crazy matches are happening in the background. Well, we are back to this match, Woody, because this one is pretty crazy as well with the performance Space Station is showing.
Yeah, Valor Gaming potentially slaying a giant here from Repotted as the number 2 seed. Repotted Gaming undefeated through the initial stages, just as having difficulty now through this Swiss bracket. But let's go back to Bernal now. The Space Station attacker is a veteran of this lineup and one of the highest hit rate scorers for this team as well. And he is going to be going tried and true back to the La Lune with some Queen Charge support out the left corner. That Eagle Artillery has got a good chance of going down before it even activates, thanks to Bernal's early attack out this corner. Dale from Vanguard Gaming not able to put up much of a defense against this clever sneak attack by Bernal on the left side, which is actually going pretty quick and pretty strong. I think he's going to get some solid value here and now deploys the lava launcher to get some additional shots off. Continues to send in coconut loons. Very good job there for Bernal to protect those healers. Trying to catch a seeking air mine with those single loons that he fires off in the left side corner, but doesn't manage to get it this time. Instead gets a partial CC pull, and we'll have to deal with those headhunters with a free spell instead. There goes down the first one, and they'll be able to pop off one at a time, iTzu.
Yes, that's right. Clan causes loot as well, and take a look at that timing. No damage on this Queen at all while taking down the Lava Hound. I mean, there is no more perfect timing than this taking down the Lava Hound. The mortar, which is supposed to counter that Flameflinger, is going down as well, and this Flameflinger is looking incredible value-wise from the top side. King and World Champ now into the Tesla farm. Queen charging into that multi-inferno tower. Yes, the Rager, but this again is looking really strong, especially take a look at that wall break. This is from a different world. Wall breaking in between of those 2 inferno towers and having access to the entire backend. Bernal, how are you doing this? This is just insanity. This Queen charge, wow.
Brilliant shots, but he's a little bit late to start off the Loon charge here. Now he's just got 1 minute to clear off the second half of the base. I think he still has a good shot at making it happen, but he's focused a little bit more on finesse so far than that absolute power that we've seen from Space Station in the past. Nevertheless, the plan is going right off with barely a hitch. Tornado Trap does catch those loons, but that is to be expected, passing past the Town Hall. Does unfortunately lose quite a few of them here now, but with still so much firepower remaining, it's just a question of cleanup for the outer edges, and I think that he ought to have it now. Holding on to his Sneaky Goblin and now pops that Archer Queen ability for a bit more extra DPS. Bernal has got 28 seconds left, and the buildings are going down one by one. They fall.
I think this has to be the attack of the day for me personally. Like, just this Queen charge was insane. With those wall breaks, he has opened the entire base. I feel like the Lalo was like for 3 buildings. I mean, the town was even going down from that Queen. This was really impressive to watch. The King of Queen Charges doing his thing again, and you saw in this attack as well why for pro players or for top players in general this siege, this Flameflinger is so broken. The Flameflinger took down the entire top side without even opening. No other siege has the same power as this siege with the Flameflinger. It's just incredible, and it nearly survived to the end. It was not even needed with the Clan Castle troops coming out of it to essentially get this 3rd star. So impressive showing by Space Station in general, by Bernal particular with this attack. And now it's back to Vanguard, and I want to see more ground attacks. I mean, it's fun to watch the different approaches then, even though so far they have not worked out that great, sadly.
Yeah, right you are. And even with that nerf to the lava launcher, they reduced the direct damage just to increase the tick damage over time. It still seems to be among the most effective methods of getting lots of value spread across a big swath of the base. So it's up to Xykor now going back to the skies with 7 dragons, 3 dragon riders, and interestingly an Electro Dragon to get some chain value out on the left side corner. Moving fast early on, though the battle blip is down already for a strikeout out of the Town Hall. Xykor has brought some Rage and Freeze common additions, and also a Skeleton spell maybe to distract that Archer Queen. To ensure that she goes down without too much of a fight. But the CC pull has already started. It's going to be a Lava Hound inside, trying to slow things down. Poison from that Giga Bomb has exploded, but there's nothing yet to deal with the CC troops. They're getting dragged to the top side now, where the Queen is going to catch some Teslas early on. The main size of this force, though, is big enough to handle almost anything, especially when you're able to pop that Grand Warden Eternal Tome nice and early into the attack. That's often what we see with these big Mass Dragon hits, but it looks like Xykor is going to hold on to it a little bit later, iTzu.
Yeah, so there we go with... Oh my god! There's 4 ground skeleton traps popping up at this top side, so there's now an army of skeletons chasing this headhunter into the base, but those dragons are trying to push further, trying to avoid those traps, but there's now more traps coming up. And those double black mines were really hitting hard and making sure those dragons are disappearing slowly. More black mines and more dragons are disappearing.
Yeah, unfortunately, even with that invisibility spell out, he's going to soak some damage on that Dragon Rider from the Eagle Artillery, which is already shot. Xykor now cruising along the right side of this base is finding a bit more trouble than he was able to account for now, as multi-target Infernos seem to be the bane of most of these raids when you have kind of a mid-sized army of dragons, or whether you're bringing Super Bowlers or Super Witches, as we have seen before, you've got to keep those freezes on point the entire way through, or else just bit by bit you will be burnt to a crisp. One of the key reasons why I think we see a big favor for La Lune attacks is that they go so fast and deal so much damage quickly, they can knock down those key splash defenses that otherwise would just deal so much damage over time and leave you hanging in the end. Xykor still with a hope for the triple, but running a little bit low here. 40 seconds left and holding on to that Queen ability. There's just kind of one leg left to the base, and might still have a chance to finish this off. What do you think, iTzu?
Yeah, the heroes are strong, we know that. The question now is if those 30 seconds are enough. Queen ability is getting used. That would be another 3-star for Vanguard if this Queen is finishing things off, and that should be, I think, the case with the Yak coming in.
It's going to be really close.
14 seconds. The multi-mortar is staying alive for now, but the Queen has to chase in. But remember, all skeleton traps are gone, so this Queen should easily finish things off.
Lock.
And that means it's
3, 2,
seconds.
There it is! By the skin of his teeth, Xykor can save this raid with another 3 stars scored for Vanguard Gaming. That'll lead them up to 12 overall. That means that it is going to be a very easy task now for Space Station Gaming with just 1 more star to get the star advantage. But can they score a perfect finish in this round 3? A win here for Space Station means that they will be moving on to Stage 4, while Xykor still just needs 1 more victory in the next 2 wars if they were to suffer a defeat, which seems all but guaranteed by this point. Space Station just coming in over the top, holding off on defense after defense after defense now, and finally finding only 12 stars scored against them by Vanguard.
That's right. It's impressive showing so far, and it's 1 more attack now for Space Station, so I cannot wait what they're going to bring to the table 1 more time for them. And with that, they would be one of the first teams who are getting into the next stage, and that would be the important thing for this one. Just double checking as well some of the other matches happening at the same time, with Tristella actually scoring a 1 star, but we are in already with the next attack. We're going to wait with that for a little bit longer, but Space Station, Selenio is in, another Lalo attack, but this time a Golem is in the mix as well, Woody.
Yeah, we've seen a few golems be brought in to support these Queen charges early on. It seems like if you just don't barely have enough support to add in healer charges for the Queen, you can instead bring in a golem out in front. That'll give it a lot more time to take down some key defenses up on the top side, and even if the queen doesn't survive until the very end of the raid, you can be relatively certain that with that golem soaking shots and with the unicorn even topping the queen off a little bit to maybe a single point defense like this archer tower, she'll still be fine enough to finish her job, which in this case is going to be getting that CC pull knocked down and finishing off this archer tower as quickly as she can. Royal Cloak is popped right there to make sure that all the damage is dumped in with 3 builders trying to repair that Town Hall. It is still not enough to overcome an Archer Queen with a mighty modified X-bow.
Yeah, the Lava Hound taken care of nicely without too much damage on that Queen. Unicorn keeping her alive for now, so maybe she's going to be able to take down a few more buildings. And now the Lado has started into that Eagle. Hound in from the bottom side, and one thing which Space Station has done a lot, they're only playing 1, maybe 2 Lava Hounds, and that's it. They're mainly playing Loons with that Warden ability together, and that's again what they're doing on the far right side. Adding all of those Loons, just using the Warden ability, and they don't care about the Lava Hound. Why should they? They are just adding those Loons in and having Loons engaging versatile defenses from every single flank on this one.
Brilliant shots and not even having to worry at all about that single target Inferno when you've got a parade of balloons from the sky. So much overwhelming damage. He laughs in the face of red air bombs. Ha! 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 Celino with another triple for Space Station. The overwhelming victory now turns into a perfect war! Space Station Gaming advanced to stage 4, hot with a superb finish now in this war against Vanguard Gaming. Congratulations to both sides here, as Vanguard will get to move on with 2 more opportunities to score that 3rd and final victory. But we can now confirm that Space Station Gaming is the first among the teams in stage 3 to be moving on, with only 1 more stage left between them and Helsinki, Finland, iTzu.
Yep, that's right. Space Station are looking unstoppable. I'm just double checking the other matches, what is happening over there. As I have said, Tristella, we have seen a 1-star from them, so it was a really close match overall over there, with them having a small lead, and then they have gotten the 1-star, finishing on 11 stars, but their opponent still have to get the safe 2-star, because they have so far 9 stars as well, 1 attack left. So it's a close match, surprisingly enough. While on the other side then, we have one of the most insane matches in the lower bracket. Martial Warlord versus Blind Esports. Blind Esports already with 15 stars. Martial Warlord, if you think now this match is over, no, it's not. Because Martial Warlord is having 12 stars out of 4 attacks, and they have a better average time. So if they 3-star, they're going to win 15-15 and going to stay in the tournament, while Blind Esports would drop out of the tournament with 15 stars. This is just mind-blowing to me. I mean, it's crazy how many close matches we have, and I mean, just wow. It's crazy matches happening at the same time.
I'm now furiously refreshing, trying to find the results to this round 3 match, because we've got the same stat score access that you do from the Tournament Hub in-game. Hope that you all check that out and get a chance to see these results as they unfold. But we're now watching, as you mentioned, Repotted and Valor Gaming down at the bottom, as Valor was having a good time in the early war with a chance to eliminate Repotted on an 0-3 scoreline for Repotted. While Martial Warlord and Blind Esports also have the opportunity to be eliminated here now by either team taking the victory over them. I'll also jump back to Marshall's Kiss and Marcos Esports, 2 more teams that were top and undefeated with a 2-0 record in what we were calling the top bracket, the teams that had yet to take a loss. The victory for one of them there would have them join Space Station Gaming as one of the other 2 teams alongside the 3-0 scorer in an opportunity now to go on to stage 4. But I see that you're excited, iTzu. What do you have to say?
Yeah, I'm checking right now just the live stats kinda, and Martial Warlord just got to 99%. This means they are out. 1 building, and it was just not enough. 14-15. They would have had the time on their side, but just this 1 building is not enough. At the same time, Repotted going to win their match 14-12, so they're going to stay alive in the tournament. But just this Blind Esports versus Martial Warlord match, this was just incredible. 14 stars and 199% attack, and they're out because of 15 stars on the other side. While Marcos Esports beating Marshall's Kiss, and this means Marcos Esports and Space Station are going to be your first two teams going to stage 4 in this bracket, which might be a surprise. At least Marcos Esports, I think, might be a surprise, but they've done it in a really solid fashion with 14-13 victory versus Marshall's Kiss. And oh my goodness, I mean, this round got a lot of surprises. This round got a lot of insane results overall, because, I mean, for example, another match, Vengeful Noobs won or lost with 11 stars versus TWOB with 11 stars as well, but they have gotten 299% back to back to finish off the match, but they have won on percentage. So some crazy match, and I think Maxi is going to join us soon as well, right?
Excellent. Yeah, I'd love for him to come back. And because we just did report the victory for Marcos Esports as a team moving on to stage 4, let's give all appreciation, credit, and congratulations to the lineup from Marcos Esports, the 5 players who will be advancing to stage 4 undefeated with a 3-0 record in this stage. They are Amar Gupta, Vedant, MWC, Pritish, and Mr. Adil. These 5 players on the Marcos Esports lineup will be moving on with an opportunity to go to Helsinki, Finland if they just get one more victory in stage 4.
Yes,
Maxi,
exciting matches.
What has drawn your attention?
What's up, guys? I'm happy to be back, and of course I have been following all the matches, all the action, because honestly, those matches made it hard to look away, especially the one you guys were casting. An insane performance by Space Station. Congratulations to them. Another perfect war, and as you said before, their consistency is just so impressive, and a well-deserved spot for them in the stage 4 competition next weekend. But also the other matches you were just talking about. Marcos Esports, you just called them out. They also secured their spot, holding back Marshall's Kiss. And Marshall's Kiss actually got the 2-star in the last attack, but it didn't matter because Marcos Esports, they were able to triple out. But Marshall's Kiss, they are still in a good position. They have a 2-1 record, and now they still have another shot, actually 2 shots to make it to next weekend. So very excited about the matchups. I also want to emphasize what Queen Walkers did. They just had a 99% fail, and the others were triples. So getting their first victory actually today in their second victory in style. So now they are also in a position to go to the next weekend. And something else, SG Tristella and Kurt Region. You said it before, SG Tristella had a 1-star, but still they managed to win 11-11 on percentage. So they are also 2-1 now. So maybe a possible opponent for Queen Walkers. We will have to wait and see when the round 4 matches are live. And they are, guys. We have the round 4 matches, iTzu.
Yeah, I'm already checking right now to see what matches we can present to the production, what we would like to watch. Right now, if you do not want to double any teams, I mean, we're trying to cover as many different teams as possible, just so you know out there. I would say Vengeful Noobs versus Blind Esports would be a great one. Blind Esports just beating Marshall Warlords with 15-14, so incredible close match. And Vengeful Noobs earlier already had the 15-star match as well, so that might be a good match which we could cover. I mean, otherwise there's a lot of good matches, so it's really hard to pick, but at least those 2 teams, we have not covered them yet. What do you guys think?
I also think that TWOB against Queen Walker Stephanie, but we already have seen them, so I agree with you that one of the deciding matches on the bottom side of the bracket would now be very interesting, because these teams have to fight with all they have to staying in the competition. So I agree, Vengeful Noobs against Blind Esports, or maybe GS against Kurt Region, also a nice one. But as you said it, Blind Esports just really showing what they had with the 15-star war, so I think they should be a team that is definitely worth covering. But maybe you guys can also let us know in the chat which teams you would like to see. And what about you, Woody? What do you think?
Absolutely. I think that would be a great idea. And I won't weigh in too deeply on which match to watch up next, but I do want to honor the glorious dead, those champions who will be resting in Valhalla, having been eliminated in Stage 3. We didn't get a chance to see them, but let's shout out Valor Gaming, defeated by Repotted Gaming in this third stage. Their lineup includes Bucknuts, Christoph, Coleman, Davey, and Ellie. And then in addition to Valor Gaming, we also saw the defeat of Marshall Warlord by Blind Esports in a tough 14-15 match. The Marshall Warlord lineup includes Kartik, Nikelios, Kadil, Fabian, and Harupt. So well done to them. They'll be finishing in the money as our top 20 teams in this year's event will all score prizes. It's going to be a $5,000 award for our 19th and 20th placing teams. And as we move on to round 4, those matches that you've already mentioned, guys, I'm very excited to see the teams that we haven't watched yet, which would give us an opportunity in that 1 and 2 bracket to go maybe see GS versus Kurd Region. I think that would be a particularly good one. I'm also seeing over in chat that there's some excitement about seeing Queen Walker Stephanie versus TWOB. Inquisition is another team that we haven't yet seen that is in the upper bracket with an opportunity to face off against Vanguard Gaming, a squad that we saw in the second round. So lots of great matches all around. I guess maybe I would prefer to see teams that manage to score a perfect war, all else things being equal. I like to see squads that are putting up good performances on the day of the showing. So send it back to you guys and let's discuss what we should see next.
Yeah, I agree. I think the Vengeful Noobs against Blind Esports one is going to be very exciting. Strong offense on both sides and both struggling to stay in the competition. So a deciding one. I think that will be really, really cool to watch. But we've talked about the offense before our last match, actually. We said that Vanguard and Space Station both went perfect. But then Vanguard only managed to score, how many, 12 stars, I think it was?
Yes.
Or 13. At least they couldn't keep up with the performance before. And iTzu, interestingly, they used a lot of ground-based attacks, and all of those were fails. And Woody, you also said it. Why are they not choosing the aerial types of attacks? Because they tend to be more popular among the professional players. So iTzu, what do you think is the reasoning behind that, and why did it maybe not work?
That's a tough question. I feel like overall it has worked in the past for them. So maybe it was just a bit unfortunate on some things. I mean, the Super Bowl attack, the Super Bowlers just disappeared. That's sometimes how it works, right? If they're stacking on top of each other, the healers are not transitioning over, and then the eagle shots are coming in. This is like a really quick downfall. And I think on the Super Witch attack, I think the opening was incredible. The lightnings, the flame thing, everything looked incredible. But then the Queen and some of the healers with the Super Witches splitting off to the wrong side and really causing a lot of trouble. So I feel like the plans really did not go as intended, and this then is where things were falling short. So I feel like it's not really based on, okay, this was because of ground. It's almost like because things were like going the wrong direction as well. And I feel like that's really where we have to give huge props to the base building team of Space Station, because they have done such a phenomenal job of keeping teams, which, as we have said in the match before, getting 15 stars, and then when they're playing against them, it's 12 stars. So this is just really solid defense, and I feel like it's really impressive, them showcasing that not only offense but defense as well. They're looking really strong right now. I feel like the strongest team out of all of the teams which are left in this competition, but I cannot wait. I mean, that's why all of those teams are in this stage, because they have the quality of competing versus the best. So I think any team can still like turn it around, get the reverse sweep, and still make it happen to qualify in the next stage, Woody.
Yeah, interesting that you mentioned the defense.
Go ahead, Maxi.
Of Space Station. Was just going to pop out another stat from Chase the Ace that I just had an eye on, because they actually had the best defense in the last stage as well, Space Station, and they are continuing to having that good defense. So that's going to be very interesting, and I'm also sure that the 4 already qualified teams for the World Championship are on the lookout of how they can approach these Space Station gamings. I mean, these guys are so good on offense, but now that their bases are also so good, what can you do against them in the World Championship? So that's something I'm keeping an eye on.
Yeah, the World Championships is a tournament of champions. The 4 teams that have already qualified with the golden tickets having advanced from the Queso Cup, 2 of them, one from Clash Masters and one from the Snapdragon Pro Series. Each of these teams had to face off against dozens of opponents and triumph valiantly in super grueling multi-week bracket formats. In the case of the Snapdragon Pro Series, it was a global event with teams from North America, Europe, and India also all competing from so many different continents. It boggles the mind that we've got so many different teams competing from all of these different regions. But we now finally will have another opportunity to crown a world champion, but only if they can best and surpass the other squads that have been able to come up right alongside them. We now only have 12 teams remaining in Stage 3, since 2 are advancing and 2 have been eliminated. This tight middle ground now has no more undefeated teams, and also no more teams that have yet to get a win. These are the squads whose fate hangs in the balance of these next 2 matches, all that they've been working for over weeks leading up to this. The skills that they have honed, the practice, the base building, the drama really hits maximum at round 4, where we've got so many teams who are just neck and neck, barely able to triumph over one another, but not just yet able to convincingly get that victory. I think we finally will now see that for 3 more teams who will be moving on. If I were to give predictions, which I am somewhat loath to do, but I think that it's always fun to give it a shot, and if we've got a little bit of time, maybe you guys would want to hop in there as well. Out of the top bracket between Marshall's Kiss and SG Tristella, I want to give a tip of the hat to Marshall's Kiss. I think that they've got the better chance of winning that one, having picked up Perfect Wars today, and even going up against a team that has maybe a more well-renowned name. I think that their performance here has been surging forward. The next one between Inquisition and Vanguard Gaming, I'd call a little bit more evenly matched and difficult to pick out one, but if I were leaning one way or the other, I guess I'd say Vanguard Gaming on this one, having also taken an opportunity to move up into this stage. They've really made the most of this opportunity and have been pushing hard so far today. And then the last one down at the bottom between Queen Walker Stephanie and TWOB, I think I've got to say the Queen Walkers have got the edge on this one. The experience that they've shown and the tight matches that they had earlier today against Space Station Gaming really gives me the tip of the hat in their favor. But for those 3 matches, Maxi on the top, which teams are you taking?
Okay, so for the first one, I would agree with you that Marshall's Kiss on paper would have the better chance against SG Tristella, but you have to remember that Marshall's Kiss just got a loss, while SG Tristella just got a win to get to this final match. And SG Tristella, I think they already deemed themselves with the loss there because they had the 1 star, but somehow they still were able to turn it around and make it out. And even though they just scored 11 stars, I feel like the momentum and the psychological side is also of importance here. So I would say SG Tristellas for this one. Then I agree with Queen Walker Stephanie because they are just consistent today, scoring 14 stars every single war. And we have seen their attacks. They left no doubt they were overkill. So it's hard to pick against them, in my opinion. But then with the last one in the upper bracket still remaining, Vanguard and Inquisition, I would pick Inquisition because they haven't been as consistent. They got 11 stars earlier, but in the last one, they scored 15 stars. So another perfect war. And I think that gives them a very good shot. And again, the momentum, they come with the victory, while Vanguard just lost against Space Station. What about you, iTzu?
It's a tough call, but I think on the first one, I would go as well with MAXI. Like the Tristella team looked really strong overall, and they have the momentum, which is quite a big deal, especially in those longer tournaments. Like when you have a long tournament going on, the momentum is something which keeps you energized. So I feel like that's really something important. The second match, Inquisition versus Vanguard, I think that's a tough one. It's both German teams which are having ups and downs. I think it's really nearly impossible to predict because they're quite inconsistent, both scoring 15 stars, sometimes they're down to 12 stars, so it's really inconsistent. So I feel like it's really hard to judge. It's like, I think, coming down to the first attacks within that match. Like the first team, which is maybe having a huge defense, is going to have a huge momentum swing. So I feel like that's going to be the deciding factor. Overall, I would say as well, hard to call. I would go with Inquisition, but as I said, to me, it's just like a coin toss. between those two, it's really close. And then the next one, I mean, it's hard to bet against Queen Walkers, Stephanie. I think they're just so good. And so far, only Space Station were able to beat them. So I think that is for sure something to keep in mind over there. And I think before we go into the lower bracket, let's take a quick look at the roadmap, because all of those teams have already played a lot of different stages within this tournament and within overall this competition, because this is quite a long road. You can see overall 4 stages. We have started with mind-blowing 11,000 clans, 11,000 teams entering the ladder stage 1. You have to play 60 matches, and then the top 64 teams of that have gotten into stage 2. That's where the double elimination was, and that's what we have gotten then from 64 teams down to 16 teams. Those 16 teams now started into the Swiss stage, into the stage 3. This is where we are at today. We have already lost 2 teams because they have already lost 3 matches, and we have already 2 teams getting to stage 4 with Marcus Esports and Space Station. And then we have next weekend the double elimination. Once again, we are going down from 8 teams to 4 teams, and those 4 teams, after those 4 stages, those are the 4 teams who are going to join the 4 golden ticket winners to play at the end of the month in Helsinki for this crazy prize money. But I think after that we should take a look at the lower bracket, right? You guys have said it already. The lower bracket has 3 matches as well, and we have Reported Gaming versus Affiliate Esports. I will just make it a quick one. I think Reported Gaming, even though they were going down to the lower bracket quite quick. GS versus Kurt Region. I think GS, even though they were quite inconsistent, I think I would just go with GS because I know how strong they can be. And then the last match, Vengeful Noobs versus the Blind Esports guys. I feel like this is the match which we're going to stream. It's already confirmed, so that's going to be the match which we are going to broadcast. I feel like it's a really close match as well, but I think I would just go with Blind Esports because you have said it, Maxi. Momentum is so important right now, so I would give it to them. They just scored 15 stars. They just won 15 to 14, which is a huge momentum boost. So I feel like they are going to have the upper hand. But let's go back to Woody. Woody, what would you think about those lower bracket matches?
Well, the lower bracket matches I see between Vengeful Noobs and Blind Esports, most likely a victory for Blind Esports. I feel like Vengeful Noobs have done pretty well through the days so far, but Blind Esports picking up the total perfect war rather in that last round. If we talk about momentum, that has got to be the biggest boost of momentum that you could expect. We also have got GS versus Kurd Region, and I'm pretty confident on this one. It's going to be GS. In fact, Kurd Region has been relatively inconsistent, and though they've made an impressive run up here into the stage 3 with a 1-2 record now, and facing off with some relatively low star scores even on their losses, having just picked up 11 stars only in their last war. I feel like GS has got a bit more experience, and the history is on their side. And then the final round is going to be between Reported Gaming and Affiliate Esports, and I feel like this is the toughest one in this bottom bracket. Affiliate Esports is a crew that you can really never underestimate. They're a team that always seems to somehow make it into the top levels of events, and they consistently seem to surprise and upset, which is sort of strange to say because if they're consistently doing it, you wouldn't expect that it would be a surprise. But they seem to outperform the stats somehow. They had a 3-4 record and managed to be in the top half of the Snapdragon Pro Series European region, taking wins off of teams that no one ever really thought that they were going to get victories off of. They seem to always be contenders, but never really reaching for the top this year, especially relative to last year when we saw the Affiliate lineup get to the semifinals. Then they're up against Reported Gaming, a squad that we thought might just be eliminated, but instead has managed to hold on with a victory. And having been the 5th seed, or I believe they were in the top seeding, maybe even they were a seed number 2. Anyways, a really high seeding team. Yeah, seed number 2 from stage 1. They're both really strong. I feel like I'm going to be tipping a little bit toward Reported Gaming this time, but I could easily see it go the other way.
Okay, I mean, you guys said all the important things, so I'm going to make this quick. I think GS wins over Kurt. I think Blind Esports wins over Vengeful Noobs. And I also agree, I think Repotted will win against Affiliate Esports. But at this point, we are going to say goodbye to iTzu, who is going to take a look at the stats during the matches and give us some shout outs for interesting things that are happening. And we're going to see you back after this one.
Oh,
all right, there he goes, and it's just the two of us.
All right, Maxi, we are going to get into this next war very briefly. Help me, please. Tell us about the two teams that are competing up next. I believe that we picked a team that was, rather a match that was in the bottom bracket, right, with 1 win and 2 losses. Did we decide on Vengeful Noobs versus Blind Esports?
Exactly, that's the one that we are going to cover now, guys. So if you want to take a look at the other matches, take a look at the tournament hub for you guys at home if you want to see what is going on. But for us, this is the match that we're going to be focusing on, and we're also going to tell you in between the matches a little bit about the stats of the other matches, how they are evolving and developing, and if Woody, iTzu, or me have had the best recommendations for who will win. Now we're going to see Vengeful Noobs against Blind Esports. Blind Esports, they put up the perfect war in the last one with their backs against the walls against Martial Warlord, winning by just 1 building. So that was a very, very impressive run by them. So that's why I guess all of us thought that they will have the upper hand most likely. Vengeful Noobs, however, they won with an 11-11 score. So 4 stars left. So talking about momentum, it is definitely on not on Vengeful Noobs' side in this one, but the cards are shuffled again, Woody, now with the first attack, because this will decide the momentum for this war. And we can see Blind Esports kicking it off here with another ground-based attack with the Super Bowler Smash, Woody. And I'm excited to see how he will take on this box space here, because box spaces are usually very, very hard to attack.
Yeah, I think the best thing that we can say about Vengeful Noobs is that they did score a perfect war in round 1 up against Martial Warlord. However, since then, it's been a bit of a downhill trudge for them, trying to stay up on top, but not yet able to get that second victory. Blind Esports is going to be a fearsome foe for them to have to struggle against in this 4th round of the 3rd stage. Barsan now for Blind Esports, as you mentioned, with a Super Boulder Strike, and going to be backing that up with a couple of Witches to provide some more marathon performance here, trying to go the distance with a really long-range strike out of the gate. This is a strange combination for me to see, though, both a slow start with the Lava Launcher and an army that is slow to follow up with the Super Boulders. I have very little confidence, to be quite honest, that this can get the 3 stars in 3 minutes. But if there's a way to do it, Barsan will try to show us. He's got the Earthquake spells now to crack through the walls over on the left side and get an activation for that Town Hall. So inching ever closer toward victory, but with 1 minute already down and out, he's going to have to go lickety-split if he wants to get through the rest of this space in time.
Absolutely, you just said it. Time is of the essence in this type of attack, but I honestly really like the approach, because the Flame Flinger can eventually take on this Town Hall, which is already activated by the Earthquake spell, and it is really about how good this push can get through the core of the base. First jump, oh, it's just 1 jump spell. So the jump spell already deployed, the king cornering out at the edge there with the Royal Champion following in between. But now I don't think this timing is ideal for him, because the troops are in the Town Hall, in the deadly Town Hall damage zone, but the Flame Flinger has not taken the Town Hall out yet. So interesting to see how the troops will get through the base, but the bowlers are pathing around the Town Hall. That is important for him here.
Time is running out. He's going too slow. The clock is ticking away. There's not very many more ways to say this, to just communicate how Barsan really needs to go fast, fast, fast in these last 48 seconds. I will give him credit and say that I think he's done more in the time that he had so far than I was expecting. And with just 40 seconds left, this one actually might even just come down to the wire. He's holding on to that Royal Champion ability, which can give a lot of boost to this army that's just on the last stage of the attack. Gets all those damage dealing defenses down, and in fact, he has blitzed toward the end, hopping over the walls, and with 25 seconds left, the casters have been proven wrong. Barson's Super Bowler army has just demolished this base with a triple for Blind Esports. He's making me look blind out here. Maxi, I don't know what to say, except I feel a little bit embarrassed for underestimating the power of that last assault.
Honestly, I wouldn't have thought that as well. As you said, he blitzed through the base. Like, this was such a quick assault there in the end. I wouldn't even have thought so. I mean, I think we've seen other ground-based strategies like the Super Witches before, where the troops did split in a very bad way for the attacker, but this time it was very advantageous that his queen helped with the Town Hall, and some of the bowler bounces got onto the Town Hall as well, taking it down quicker without just having the Flame Flinger deal with it. And then his bowlers went around the outside with the help of the Royal Champion and the spells he had left, and that made this very quick, because like the troops were dealing symbiotic damage. So just as many troops in a position as you needed, and not all of them clumped up or something like that. And that's what made this attack very, very quick, and even quicker than we expected. And I don't think that you have to be embarrassed. That it was actually not expectable that it would go that quickly. So very, very good job to Barsan starting it off. But Vengeful Noobs' turn now, and Nazmul coming in with a dragon attack, Woody. And he's got a clone spell in there as well.
Interesting follow-up here. A big spell investment with that clone, but when the chimes are ringing, you best be singing for victory, because that is a huge offensive boon. Ask not for whom the bell tolls, it tolls for thee, CEO, as Nazmul is going to send in as many dragons as he can fit in that army camp. Big tornado trap is going to trigger on that battle blimp, and right as soon as they come on out, these balloons are having a lot of trouble not pathing directly toward the town hall. It does barely go down there with those super minions helping out a little bit more, but man, that was a long haul to get all the way there for the town hall kill. Dragons along the bottom side now are focusing their firepower on the bottom corner. We expect to see a freeze spell go out to help deal with that air defense. There it is. Big Tesla farm pops up there, though, and that could be tricky for Nazmul to deal with, still having to face off against another air defense and a scatter shot on that left side compartment.
Yes, absolutely. But so there was a super minion blimp there with the clone and the invisibility spells, but there were all the red mines stacked between these two inferno towers. So I think that this was supposed to be a bait for this attack. They wanted exactly that to be done by the attacker. And Nazmul did it, but he executed it perfectly, so it was no problem. But now we have to see if he can get through the back end of the attack. And yeah, I was just about to say, it is essential that the Royal Champion takes out the air defense. But look at that. 5 dragons, a Dragon Rider, the Warden still alive, even the Royal Champion. And apparently Nazmul is not someone to get baited. In fact, nice try here by Blind Esports with baiting that attack, but this is still an absolute overkill, and congratulations to Nazmul with the exact right answer to the first triple from Blind Esports. Now we are again in an equal playing field, both having 1 3-star.
And holding on to a bonus freeze at the end of that, lots of extra dragons to finish off that base. A cleverly designed defense to try to trap out that sort of style hit. But if you get the perfect design for your attack and manage to execute it perfectly, there seems to be no problem for a guy like Nazmul. No fool. With the 3 stars on the line, it is going to be an even-handed start for these two teams. Remember, elimination is possible for either one of these teams that gets defeated in this round, while still 2 victories are necessary for one of the squads down here on the bottom in order to be able to move on toward stage 4.
Yep, and we're going to have to see if Blind Esports can manage to keep on tripling. They started off with a triple, and in the last war, we remember, they only had 3-star attacks. So they scored 15 stars, the perfect war, and we'll have to see if Chetan can keep the streak alive, as he's coming in with a Queen Charge Lalo consisting of only 17 balloons. So that means that with a couple of coconut balloons for his healers to protect them from seeking air mines, he will end up having like 15 balloons for the Lalo, which is not a lot. It's actually way fewer than we usually see, so it's going to be interesting to see how that will will evolve throughout the attack, but he started off with the Battle Blimp, luring out the Clan Castle and taking out the Multi-Inferno, and also creating a funnel for the Queen, so she can make her way into this Scatter Shot and Enemy Queen compartment now, Woody.
Yeah, I mean, relative to Lalo's strikes that have been bringing upwards of 30 balloons, it almost feels like Chetan's attack is going to be focused instead on this Queen charge, loading her up with as many healers as he feels necessary, and also even bringing 4 headhunters with maybe a Valkyrie out in front to help soak for them to take down heroes along the outer edge, which might otherwise be a problem. He's already knocked down the enemy Queen with his own on that bottom right section, but still seeing the enemy Royal Champion deep within the base might be a good target for those headhunters once they loop around to the top side. It's going to be a king versus king challenge here now, but with the Royal Fist, he's going to be able to pummel his opposition. It is Reg's side by Chetan as he will now set up for these balloons. Still yet to be deployed, even though he's got the Lava Hound out. He is now getting the setup complete, and here they come. Multi-target Inferno right next to the Eagle Artillery is going to be no problem at all for the Archer Queen, but keep an eye on that single target Inferno. Need to make sure that that Royal Champion stays alive. There it is, the freeze to keep her on target. Gets the shield toss, and that is a tower destroyed, MAXI.
Wow, I mean, this attack is so wild, to be honest. It's designed exactly for this base. He just sent the Hound to trigger traps, and he wasn't even planning on the Hound to tank too much for his balloons. But look at this Queen charge with the wall breakers. He opened so much of the base that she can make her way all around the base towards the back end. And this is already a 3-star. He's got even an invisibility spell left that he doesn't need. I mean, use it for the. It's basically a swag and a Queen invisibility spell here onto the Vengeful Noob CC, and that was just a beautifully planned out attack here. Even with 36 seconds on the clock, he is finishing off. So it was a rather quick one as well, and I'm just impressed by this attack from Chetan. And I feel the confirmation that we chose the right war to cast here.
Yeah, I think so too. 3 attacks and 3 triples so far. Oftentimes we do see the fails kind of starting to come in the mid stages of the war when they're faced off against bases that they don't feel so quite confident against. But nonetheless, I'm feeling happy that these two teams have had some airtime now and an opportunity to go up against each other when the stakes are high, with all the attention right focused directly onto them. I didn't manage to see over in the Twitch chat whether or not we had a poll tipping one side or the other, but are you still feeling confident about your prediction for this match, MAXI?
So far it looks pretty equal between both of the teams, so tough to say, but I think I said blind esports and now they are 2 for 2. So yeah, I still feel confident, but of course anything can happen in this one, and Joker now has to keep up with what blind esports are showcasing so far, and he's coming in with another Queen charge attack, but this time we're not going to see the Lava Hounds in combination with the balloons. We're going to see the Dragon Riders, and the special thing about them is that they don't need any spell support. I mean, it's nice to have a free spell or maybe even a spare rage to make them do more damage and make them move quicker, but it is not necessary, unlike for Lalo, because these balloons themselves are so slowly that they always need the support of the spells. In this case, he can focus entirely on his Queen charge, so it's going to be interesting to see how much value he wants to get, and the answer is right there on the board, the log launcher coming in, and that means he wants to charge all the way to the Town Hall and Woody between 2 single target Infernos. That's quite a risk.
Risky play, but with a log launcher to help guide the way, he won't have to worry about walls, and as long as the DPS can get stacked up with rage spells here, Joker ought to have an easy time. He's even going to get CC troops from this log launcher out in front of the Queen, so he doesn't have to worry too much about that Inferno Tower burning her up. Doesn't get the kill with those rocket loons, though, thanks to the pushback from that air sweeper, but knocks down the first Inferno Tower. Lock is good on the Queen. That's going to force out something to protect her. It's going to be an invisibility spell this time. He gets the lock on the enemy Inferno Tower, and Joker is cleared for a landing on this Town Hall now. Will pop it down with no problem at all, and has set up for those Dragon Riders along the top side of the base, getting support from that Grand Warden, and even might even have a Barbarian King ready to charge in over there. Nope! In fact, he's going to go down over on the bottom right, cracked through the walls. Very sneaky there with the wall breakers, and we'll be able to take down that enemy air defense, maybe even get some damage off into the scatter shot, or take a shot at the enemy Archer Queen as well, Maxi.
Yes, nice push there. The king got targeted by a headhunter coming out of the CC there for a second, but still manages to do the job of taking out the scatter shot. And now he basically just has to get through the couple of buildings in the core of the base. But with the with all the dragon riders he has left there, I don't think he's going to have a hard time here. The Royal Champion takes out the enemy hound. Queen pops the ability, and you see, Woody, troops are staying up, but defenses are getting taken down one by one, and this attack is unstoppable.
As the dominoes fall, nothing is left standing for Garakuta's base, as Joker has just demolished it one click at a time. Perfectly planned out attack by Joker. Sometimes you gotta kind of cross your fingers, hold your breath and pray. Other times you've got just such a good plan that you already know what's gonna happen before you even hit attack. This seems like one of the latter, as Joker gets such an overwhelming victory that I really gotta hand it to him here. Blind Esports are in a bind now, as the Vengeful Noobs have come back with another triple to keep this war evenly matched, Maxi.
Yes, and talking about evenly matched, I want to tell you guys at home a little bit about the other wars that are going on, because a lot of them are evenly matched as well. In fact, all of them are matched by stars. We have Queen Walker Stephanie against TWOB, and both of them are 2 out of 2, so 6 stars from 2 attacks. Then we have Blind Esports, that's the one we're watching. We have Kurt Region against GS, both of them 6 stars, 2 out of 2. Then we have Marshall's Kiss against SG Tristella, and they both have 5 stars. A little bit of percentage differential, but everything's still open. And then we have Reported against Aphelion, and this one is 4 and 4, but Aphelion with a 1 star and a 3 star, Reported with 2 2-stars.
Oh!
So a game of defense right there. But now let's focus back on our war at hand. Here we have Garakuda coming in with the next attack for Blind Esports, and we see another Queen Charge hybrid Woody. And we're going to have to see if this time it works better than last time in the war that we had before.
Yeah, this is going to be a minor heavy Queen Charge, so you might expect to see a few hogs just targeting only key defenses that need to go down. There's only one multi-target Inferno right there in the core of the base, but that is going to be a very fearsome target to have to finish off. Otherwise, Garakuta is hoping to get some nice value out on this outer edge using an Archer Queen unsupported by healers. So instead, here they come finally to protect their queen. We get the poison spell on top of that Lava Hound pop, and this is going to be an easy entry now for Garakuta. Spending quite a bit of time here early on, but time shouldn't be too much of a factor for our hybrid army. It's more often going to be that splash damage on defense that causes them to go down.
Yes, absolutely. But what is very important here, from my opinion, is that he managed to get good pathing with the initial battle blimp with the Yetis inside. He lured out the clan castle. The queen took care of it, and he created a pathing for the hybrid, which will come on in from the 12 o'clock side of the base. He's doing a beautiful wall break for the queen, and also luring the tornado trap with the coconut moon there, perfectly done. And then he funnels at the 12 o'clock side, and he's coming in with the hybrid push. So a lot of things happening at the same time. I can barely talk about all of these things at the same time, but this guy has to do all of these things at the same time, deploying spells, deploying troops, and all of that stuff. But it's looking good. Woody, Warden ability force. I think he can have a good push here.
They say he's blind, but he must use the Force to see all of these targets at the same time. Even got a lot of value from that baby dragon burping alone out on the bottom left side of the base. We see a Tesla farm pop up now on the bottom right side, and that's kind of bad news for Garakuta, since it means that he's got to face off against a lot of concentrated firepower in that corner. Doesn't have any more spells or abilities to help out those troops, just needs to rely on this Royal Champion. Can she get the shield toss off onto all of these Teslas? She can one-shot the Teslas with that shield. Very powerful ability, but doesn't seem like she's going to use it quite yet. There it goes. Okay, gets most of them. One Tesla still standing, but it looks like she's done just quite enough. Garakuta's forces is looking for the cleanup now on the final edge of this base. The bottom corner has just been crushed. He looks easily ready for that 3-star, unless I'm missing some sort of building far off and away. It looks like those are the last two, and with the pumps now jacked, this is going to be the triple for Garukuta.
Wow, no less than we expected from those teams. 5 attacks and 5 3-stars. So I'm not going to talk about something I talked about earlier to not jinx it, if you know what I'm talking about. This was a beautiful attack. And he had just enough, in fact. Like, it got so close there towards the end. He didn't have any more spells, as you said, but the queen was just able to survive the double fire from the ground expo and the cannon, and then took out a couple of valuable defenses and also valuable buildings, because time got pretty close there towards the end. But also the Royal Champion just being able to take care of the scatter shot and the Tesla farm. Perfectly planned out attack. It just worked out well for him, and they are still perfect. And also I want to add the last match that I couldn't talk about between the attacks was Inquisition against Vanguard Gaming. I'm not sure. I think this should be for the spot for next weekend, and both of these teams are perfect as well, 6-6. But now, next attack already on the way. Woody, fill us in. What's happening?
This strike from Diego seeks to tie this war up again between Vengeful Noobs and Blind Esports. Diego has brought in a double Lava Hound, big, super heavy balloon force here with no healers to support. But the early strike here now with this Battle Blimp right into the core of the base is going to take down a big chunk of the defenses that Diego would have otherwise had to worry about. Good pathing as well now, as he's got this kind of C-shaped pattern now from the bottom corner, and can potentially go counterclockwise with a strike first at this Eagle Artillery, and then find some more juicy hits inside, including an air defense. Gets the CC lure down as well, and that Lava Hound should slow but not cause any major problems here. He's getting his setup ready now for this Laloon strike, expecting to see it come in kind of maybe from over on either the bottom right to loop counterclockwise, or the left corner there where there's still an air defense near the outside edge to go clockwise. But it's going to be a kind of risky play either way, because he's going to have to deal with that Town Hall on a second stage of the hit. All right, he's going to come from the bottom right.
Yeah, I think he's going to add the Royal Champion here on the right side, and then he's going to Lalo the Town Hall from the 1 to 12 o'clock side. But what I found really interesting was that he used a clone spell with his Yeti Blimp. So it was a cloned Yeti Blimp with the Rage and the clone spell to get even more value, and I think it worked out fine, because especially he got the centered look at this, Royal Champion at the left side, but he got the centered expo out of the way. Now Queen taking out the scatter shot, wow, with the last shot. Barely. That was close. So now I think he's actually going to come in from more the 11 o'clock side of the base with the Lalo. Or is it just a small Lalo for the Town Hall, maybe?
I feel like I would have been even happier just to see him add another Ice Golem over onto that right side corner so that he could take down the air defense. Now, without a queen and sacrificing heroes all around, he's going to really rely heavily on this Lalo strike. He hasn't yet taken the Town Hall down yet, though, Maxi!
Yes, that is looking shaky there. Come on, one loon, drop, drop, drop! Oh. There we go, wow. I don't really know what he did there, because he came in heavy from the left side, and then used the Warden ability for just 2 loons and the freeze spell on the left side. He could have just frozen the Town Hall and used the Warden ability to protect his balloons on the left side. I don't know if something went wrong, or if he had it planned out differently and tried to quickly adapt or do something on the fly. But it looked very weird to me to do this kind of split Warden ability for both of the Lalo troops, and then covering just 2 to go, or just 1 to go in the direction of the Town Hall. But Woody, that's it. The first fail, the first 2-star of the war, and what looked so good for so long, unfortunately, fell short in the end.
Well, hats off to the Blind Esports crew, especially their base builder, as Chaco will now hold the Vengeful Noobs at bay, trying to keep their lead. Now they will have to return fire with a 3-star of their own if they want to edge on ahead. It's always a bit more daunting to be the attackers to begin with, because you now have the necessity to lead with a 3-star follow-up. But nonetheless, we still have an opportunity for either one of these teams to advance with 2 more attacks left for both of them. And neither one of them yet really clinching it. But I think that we can very confidently now say that with the Vengeful Noobs picking up that last one, it's going to be a harrowing finish for both squads. Only 4 attacks left, Maxi.
Yes, absolutely, and anything can happen. 87% is not that low of a 2-star. So if Blind Esports now slip as well, they might fall short after the next 3-star from Vengeful Noob. So anything can happen. Pressure is still on, and Choco, I'm sure, knows that as he's taking out the core multi-inferno with 2 sweepers with a lightning and earthquake combination there. And this is very interesting. Look at the troop composition. I was wondering, why does he have so little Lalo troops when he has no support for the heroes? The reason is he's doing a combination of a Lalo and a Dragon Rider attack. He's got 4 Dragon Riders. That is 100 troop space. So I think, yeah, we're going to see yet again a plan that is perfectly designed exactly for the base at hand. And I'm excited to see where exactly Choco will come in with the Dragon Riders and where with the Lalo. But now let's focus if the Queen can take out this Town Hall without being distracted by the Lava Hound.
Big heavy CC here to have to deal with. Poison spell is down. He's got 1 more he's holding on to here. Choco ready to drop it to help deal with this Lava Hound, distracting the Royal Champion, sadly. Just taking some fire from that multi-mortar, but is otherwise safe from the scatter shot, and it's going to have to deal a little bit more damage to help finish these pups off. Holding on to that ability, ready to fire it off when she needs it most. There it goes, strikes onto a single target Inferno, and will get the invisibility spell to help her out as well. Meanwhile, Choco up on the top side has sent in just a few balloons to complement these Dragon Riders, hoping that they'll path out in front and maybe catch a Seeking Air Mine or 2. He's instead focusing most of his fire on the defenses directly now. Archer Queen goes down, Barbarian King has been banished, and now we have to focus on this right corner as balloons are going to come in to support. The cavalry has arrived with a battle blimp, interestingly, going to be coming in over the right side to go directly for that Eagle Artillery. A few balloons pop out, and it is going down, Maxi.
Yeah, this is such a well-planned attack here. Now he just has to somehow get into the back and scatter shot, but he's got 2 freeze spells left, and they will help out a ton here. Yeah, I was just about to say, he can use it at the bottom side to make sure that all of his balloons survive there with this air defense, and now just the scatter shot he has to worry about. And look at that, a beautiful balloon parade with combined with 2 Dragon Riders getting into the back end of the base, and Choco leaving no doubt once again, as the Valkyrie at the bottom side cannot decide whether to take on the Skellies or the King. I think the Skellies was a good choice, and here we go, 30 seconds on the clock as the last remaining building of this base are taken out, and Choco has done it. The next 3-star for Blind Esports, and they are not showing any weakness whatsoever.
Crushed it. Only 1 more attack now that Blind Esports has to go through with, and the possibility of a perfect war looming on the horizon. Very exciting follow-up for a Blind Esports crew that seemed to be down, nearly out, but is rising from the ashes with victory after potentially a second victory now against the Vengeful Noobs, who have not yet been able to keep their pace against Blind Esports. Vengeful Noobs need 2 back-to-back 3-stars if they want to have a chance to move on and have to hope and pray that there is a trip-up somewhere on the Blind Esports lineup with their 5th and final attack. Right now, it really seems like Blind have got the upper hand, upper arm, upper everything.
Absolutely. And talking about perfect wars, we have 3 more teams that are also perfect in the 6 matches at hand so far. We have Queen Walker Stephanie with 4 out of 4 triples. We have Kurt Region, also 4 out of 4. And Inquisition, 3 out of 3 triples so far. So we see the quality is even increasing here so far as the teams are getting closer to securing spots for next weekend. But now we have Elliot from Vengeful Noobs, and he basically has to triple now to keep the pressure on Blind Esports, because otherwise a 2-star would be enough for Blind Esports to secure the victory here. And once again, Woody, this one is for staying in the tournament or being out of the tournament. So that is a very, very important war right here. But so far, Elliot's queen is doing a great job taking out the Eagle Artillery, taking out the enemy king, and making her way into the base. And I think he's going to send in the Hydra from the left side soon.
He will have to fight for his life, as this is the last chance for Vengeful Noobs to hang on to a victory hope. He's moving in hard and fast on the bottom left side now with a royal strike now. Dragons supported by that Grand Champion, Grand Ward, backing up with an Eternal Tome now, protecting that Battle Blimp, pathing directly toward the Town Hall. Can it dodge tornadoes? It's taken a lot of shots, but invulnerable. It makes it all the way to the target, pops those troops out with a freeze onto the Town Hall. Are they getting enough damage in, Maxi? It looks likely. The first star is secured.
Yeah, I was worried there for a second too. Also, the queen is running low somehow. What about that? Royal Champion coming in, but she's in the Town Hall Poison now, getting closer to the single Inferno. He's got no more spells there. He's got the Queen and the Royal Champion ability though, so that really needs to carry him through the back of this base. Queen ability should be able to take out the Scalar and the enemy Queen. No, the enemy Queen stepping away, and this is getting closer and closer, but I think he still has a chance, Woody.
I'm not feeling too bullish about this. He does pop the Queen ability here, now takes down the enemy Archer Queen. It's going to be awfully close toward the end, and Air Defense is going to be able to take down that Dragon Rider without much trouble. It's just up to the two sisters on the final legs of this assault. Girls' Night Out, finishing off the last remaining defenses, and now they will make their charge onto the final cleanup buildings. Elliot has got 35 seconds left and a race against the clock now, as this Archer Queen is going to have to pop over walls if she wants to be able to help out this champion. She's tossing her shield. She's firing away. She's got her boombox ready. Crank up the volume. We need more damage. Little minion up top helping out against this elixir storage. She should be able to hop over walls without any problem, but the queen is not helping out at all. It's all up to this final 10 seconds, Maxi.
Come on, is it going to be a party? He's got the party. Royal Champion beating down the last building, and they are celebrating indeed the 3-star for Elliot. What a good job. And I mean, I love these types of attacks. They are not the huge overkill we sometimes see, but they are nail biters. They are exactly what we want. We want to be hoping for the best until the very last second, and this time, fortunately, it worked out well for Elliot, and it also makes this match even more exciting because the last attacks are going to matter so much. Blind Esports can now get the win with the triple, also with the 88% 2-star. That is what they need now to secure the victory, but it is still open, so they still have the pressure of getting a good attack in, and that's what I really like to see. Also, giving you a quick update, Queen Walkers, perfect, 12 stars, and TWOB, 11 stars, but with a 99% fail. So just one slip by Queen Walkers, and they might lose. And the same, actually, between GS and Kurd Region. Kurd Region, 4 out of 4, GS, 3 out of 4 with a 99% 2-star. So that really shows how insanely close these teams are at this stage. But now, Woody, let's focus once again on Blind Esports as CEO is coming in for potentially the winning attack.
Traps triggering all aplenty. CEO attacking Nazmul with so many balloons at the left corner. They were all necessary, it turns out. Good read on the base defensive setup there by CEO, and with the Battle Blimp making all the way in, the Rocket Loons are going to crash onto some big defenses there in the core. I guess he wasn't trying to target all the way onto the Town Hall, but nonetheless does get the CC pull out there, and with a poison spell should be able to finish off the rest of those troops with an Archer Queen. Doesn't get any support from healers this time, but will get an extra Ice Golem to toss onto the mix there and get some more damage. Meanwhile, little Baby Dragon alone and undisturbed is going to have some pretty easy access to a lot of free structures on the left side. Top corner is going to be a big hero charge now as the Barbarian King makes his way on in, but getting heated up by that Inferno Tower. Even his coterie of supporters will not be enough to keep him alive all the way throughout this strike. CEO's hero dive out the beginning is going to have to set up for a mighty impressive follow-up. Nice invis spell there, keeping that queen on target, focusing right back up onto the top side. She's got a jump spell. Can she get over to the Town Hall?
Oh, I think this NATO might even come in handy here, but I'm not sure if the queen will take the jump or go to the scatter shot. This we have to. She's going to the scatter shot, and he doesn't have any more invisibility spells now. Uh-oh. Not what you want to see. Yeah.
Brutal follow-up for CEO, and Blind Esports are now shaking their heads, wondering if this is still going to be enough to get the victory now. A triple from CEO would lead to a perfect war and guaranteed advancement. But the 2-star would leave Vengeful Noobs with the chance to come back from behind and serve them a dish best served cold. CEO from Blind Esports now still alive up in this top side. Somehow the Queen and Royal Champion managed to survive a bit longer. But wow, he is going to go the distance with an all-in push. Balloons on the bottom are looking for 3 stars and nothing short of it, Maxi.
Yeah, I think what he's doing is good. Except, I don't know if he's standing in balloons from the top side. That's what he should do, in my opinion. Then use freezes and hastes onto the Town Hall. Yeah, that's what he's doing there. Has another freeze spell, and he has to take out the Town Hall. But we know, remember, he needs 88% and the Town Hall falls. And 88%, I think he's got enough around this base. The enemy queen's still alive. But there we go, 85, 86.
There it is.
And a lot of time still left, 88. And honestly, I think this can still triple.
Oh yeah, it could still triple. It's got the Lava Hound still alive, protecting those loots in the center. It pops, and the pops are going to come out and overwhelm this single target Inferno. If it had been set to multi, that might have been a different story, but as it is, the balloons are going to be uncontested. Still, time is short. They've got to knock down this clay castle. Not much left. Go, Sneaky Goblin! Go, Headhunter!
No.
Pops! Minions! No! Blind Esports is one building short of a perfect war, but will come ahead over the top of the Vengeful Noobs, scoring that 2-star 99% in the end will ensure their advancement.
Wow.
And the Vengeful Noobs have been kicked out now. They will finish this war down in the, I guess, what would they be, number 18, 17, 16 range? To finish out the Clash of Clans World Championship Stage 3.
Yeah, exactly. I think this should be 17th and 18th then.
Right.
Of the whole,
there's 3 of them, though, so it'll be 16, 17, and 18.
3 of
3
those
teams
now?
going to be eliminated in this round.
Ah, you're right. Yeah, 16, 17, and 18. Absolutely. And since we've cleared that out once again, congratulations. And I think he's not going to care about whether it's the 99% 2-star or the 3-star, because he knows he has just secured his team the chance to stay in this and to eventually get to the next stage of the competition. And now still another attack to watch. Van 24 here. Nice trap placement. Found 2 black mines there with the blimp. Let's see. He hasn't lured out the enemy hound yet. Is there even a hound? I don't know. But definitely not the full CC lure here. Good traps here from Blind Esports.
Yeah, tricky start here now for Van 24, taking a few extra shots from those CC troops. The Unicorn going to barely keep the Queen alive until he finally pivots onto the healers now. Cannon firing away, but that's not going to be enough to overcome the healers. And the bottom side's going to be Yeti Mites storming on out, trying to get some additional buildings cleared out for this bottom path landing. Archer Queen takes fire as she locks onto an enemy Archer tower. Now finds a wizard tower, bomb tower. Towers are brought down all around, Maxi.
Yes, a beautiful wall break there, getting into the single Inferno. Now he just has to make sure the Queen takes it out in time. Beautiful freeze, freezing the enemy hound as well as the single target Inferno. And now the Queen can take her time taking that out before later on taking care of the enemy Queen and the Town Hall. And he also has got 1 minute and 40 seconds on the clock, so a lot of time. So he is not in a hurry. He can take his time, watch his Queen, what she will do, and then start the Dragon Rider part here in just a second. He's got one more wall break. I'm excited to see if he's trying to break the Queen to the center. He cannot do it at the moment because there is this Queen platform still in the left compartment. But let's watch the Dragon Riders coming in from the right side. Beautiful early warden ability, now freezing up the Queen so the King can take her out with the help of the Headhunters. and his own queen for stability, but I think it's looking so good. Still has a rage spell and an invisibility spell. Royal Champion still going strong in the core of the base, Woody. But, you know, it hurts as it is impressive at the same time, of course, for Vengeful Noobs, because still it won't get them the victory, but it is a very nice final 3-star here from Van24.
Shatter their foundations and confound the defenses. Van24 does find the 3-star he sought. But as you mentioned here, Maxi, the Vengeful Noobs will have their gravestone etched now, as this is the end of their run in the Clash of Clans World Championship 2022. An impressive follow-up on a 14-14 star scoreline between the Vengeful Noobs and Blind Esports. But as is so often the case, a narrow victory down to percentage for Blind Esports, now on the bubble with a 2-2 record and the opportunity for advancement hanging in this 5th and final round. Congratulations to the Vengeful Esports squad. Vengeful Noob squad rather, they did not get a chance to emerge victorious, but have really done themselves proud with a 97% finishing score. Blind Esports, it does show as 100%, but we're rounding up on that because we did miss one building at the end. I think it would be a 99.8% if you were to really go to significant digits on this one.
Exactly, and we also have the results of the other matches coming in. So, first of all, let's look at the teams that have now made it to next weekend. First, in the match, GS versus Kurd Region. It is in fact GS advancing with the percentage win in a 13-13 war. And the very unfortunate thing about this is that Kurd Region was perfect until the very last attack where they got a 1-star. So that hurts as well, but they still have a second chance. Now, we saw Vengeful Noobs against Blind Esports, and congratulate Blind Esports for their victory and for moving on. Sorry, just lost it here.
That's just heart-wrenching. That's soul-crushing for Kurd Region. I'll just punctuate that because you're telling me that they had 12 stars, and then their 5th and final attack, they got a 1-star hit?
Exactly.
It seems like you would just be able to close it out with an easy 2-star for the win, but they went the distance and tripped up on the finish line, I guess.
Well, in fact, they had the not the last attack, so they had the second to last attack. So if GS would have tripled in the last attack, a 2-star would have not been enough. Because GS had a 99% fail before, so they basically had to go for the 3-star. So it's not really a mistake on their end.
2-star also.
Yeah, but still, of course, it hurts a lot. Okay, so in the last one we had Repotted against Aphelion, and in that one Repotted got the victory with actually a 13/10 stars from Aphelion. So again, a very good performance on defense. But now, Woody, now to the exciting part. Which teams have made it to next weekend? And let me check. Okay, we have 2 teams that made it with a perfect war. First one is Queen Walker Stephanie. They won 15v14, and TWOB only had 199% fail, so that is very, very unfortunate, but we know they get a second chance. But Queen Walkers, they are in on stage number 4. And same goes for Inquisition. They got also 15 stars, a perfect war, and making it to stage 4 in style. And then, Woody, the last match that we had to look out for. Marshall's Kiss against SG Tristella. What do you think, or have you already watched?
I've already seen.
Okay, he's seen it.
It was Marshall's Kiss!
Kids won with, incredibly so, with just 13 stars, but holding back SG Tristella to 12 stars this time. Congratulations to Marshall's Kiss for getting to stage 4 as well. So now we have to take a look at the matches in the last round actually for today. In round number 5, where we will have just 3 more matches. Maybe we can take another look at the bracket real quick. Maybe production can make that happen. So we're going to see what stage we are in. The last stage, the round 5, 3 matches. And 3 teams will make it and 3 won't. Perfect, thank you. And look at that, Woody. There we go.
And the matches are already queued up. Let me tell you what they are. The 3 remaining matches in our 5th round will be between the 6 teams that have a 2-2 record. The first one is Blind Esports versus TWOB. The second one is SG Tristella versus Repotted Gaming. And the third and final match, GS versus Vanguard Gaming. Victory means advancement to stage 4, while defeat is your final chance and you are out.
Yeah.
There are 3 more teams that will be joining the top-ranked squads already qualified: Space Station Gaming and Marcos Esports with 3-0 records. Then we have Queen Walker Stephanie, Marshall's Kiss, and Inquisition with 3-1 records.
Yeah, exactly. And now 3 teams will advance, 3 teams will drop and will not have a chance anymore. But to take a look at the next matches, let's bring back iTzu, who will be joining us once more after his break.
Yeah, I mean, those matches, we had so many close matches. The most heartbreaking one is really getting the 1-star in the last attack, really, and getting dropping out of the competition because of that. That is really heartbreaking. I feel like that was the biggest thing happening in the other matches. And I was watching the stats, was really feeling bad. They had such a good start, and then just the last attack with the 1-star. But overall, we have still 3 incredible matches. I'm looking forward to see which one we're going to broadcast. We're still waiting for confirmation. The one which we suggested would be SG Tristella versus Reported Gaming. I think that one is going to be a banger of a match. I think that's going to be amazing to watch. I cannot wait to see who's going to come out on top, because both teams so far had ups and downs, and Reported, it feels like somewhat underperforming to the level they could be, but at the same time still playing decent overall if you compare to of the other teams. But I think they could still push a bit higher overall. The question is if they can pull this off in this last match, because versus SG Tristella, they're going to need that. That team is going to be scary. So I feel like that match is really the match to watch. But as soon as we have the confirmation of which match we're going to stream, we will let you know. And yeah, Woody, go for it.
There are 2 more teams that are now finished with their competition, one advancing victorious. And we didn't get to see them today, so I want to read off the roster for Inquisition. It's Stefan, Alpha, Black Spell 77, Simon, and Michi. These are the 5 players on Inquisition who have advanced with a 3-1 record and will be moving on to Stage 4 next weekend. While at the same time, we offer commiserations for the admirable performance from our team that has just been eliminated, Kurd Region, on a 13-13 scoreline against GS. They lost on percentage. That lineup is Yusef, DYAR, Adnan, Quasmi War, and Saint Zayar. Thank you very much to all 5 of you who competed, and congratulations on your performance. This is the end of your run for this year, but we wish you the best of luck in future competitions and hope to see you back again. But let's get back into the action, guys. You've mentioned that round 5 is coming up soon, and there's only 3 more wars left. Which ones are you looking at next?
I can tell you which war all of us are looking at next, and this is right here at the bottom. As you guys can see, it is confirmed now. The next war is going to be SG Tristella against Reported Gaming, and that's exactly, I mean, the one that I think is the most exciting one. I mean, at this point, of course, all of the matches are incredibly important and most likely exciting to watch, but this one stands out for 2 reasons in my opinion. The first one is that in SG Tristella, we also have the team captain, a former World Championship participant, Fed, who in fact got 3rd in the World Championship in 2019, winning against me and iTzu when we were still playing in Tribe in the match for 3rd place. And at this point, Fed played with Team Queso, who have played under several different names throughout the last years. One of them most recently being VN Tompenai. And so interestingly, the team has split up. Fed is not playing with VN Tompenai guys anymore, but they didn't make it this year, while Fed now has the chance to in fact still make it to the World Championship. So I don't know if there's a rivalry going on there. I don't think so, because I've gotten to know these guys and they were always very, very friendly with each other. So I'm sure that they would be happy for him if he can make it, but also that is a nice storyline unfolding here. So that's the first reason. The second reason is that Repotted Gaming actually had such a tough start today. We've talked about them before. They were perfect in the stage 1. They went perfect 3-0 in stage 2, but today they started with 2 losses. But we have to remember their opponents. The first one was Marshall's Kiss, who just advanced to next week. And the second one was none other than Queen Walker Stephanie, who also just advanced to the next week. And we talked about how hard it is in this bracket, how bad luck can happen, that you have to face very, very strong opponents here, like Space Station and Queen Walkers faced each other in match number 1. So that has really been the story of RPG, of Repotted Gaming so far. But they fought their way back up after the 0-2 record. So excited to see if they can now secure the spot for next week or not. So that's my 2 cents about this match. Anything that stands out to you, iTzu?
I mean, I would just add on that match, because I was just double checking the stats again with like the performance Repotted had so far today, because they had actually the highest hit rate, or one of the highest hit rates, together with Space Station during the stage 2 phase. Okay, so they were incredible. They were really solid on offense, and today so far they had 12 stars, 14, and then 13 stars. So overall, not the highest numbers if you really compare it to their performance on stage 2. So really that stands out to me. That's a big surprise that they were so far not able to deliver on the level we were kind of expecting from them. So it really comes down now to this match where they're facing off against Tristella, because this is going to be their final test. Tristella, incredibly strong, as you guys have already pointed out. And I cannot wait to see who is going to win that. But I think we should take a look at the pricing and take a look at what those teams are fighting for, because there is a lot on the line for those teams. You can see overall the first seed later in the month in Helsinki is going to be able to win $300,000 prize money for the first seed. That is incredible. But all of the teams who are in this stage today can already win prize money, but they want to get as far as possible, because they want to get as high up this ladder of prize money as possible, to make sure that they can get a nice reward out of this, out of all of the time they had to put into to get the preparation done. Because if you are not really into the competitive scene in Clash of Clans, you do not really know what those players have to do. You have to test bases non-stop. Really, base testing is a big deal for those players, with building them, testing them for entries. Every single trap has to be pixel perfect. And then every single player itself, like, they have to play the game a lot. I know a lot of people are always asking, what do I have to do to get better at the game? Well, there is no magic thing you can do and suddenly be the best player in the game. You have to practice it. You have to practice the game, play the game a lot to become better. That's pretty much as everything in life. And, well, those players are putting a lot of time into the game, and then they're trying to, obviously no big surprise, get as high as possible in those rankings to get as much prize money out of all of this as possible. And I feel like there's going to be a big deal, especially as well with the event itself, like just getting into the top 4 in stage 4, then later on, to make sure that they're going to get to Helsinki, because I feel like this is such a big deal, being in a live event, which hasn't, I mean, we had no live events over the couple of years. This is the first live event for quite some time, so I'm super excited for that. And I cannot wait for that, Woody.
Yeah, I mean, you just saw the pricing up there on the screen. Every team that made it to this stage got $5,000, but was able to increase their prize winning up to $12,500 just by making it to the last round here today. But victory in this one single war has the potential to increase their prizing all the way up to $300,000 if they can win the World Championship. Right now, they are all sitting with a potential 12,500, but even just advancement to the next stage, in stage 4, with one more win, is going to double the prize money that they've already won today, going from 7,500 up to 15,000 additional minimum. I know it's kind of a lot of numbers that I'm throwing out at you, but the minimum prize today was 5,000, and the minimum prize for next week is 20,000. So this one last war is so crucial. The stakes have been raised even higher up. And I will also echo what you were saying earlier, Maxi, how the RPG squad advancing from an 0-2 position now up to an even 2-2 scoreline. It's actually the same story for Blind Esports, another squad that is in round 5 now and will be squaring off against TWOB. It's a bit more interesting of a tit for tat for GS and Vanguard Gaming, the bottom, or rather the third lineup in this round of 5. But it is going to be a really close match, I think, for all 3 of these wars. And since we are zeroing in now on the last opportunity to make predictions, I'll go out and venture in front and say that I think we're going to see victories from Blind Esports, Repotted Gaming, and GS. And I'll elaborate on those more if we have time, but I'll let you guys go first and tell me what you think is going to be the result of these next 3 wars.
Okay, I can go first. First of all, I also want to let the viewers at home know that we are going to be elaborating on the wars that are going on other than the one we're streaming even more this time, because all of these wars are so decisive, because the winner will move on and the team that loses will be out of the competition. So we're going to tell you as much as we can how the other wars are looking. But now, looking at the first one, the war that we are going to cast, Repotted Gaming against SG Tristella. In my opinion, I think Repotted Gaming will win. SG Tristella has more experience, but I feel like RPG, they are like the young, sassy squad. They have been performing so well throughout this whole year, but always fell short at some point, losing against big names like Strut and Tribe Gaming in important competitions. But this time, they've really gotten their stuff together. They have performed well. They have been 60-0. They have put in work. They have focused. They have prepared bases, and they even showed morale coming back from the 0-2 record. So that's why I think that now is the time for them to shine and that they will make it. Then GS and Vanguard, I cannot elaborate that much on those two. We haven't seen too much of GS today, just they have performed a perfect war, but so has Vanguard. Then in other wars, Vanguard have been held down to 12 or 13 stars. But I like the diversity in Vanguard's squad. I cannot say if GS is as diverse, but I would think that Vanguard, without the bad luck they had before with their ground type attacks, they have the diversity, they have the skill to make it work. So I would say Vanguard in this one. And then the last one for me is also extremely exciting. TWOB against Blind Esports. Both of those teams had the exact same score in their last losing match. They both lost with 14 stars. And sorry, they both had the same score. Blind Esports won, TWOB lost, so that's the difference. TWOB lost with a 99% 2-star and the rest triples against Queenwalkers. And Blind Esports won with a 99% 2-star and the rest triples. So it's very, very evened out. But if I would have to choose, I would go Blind Esports just because we just saw them and they have been so incredible. Okay, now I also talked a lot, but now let's go iTzu. Do you have anything to add to that? Do you have any other tips?
Yeah, I was trying to maybe take a look at the stats again, because for me it's really hard to judge. I always like to refer to stats or something to make that as my base, but I feel like on this one, it's just gut feeling overall. So let's just go through it. We have the first match which we're going to stream, which is going to be SG Tristella versus Repotted Gaming. I would go with Repotted as well as you guys did. I think just they are looking really good and maybe they can turn it around. They have the experience as well, I think, over the last couple of months and everything. So I would just go with them. The next match would be Vanguard Gaming versus GS. I think this one's going to be a close one. I would say go with Vanguard because I think so far their bases have done pretty well. So that's why I would give them the small advantage. I think they're pretty equal overall, but the defensive side I would give more to the Vanguard guys. That's why I would go with them. And then Blind Esports versus the TWOB guys, I would go with Blind Esports just because Blind Esports has a lot of players from last year's Ophidian Esports roster, if I remember correctly, like Garakuta, like Choco and the other guys. So I feel like they have the experience for those clutch moments, because you have to remember they're now playing already for like 5 hours or something. So it's already, the concentration is getting less and less, and I feel like they have already the experience from last year to go through a lot of stressful situations like this, and I feel like this can really help in a situation like that. So that's why I would go with the Blind Esports guys. So that would be my pick. But Woody, you talked about that you would try to explain a bit more if we have time. I think we have still a little bit of time. Or actually,
yeah, they told me I'm gonna be hopping out soon, but I'll just give my final thoughts. I know that you like to have a few more stats on the line there, so I'll let you know that we can back up your claim on the Repotted Gaming versus SG Tristella lineup, particularly for both being upper bracket winners from Stage 2. But the prediction you gave for Repotted Gaming is going to hold, I think, mostly because the hit rate against him is much lower at 40% relative to SG Tristella at 60%. So that just means that Repotted Gaming has got a lot stronger defenses through Stage 2 than SG Tristella did. They were both upper bracket winners. I think that's going to be a very tight match. And I think also very tight is going to be the GS versus Vanguard Gaming lineup. I heard that we were taking picks kind of across the board on this one, and I would tend to agree, having taken another glance at the stats and reviewed the recent history between these two. I think that's probably going to be the tightest war that we see between the three of these. And then lastly, that Blind Esports versus TWOB. I'll dial it back a little bit. I was feeling pretty confident about Blind Esports, and I think both of you were also tipping toward them, but that might just be the recency bias, because I've seen Blind Esports perform. I haven't seen TWOB yet today, and so I'll give them some credit because they performed really well, even though they were advancing through the lower bracket. They had a strong defense and pretty solid hit rate as well. So it's going to be consistency and the ability to go the distance in a marathon 5-hour run. But since the war is getting kicked off now, I'll step down and let the two of you take the last round of the day. Good luck to all the teams and to you two as well, casting.
Thank you so much, Woody. And we can really tell that this guy doesn't want to leave. He wants to see the action as well, but at this time, he cannot hype it up as much. He's going to have to watch it. And we are already live with the first one. It is Philip kicking it off for Repotted Gaming here. And he's coming in with a very nice little, I would call it an air kill squad for the Eagle Artillery, with the Bat spell to tank for the air defense. And then loons to look for seeking air mines, and a Dragon Rider. And iTzu, this is looking perfect. He's taking out the Eagle Artillery, and now he can quickly or soon start his Hydra portion of the attack.
Yeah, and I think just base-wise, I think both teams are going in with those anti-2-star bases, which I feel like is such a wise choice, because on those bases, one thing goes wrong, and you're going to have a big problem with the second star even sometimes. So I think for like a session where those players having played for now 5 hours, this is a really nice choice. While we can see the Dragon splitting up, the tower is already down, and right now he's collecting the 50%. So this means the second star is in already as well.
Yeah, and the troops are very much split out. It's interesting. You have a couple of dragons and a Dragon Rider on the right side with the heroes, and then a big group of dragons on the left side. But so far, in my opinion, it's looking good. He still has 2 free spell and a Royal Champion ability, and a lot of dragon power there on the left side. So it seems like the nerfs have not gotten to him, but you said it. That's exactly why you want to use these anti-2-star bases, because at this point, everything is on the line. At this point, every single attack can decide whether you have a chance at the World Championship or not. So that's why I totally agree that it's a good base choice. But Philip, showing no nerfs whatsoever, iTzu, he is getting it done. And this is going to be the first one, the first triple of the war, and it's also an extremely quick one.
Yeah, time might be an issue, even though we have not seen that today just yet. That time came into being a deciding factor in the end. So a nice 3-star for Repotted to start things off. And I feel like, especially with with how big of an overkill this was, I feel like this is really pushing their mental right now, with going into an attack or going into the match like this with an attack like that. So I feel like that's really solid. And now it's back then to SG Tristella to do the same thing, get as an overpowering attack in the beginning, because I feel like we know both teams can get those crazy numbers on the offensive side, but right now it's all about getting that to work, or making that work, which I feel like is a lot of relying on the mental side at this point, because you always have to remember, just imagine yourself playing Clash of Clans for 5 hours. There is some things which might slip through, maybe like your missed queen ability and things like that. So boosting your morale like that, I think, is a really important factor.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's why the first attack is always so important. And I mean, the first attack of every single team is important, but also especially the very first attack of the war, because I said it before, the small amount of time you have for planning. But now we have Troya coming in here with his attack, with his first attack, and this is going to be a queen charge hybrid. You like to see it, you love to see it, but this time, other than before, he's doing exactly what you said you don't have to do always. He's just going to charge into the town hall.
Yeah, charging into that town hall. Reported used that base already earlier, and they're saying, okay, we're really happy with how this base defended so far, we want to use it again. And Esports Tristella using this queen charge hybrid onto this base. So far it's looking solid. He's charging into a lot of damage, but he's keeping his queen alive for now, and needs to make sure that then the hybrid is starting soon. But spring traps, that's the big enemy of any hybrid attacker. And even though the charge might look good, if you're running into a lot of springs, this might be the end of your attack. So we have to take a look at that, MAXI.
Yes, and also the pathing of the queen, in my opinion. Because at this point, I mean, it's actually looking good that she's staying on left. Oh, okay, I'm a little surprised that he's coming in from there. But let's see how he can evolve. I mean, the queen still hasn't created too much pathing, so the troops could get into the core of the base and just go where the queen is supposed to take stuff out. I mean, the wall break is perfect here for the queen to get access to the scatter shot, and I think timing might just work out for him. Tornado holding the queen back though. Yeah, I don't know. It's still looking good, but I think he could have waited a little more with the hybrid.
Yeah, the wall breaks are amazing to push that queen further on, and now it's all about the back end to make sure that this defending king is not dealing too much damage. The queen is having to use her ability. Is he paying attention? And yes, queen ability is in, and that queen is staying alive. The hybrid is doing the work, and with that we are witnessing the first 3-star as well for SG Tristella. And it's, as we have seen earlier from Reported Gaming, a huge overkill. I mean, this is not even close. This is a really nice attack, and we have seen already quite a few queen charge hybrid attacks today which were executed perfectly and really getting those 3-stars in on those bases. So that was a nice thing to watch. Now it's back to Reported. Both teams are starting off strong, and both teams are showing off that they deserve to be in this stage of the tournament.
Absolutely. Very nice attack, very good also for the momentum. As we said, the first attack for every clan is very important, and as they are showing it perfectly. And also, it was a quick queen charge hybrid. It was just 2 minutes and 16 seconds. And even though the first attack from Reported was 2 minutes, they chose an attack strategy that is usually a little slower than a big dragon push through the base like Reported did, but it was still such a good execution that it was very close, and that is important at this point as well. And also, I said it before, we want to take looks at the other matches as well, and so far we have only seen 3 stars. TWOB starting it off with a 3-star against Blind Esports, and Vanguard also starting it off with a 3-star against GS. So we're going to have to see how the other teams react. But now iTzu, let's take a look at what Giannis is doing with the Queen Charge Hydra.
Yeah, the Queen Charge Hydra onto this base, and again a really annoying looking is it a ring base? What do you call this base? It's just an anti-2 legend base, because ring not really, but it doesn't really look fun to attack, I would say.
Yeah, it's like a ring and diamond combined.
Yeah, something in between.
But yeah, excited to see how the queen will step, because once she takes out the eagle artillery and so on, she could either go to the outside or to the ground targeting explodes. And if she goes to the explodes, that's perfect. And So it's interesting to see whether they actually place traps against this attack, because it seems like there is so much damage for the queen that you wouldn't want to charge this normally. You know what I mean? But there we go. Now he has to take a quick look at his queen because she's facing the enemy queen. Oh! That was so close with ability, but he was just taking a look or concentrating on his dragon push with the warden ability. But I mean, it's fine as long as he keeps his queen alive now and keeps a little better attention. He will be all right. So let's see if he can take down the town hall with this blimp.
Yeah, but he cannot reach that second multi-inferno tower, which got highlighted right now. And this means the healers might be in danger. The town hall is going down. But that queen now luring those healers inside the range of that multi-inferno tower. The clan caster is going to keep that queen now in place. Now everything is relying on those dragon and dragon riders. He's trying to take down the inferno tower with this royal champion, but the defending lava hound is luring the royal champ away.
Yeah, I think he decided too late to send his royal champion in there. He had a lot more time before, but I mean, 3 or 4 healers still alive, and so this attack is looking so good again with the invis, with the queen, with the royal champion ability and the rage spell. They're supporting her even more. This is going to be the next 3-star here from Reported Gaming, and that was actually a beautiful attack to watch. I mean, I think it was a nice base identification, and once again on, you know, like a toxic base design, they didn't show any nerfs and got it done. GG's to Giannis, but we have to keep in mind the time as well. This time 2 minutes and 30 seconds. So they are getting closer towards each other concerning the timing of their attacks.
I think it's just so funny that you're trying to push this since the beginning of the broadcast with like the 15-50. You really want to have that one of those happening, and that time is important. So we would go with that. We always take a look at the time of those matches. But for now, we have seen Reported collecting another 3-star, and now it's back again to SG Tristella for them to get the next 3-star. So far, we have seen from Reported on the defensive side the box base, which is now the question: do they use 5 box bases? Do they maybe mix some other bases in there as well? Do they now maybe use the bases which have performed the best over the day? So that might be another approach overall. They have not been streamed, at least not on the main broadcast so far, so maybe that's an advantage then. Actually, none of those 2 teams had been broadcasted so far from us. So that might be an advantage with them saving some bases. But either way now, an anti-3-star base from Reported. And that one is going to be another Dragon Rider attack. Another time, the Skeleton spell to tank an air defense.
And it looks like it's going to be a super minion blimp here. It's got 2 clone spells, 2 lightning spells to take out a sweeper, and also the invisibility spells. So again with the little air kill squad into the Eagle Artillery, and again it seems to be working perfectly. And now he took out the sweeper, and now he can come in with the dragons. But interesting that he's coming in from the left side, where the sweeper is at least pointing towards the town hall. But I think he probably has decided that that is better for this base. Quick update though from the other wars: we have seen only 3 stars so far.
Yeah, we really see a reason why those teams are at this stage. The blimp is early, you said it. It's quite risky, but this blimp has to get out of the way. On the other side though, the super minion blimp does not really have to get as far as some of the others. Ooh. The sweeper is pushing once, that's problematic. It's pushing again. Wait a second, with that those super minions got pushed away from the town hall, and this were no good invisibility spells at all, and this town hall still has to fall.
Yeah, they were way too late, and all of these super minions got pushed away, not only from the town hall but also out of the rage spell. And at this point it's about saving that town hall, honestly.
Yeah, saving the town hall, but the dragons and dragon riders should secure that. But it might be a solid defense depending on how much power those heroes have now. The king is still there, the queen is following, and so far the royal champ. Oh, that's interesting. Oh wait! Oh my goodness! And the clan cards are coming out. Okay, that royal champ was not nicely placed. He does not even has a. I think this royal champ might not even take down 1 building. Okay, I was wrong, but it was not much value for this royal champ, and that is a huge problem for him now.
Absolutely. I mean, yeah, the royal champion I don't really understand why he sent her into the enemy king, but I wasn't even thinking about the clan caster troops as well. But this, yeah, I don't see this getting close to a 3-star anymore with this multi inferno that cannot be reached by the queen here. She takes out the scatter shot now in a second, but still this is going to end up 90% on plus 90+% 2-star here. Yeah, in my opinion, I mean, I haven't used super minion blimps too often, but you have to place the invisibility spell very early. He got unlucky with the first one, I have to say that, because the sweeper actually swept for the blimp. It went for the blimp, then the blimp opened, and it hit the super minions coming out of the blimp. So quite unlucky. But after that, he was late with the second invisibility spell, and I think if he had dropped it in time, it would still have worked. But
Yeah,
still,
was,
solid percentage, 95%.
Yeah, it's a solid percent, but this means, I'm already really sorry to say that, MAXI, but this means we're not going to see the perfect, at least not in this match. You are still following the other matches, you're still keeping us up to date over there, but yeah, this is actually the second fail which we are seeing now in the last 3 matches, because we have seen TWOB with the 2-star attack as well, the same as iTzu Stella. So yeah, the first couple of fates are coming in for those teams. The nerfs are kicking in, maybe, who knows. But for us, this means Reported is up next. And so far, they have done amazing versus those ring bases. So the question is, can they keep going versus those legend-style bases?
Yeah. 80% hit rate among all of the teams so far, if you're interested in stats. And then the only war that could still be a perfect is Vanguard against GS. But now, as you said it's going to be interesting to see if they can still keep on going doing well against these types of anti-2-star bases. And I think they will, because usually if you decide to prepare for those, the whole clan prepares for those. Because most of the time you face either all anti-2-star bases or no anti-2-star bases. Like mostly the same type of base here. But now this is interesting because he's getting into a lot of damage. There is a sweeper, there is a queen, a royal champion, a single inferno, so many traps and 2 scatter shots. So I think that he basically just wants to get this bit of the base out of the way, and then the heroes can finish the rest.
Yeah, it's really crazy how much value those heroes can have. He's using the skeleton spell as well to tank for those Inferno Dragons. Now you might wonder, why is he using a skeleton spell, not a bat spell, for example? Well, the reason is pretty simple, because if you're using the bat spell, the splash of the scatter shot can still hit the Inferno Dragons. And with this skeleton spell, well, it's just ground, so the scatter won't get any splash damage in whatsoever, while the king and the queen are working their way around the top side, and the royal champ in the core taking down the eagle. And now it's not that much left in the space, and he has still plenty of spells to use.
Yes, but the queen has lost the ability early, unfortunately. He's keeping her alive with the invisibility spell, good job. But now, royal champion... I think he's good. I was worried a little bit there, but yeah, there are no more traps. I think all the skeleton spells are already gone, and now with a nice royal champion ability, he takes out all of the remaining buildings. And yeah, we said it. They keep on going strong against this type of base. And again, from Mac here, I mean, it looks rather close. Just the royal champion and the warden are alive, but he did exactly what we thought. He just wanted to take out this big chunk of clumped up damage there, including the town hall, and then the heroes can finish the rest because they are just so strong. And he perfectly exploited the heroes' strength here with the royal champion finishing it off. Good job, and they are not showing any weakness so far. And iTzu Stella have to somehow keep the pressure on and also their motivation.
Yeah, I mean, with the 2-star, it's not easy to stay in this, but I feel like they have to be able to do that, especially with being able to get to this stage. I mean, at this point, this is not the best position to, like, lose the nerves or anything like that, right? So the next question, though, is, do we see another anti-3-star base, or do we see another box-style base, or maybe something different? Reported so far have not stick to one style of base. They have mixed the different base types, and so far came in with a box and with an anti-3-star base, mixing both together. And now we cannot wait to see if iTzu Stella knows the answer for this next base or base type and how to beat that with their next attack. And looking forward to that.
Yep, so let's take a look, and I also want to inform you, in both the other 2 matches there is a perfect tie so far. One on percentage and one on 3 stars, only 3 stars. But now Fed coming in, we talked about him before, a former teammate of Rigo Torres, Metro and other players, I don't want to name all of them now, but other players from Team Queso, aka Tompinai and some other names in between. He's coming in with the hero dive Lalo attack here. The Queen's goal is to take out the Town Hall, while the King and the Royal Champion together should take out the Scatter Shot and maybe the enemy Queen, but always excited to see what comes out of the Clan Castle. In this case it is a Hound with the Headhunters, and the Royal Champion, with the help of the Poison spell, seems to be taking good care of the Headhunters.
Yeah, now the Queen, though, has to make sure that she's sticking on that Town Hall, and then everything would be alright. Queen abilities gain force early. The reason for this is that with that, the Unicorn is staying alive. He's turning the Hound invisible, though, and with that, the Ground Expo staying alive. That's not the end of the world, even though Ground Expos, they do not like Headhunters, so that might be a big problem for him. But we have to wait how he's dropping and how he's deploying those Headhunters.
Yeah, I don't think it was a good invisibility spell there. He could have at least have used it so the Royal Champion takes out the ground ball, or not at all in my opinion. But yeah, as you said, it's all about the Headhunters now and the Warden ability as this attack unfolds. The Slammer making its way into the core of the base, which is really nice, but there we have the Royal Champion and the enemy Queen, and he misses the Royal Champion with the freeze. And I don't see any Headhunters so far. There they are! Running from the Warden to the Royal Champion, taking it out. Can they take out the Queen as well? Yes, they can, and this is looking good. Wow. And iTzu, he's got 6 loons left. He's got spells left, and I think Fed is getting it done for his team here.
But wait a second, normally we see always Red Mine, Tornado Trap and everything behind the Town Hall. This still might be a problem for him depending on how the traps look like. Yes, he has saved a couple of loons. Not really sure if that's really safe for the base, but there's now the first couple of Red Mines, but I feel like it's just too late for this base to save anything. I was just getting afraid a little bit too early for this one. Poison even still for those defending Lava Pups, and this means another nice 3-star for SG Tristella. They're showing they're not out, they're just keep concentrating and trying to make this match close and making sure that Reported have to keep pressuring. They cannot leave any attack in the open. They need to make sure that they keep 3-starring everything at base, and well, that's now the job of Reported with coming up next with their attack, most likely again versus an anti-2-star base.
Yes, and SG Tristella keeping the pressure up because their fail was a 95% fail, and if an attack goes south, that means it's not becoming a 3-star for some reason. It is usually a big fail, like something going entirely wrong, and then it's tough to save a good percentage. So Reported know that they have a 1-star lead, but still just one slip up can cost them the lead in this war, so they will have to stay focused for just 2 more attacks. I mean, it's like 10 more minutes and they still have a chance. But here we go, General X, the next one to attack, and he is coming in also with the Inferno Baby Dragons on this anti-2-star but box style base, iTzu.
Yes, that's right. Where is he coming in? From the left side, from the top side? Where is he coming in? It seems like that he's coming in from the bottom left side, with the Queen at the bottom side following already. He's taking down the one sweeper, which is pointing into the Inferno Dragon direction, and using again the skeleton spells to tank for his troops and tank for his Queen as well, because those skeletons right now are tanking nicely for that Queen to make sure that she's staying healthy.
Oh, tornado. But they are stuck on the wall. That means the Yeti Mites take out the Town Hall with ease, and this push is looking very good. Nice free spell covering the Eagle Artillery, the Warden, and the Tesla, and these loons luring some traps out. Now the Inferno Dragon's taking care of the Hound, which is also nice, because then the Royal Champion or Queen will not get stuck on it. And in my opinion, wow, look at this freeze. The execution from General X here is just perfect. He doesn't miss any building, even though they are pretty far from each other, and in my opinion this already looks like a 3-star.
Yeah, this looks really solid. He still can deploy the Royal Champion, can still use the freeze skeleton spell for the backhand. Even though the Eagle is on the backhand, the Eagle is pretty much the last defense to go down, which is usually not what you're looking for. You see delaying that freeze. Can this freeze be a game changer and get him to the 3-star? Because the king is down, I feel like, and the queen is locked onto a wall.
I mean, you can tell that I'm trying to jinx him here. But so far it's looking good. The eagle shots actually do devastating damage, because first they took out the remaining Inferno Dragon and then the Royal Champion. But he still has the Queen ability here with the help of the Warden and, most importantly, the hero pets. The Warden gone, but he still has an owl and a unicorn, keeping the Queen alive. Giant bomb, iTzu. This can still fail. I have to say it as it is.
Yeah, but I feel like the cannon with
one more giant bomb.
Yeah. Estella, where were all of the giant bombs? We were planning for like 5 million giant bombs in that compartment, but it just did not happen. And this means General X getting another 3-star in for reported. And this is the 4 out of 4. They have 4 attacks in, 4 times 3 stars. Really impressive showing so far from reported. And now it's back again to SG Tristella. It's like a back and forth with the lead right now for reported for sure. And SG Tristella just have to keep staying close, hoping for a mess up from reported so they can somehow turn this match around, because right now the advantage for sure is on the reported side.
Yeah, absolutely. Sorry, I was a little scared there in that last one that I did the first jinx for today. But fortunately, the Queen just barely survived and made it still work. Now, let's take a look at the other matches. Blind Esports has 8 stars and TWOB 7. So a 1-star lead after 3 attacks for Blind Esports. And in the other match, GS still perfect after 3 attacks with 9 stars. And Vanguard 8 stars. So 1 fail so far. Everything's still open in every single match, but we have to wait and see. First of all, we have to see if SG Tristella can come back with another triple, and this time we're going to see a Zap Lalo. Actually, it's just a safe blimp.
Yeah, the blimp taking down that town hall nicely. Earthquake to damage the town hall, and yes, it's going down. Sneaky Goblins doing the job. And the Clan Castle is lured as well to take that out. So the start is looking promising already with the lightnings. The town hall, everything has worked. Nothing crazy has popped up, tornado trap or Tesla form or anything for him to like completely mess up the plan. So things are looking good. Now it's all about to make sure that this queen is going to the right direction and getting the value together with that Barbarian King, which he's going to use really soon to support and tank for that queen.
Oh, he's just not getting this wizard tower down. Sometimes it can be so funny to watch. Okay, finally it goes down. Now the king supporting his queen with the ice golem. And now, will the queen go? Yes, okay. Now don't go to the builder hut, queen. Good, thank you. Okay, the hero push coming in strong so far. Royal Champion added at the top side, and look at that, he can easily make his way into the Eagle artillery as well. Oh, he made the scatter shot invisible. I don't think that was on purpose.
Yeah, but the Royal Champion is going to get that scatter out of the way, so that's great. And just take a look at that value from the hero dive. This looks already crushed if he does not mess up the Lalo big time. But I feel like with the queen ability still there, he can take down the defending king, which means he can send the headhunters from this. Wait, actually I already sent the headhunters in. This might be a big problem if he does not take down this Royal Champ, but it should be no spring traps. And with the haste, those headhunters, yep, the headhunters are taking down the Royal Champ, and that is the big deciding factor. And now the scatter has to go down as well.
Yeah, and he doesn't have any more spells. He used the Warden to protect the headhunters and also the Royal Champion and the Queen, which was great value in my opinion. But look at this. This is a toxic backend there. Scattershot, multi-inferno, and the sweeper, but the baby dragon! The baby dragon saves the day, I think. Maybe. it can still fail. But the baby dragon, they're taking out the sweeper, was huge. But look at the time, iTzu. Oh my god, I already almost missed that. The time is so low. This cannot triple.
Yeah, he is going to fall short just because of the time, as you said. He cannot reach that multi-inferno tower. He still has to use the queen ability. When is he going to use that? I feel like he wants to save it for the storage. But I feel like you always have to remember, when using the queen ability, you're generating archers as well, which can work together with your queen. So I feel like that queen ability was way too late. He could have maybe gotten a couple of more percentages, which might be a deciding factor, even though on this one, I feel like this is looking incredible for Reported, because they need now a 2-star, and that would be it. They would need to mess up big time for Tristella to have a chance. And with the 2-star, Reported would get into stage 4 of this competition and would be one step closer to the last couple of golden tickets to compete at the end of the month in Helsinki for the Clash of Clans World Championship.
But remember, they always faced anti-2-star bases, so I'm excited to see what they do now. Do they just go with their regular plan they would do, because they seem so confident with how to approach the anti-2-star bases, and also probably confident enough to save the 2-star? Or do they go with something that they think is the safest way to take out the Town Hall, and then just do anything? Like dragons with heroes will get 50% or something like that. Because like the safest thing could be a safe blimp with a Warden ability. But then again, there could be a tornado trap. Okay, interesting. Okay, wow. This is a toxic-based design, but he's got the Electro Dragons. He's got the Clone spell, but no invisibility spell. No invisibility spell at all. And I think I definitely would have brought the invisibility spell in that iTzu.
Yeah,
to make sure to reroute something.
Yeah, but I feel like with the clone, it's somewhat safe that the core should go down, right? Like with the, he's probably bringing like a 9 Loon clan castle, and then with the clone together, the town hall should go down. And if he's cloning nicely, he should get one more scatter on the way as well. That would be my guess. But let's see, let's wait and take a look at how he is doing that. The Electro Dragons are in. Warden can be used soon to protect the Electro Dragons, protect the blimp, and that's exactly what is happening. The Rage at the top side to make sure everything is pushing back. Where's the clone now? And he's having cloned Yetis actually. Okay, that is a super safe option to take down that town hall. And those Yetis are now tanking nicely. But the Lava Hound, that one is lured, and that might distract for quite some time. But the 2nd star is already guaranteed.
The 2nd star is guaranteed, and that means we already have to shout it out. Reported have done it with an incredible war here. Great performance by the whole team, getting 3 stars left and right and making it impossible for SG Tristella to catch up to them with the 3-star here and 2-star here, and I think they don't care about the 3-star. He's got the Royal Champion, he's got a couple of free spells, so there is definitely still a chance if he can get that scatter shot maybe down with this Electro Dragon. And the owl, come on, scatter! No! Look at the scatter! It's got basically no hit points. Okay, no, but I think it cannot triple, but he's not going to care, and he shouldn't care, because this 2-star is as important as any 3-star you can get any single day, iTzu. You know it. Sometimes if you can go for the victory, just go for the safe 2-star. I don't know, maybe he just got rid of a couple of spells and just brought the clone spell to be 100% sure that he will take out the town hall. I don't know. Maybe he could have done better, but it's just exactly the perfect attack that you need. And yeah, congratulations to Timtastic and to his whole team, to Reported Gaming, for getting into stage 4.
That's right. So let's take a look at some of the other results happening at the same time. We have incredible close matches happening. GS versus Vanguard Gaming, both with 11 stars right now, but the small percentage lead is in favor of GS. And then we have on the other side TWOB versus Blind Esports, where it's right now 10-11. So Blind Esports with the lead over there. And we cannot wait to see who is going to take those 2 last matches and who's going to take those 2 last spots with the then stage 4 bracket. So we'll wait for that one. At the same time though, for us, this means we have one more attack for SG Tristella, and they will showcase hopefully some some nice attacks. And what is it going to be? It is going to be a Queen Charge Hydra attack onto the space of Reported.
Yes, a Queen Charge Hydra to finish it off here, and it's very nice to see this. I feel like it's a thing today that people start with this strategy again of charging into the Eagle Artillery and then sending the Hydra with the blimp for the Town Hall. I haven't seen it that much recently, but today I think this is already the third or fourth time. And he's starting nice and early there with his dragons, and I think the blimp will come soon. Maybe free spell onto the queen and the scatter shot. Yep, there we go. Nice job here. And he's going to wall break the queen into the multi-inferno over at the 4 o'clock side of the base. But first of all, he needs to take out the town hall. So let's see. Nice warden ability, maybe even a little early. But the blimp getting swept away. I mean, we've seen another sweeper. Preventing a blimp from getting a town hall. We have to see. Tornado, spinning. But the Yetis, they go to the town hall, so they should take it down here. There we go. And in fact, they also take out the single Inferno iTzu, and I think this attack is looking very good.
Yeah, but he has to be careful. There's a lot of damage on that queen. The queen still has to go for the... Oh no. Still go for the multi-Inferno tower so far. She's kind of avoiding that. So that might be a bigger problem than he was thinking. Queen has to go back, but no! She's not going for that multi. Instead, he has to freeze that now, which means the queen is without protection. And this is the queen going down. The multi-Inferno tower is still on those healers, but the healers now tanking the air defense and tanking stuff. And this means this is going to be a 3-star.
Yeah, MVP Dragon Rider. They're taking out the multi and taking out the scatter shot with the help of the Royal Champion ability. Yeah, it always hurts to see a 3-star at the end when you cannot win anymore. And this was such a convincing one there. 2 minutes and 2 seconds with a queen charge included. So very good plan here from SG Tristella. But unfortunately, in total, 13 stars for them. And welcome back, Woody, to the casting desk.
Great to be back.
What did you think about that match? Did you enjoy it as much as we did?
Sure did. It was an incredible victory. Repotted Gaming coming back from the 0-2 scoreline to finally get that win that they've been looking for so long. A team that I really think has deserved this for multiple occasions and now finally has convinced everyone and done so in a really overwhelming fashion. Big victory for them. And I wonder if we can report on the other 2 wars as well.
iTzu, we can, but they're not finished yet.
Yeah, they're not finished yet, but I was
already
just like double checking with the stats because we have just seen a 1-star from Vanguard. That is unfortunate because this means GS pretty much with a safe 2-star, like 50% 2-star, is going to win that match and would be another team then to move on to the next stage. Or we can see on the other match, Blind Esports with the 3-star, they're guaranteed as well in the next round. If they do not 3-star, this is going to get close because percentage might be a really big game changer otherwise. So we have to still wait for that one. But for now, it kind of looks like Repotted, GS, and then with the last match, still depends on if Blind Esports can 3-star, then they're going to move on. If not, it's really coming down to the percentage game overall.
Yes,
wow,
it is extremely close.
Having personally coached a team and having watched these matches time and again, I like cannot remember a time when I would just emotionally connect with a team that is so close. And I mean, for both of them, Blind Esports and TWOB, both in that 2-2, barely there, so close that they can taste it. But knowing that one of them is going to be eliminated, that this next maybe one battle, one single attack could decide the fate of these 5 players, not just for this round or for advancing to stage 4, but for the possibility of being able to go to the World Finals. I know that we're all really waiting eagerly to hear back about what the finishing scoreline is going to be for Blind Esports and TWOB.
Yeah, we're having our eyes on the scoreboard, and it will almost in real time update. I'm looking left and right, but they are in the last attack. We know that much. Both teams are in their last attack. They just have to wrap them up. And we know GS needs a 2-star, and Blind Esports, needs either a high 2-star or a 3-star. I mean, at least a 93% 2-star in their last attack to win over TWOB, and then they would be the next team to advance to stage number 4. But so far we have not seen the result yet. We're still waiting for it to come. But yeah, I don't know what to say. I mean, we could talk about all the other teams that have qualified for next stage already, but I'm sure as soon as we would start that, the result would kick in. So I'm just looking at the scoreboard and hoping for it to happen any second, guys.
It would take like 1 more minute, I think, because the attack is still going on, at least for Blind Esports, like 1 minute and 35 seconds, and that attack with the Queen Charge Lalo. So it would take a little bit of time still. To see if that one is going to be, who's going to win that one. At the same time, though, I feel like that GS, they should get the 2-star, okay? Let's just count on them getting the 2-star. So that should be doable, I feel. So we would have reported, say, GS would be another team, and maybe you can already take a look at the other teams who have actually made it to stage 4, and as soon as we have a result, I will keep you updated.
Yes, so
well, maybe because we have a minute here. We have a minute before the results come in. So Maxi, maybe you just let me read off the names of the players from GS, since we didn't get a chance to watch them compete today. We aren't yet sure whether they're eliminated or advancing to stage 4, but we're feeling pretty good about their odds. The GS lineup includes Arukana, MS Ryuta, Ogayati, Ren, and then, regretfully, I cannot pronounce the name of the 5th player on the lineup, but you will be able to find them on the Tournament Hub if you are interested in learning more about the GS squad facing off now against Vanguard Gaming, coming very close to victory. We do!
We have a result. 2 of the last attacks were 3 stars. Blind Esports win 14-13 over TWOB. And GS, they got the 3-star. They needed only the 2-star, but they got the 3-star. And GS is the last team to advance to stage 4. Wow. Whew.
Big congratulations to GS there for that. And also commiserations to TWOB, the last of the teams that has competed now in round 5 that we did not get to watch. They are not going to be advancing because they have a 2-3 record, so congratulations to Blind Esports for taking the win over them. But in favor of giving out that roster read, let's do it one last time for TWOB. Their roster is Tayab, Anirudh Bhatta, SF Mana, Sniper Line, and Go Hilip. Or maybe it's Go Hill PF. Yeah. Anyways, that's all 16 rosters that we've had the chance to read off to for today. And with the results now in, what do you guys make of those last 2 teams finally clinching victory? GS with the 14-12 over Vanguard, and Blind Esports with the 14-13 over TWOB.
Yeah, I think Blind Esports just showed great morale as RPG. You mentioned it before, Woody. They were 0-2 as well. So they had to fight their way back up after having 2 losses, and they did. And that is, in my opinion, very, very impressive, and should give them confidence for next weekend as well.
Yeah, and overall, I mean, I'm really happy for Blind Esports because they have so many team members from last year Clash World Championship, from the Fijian Esports roster back then, so I'm really happy to see them back, having the chance to compete for those last 4 spots, because we have those final 8 teams which we're going to see then next weekend, fighting in the double elimination bracket to see who can get those last 4 spots, and I cannot wait for that. But it's going to be Space Station. I mean, no surprise, they're going to be there. We have Marcos Esports there as well. Queen Walker Stephanie are going to be on the next weekend. We have Marshall's Kids getting a seat as well. Inquisition being as well, I think, kind of as an underdog in the top 8 in stage 4. Then we have next Reported Gaming getting the victory, which we have just seen in the broadcast. Another one is going to be GS, where we have just gotten all of the names of the players. And then the last team, Blind Esports, taking the 8th seed as well for this then next weekend for the matches. So those are the 8 teams you're going to see next weekend, and I cannot wait, Woody. I think that's going to be amazing.
Well, let's go ahead and remind all the viewers at home what was at stake for today and what we have to look forward to ahead of us. We can bring the prizing back up on screen and see once again all the rewards earned by the teams that were competing today. Remember, we are now in the final 16 teams competing for our final 4 golden tickets. So these prizes were all awarded today. 13th through 20th place have now been awarded and confirmed for the 8 teams that were eliminated. Based upon the round that they were eliminated, they got increasing prizes from $5,000, $7,500, and all the way up to $12,500. The teams that will advance on to Stage 4 have earned a minimum of $20,000 and a maximum prize of $300,000 if they wind up getting that golden ticket, advancing to the World Finals, and defeating every other team for that top place.
Yes, that is incredible. $20,000. I mean, for that you can clash for 5 hours, I guess. And I mean, of course, that's not it. We talked about how much effort and how much passion they have for the game, how much time they put in the base building, in the testing, in the shaping their offense, and so on. So yeah, congratulations, well deserved to all of the 8 teams that that made it to next week, where they will fight it out in a double elimination for the remaining 4 golden tickets to the World Championship. And that means, like, basically, statistically, every team has a 50% chance of getting to the World Championship. Of course, they still have to perform, and some might be better than others, but still, that is just the bare numbers. And we can see it here in a new graphic, guys. This is actually the double elimination for next week for Stage 4. So we have, it's basically the normal upper double elimination bracket, where we have an upper and a lower bracket. And you can see that the teams have not been raffled yet, but they will be right after this stream. So they will have the possibility to prepare for their opponent for next weekend. And guys, we also have to tell the viewers when we will be live next weekend, so they can see all the action and all the 4 remaining teams getting golden tickets. And it's going to be the exact same time as today. It is going to be at September 10th, 2 p.m. UTC. 2 p.m. UTC, same time as today, where we are going to see this double elimination bracket and the 4 remaining spots for the World Championship.
That's right, and if you want to keep up to date overall with Clash of Clans Esports, make sure to follow Clash Esports on Twitter to always stay up to date on all of the social medias, to make sure that you can always follow your favorite teams, cheer for them, and give them the support they deserve. And you can see exactly as MAXI is showcasing, there you can follow all of those important social medias. And Woody, I think you have the pleasure to finish off this stream.
It would indeed be my pleasure. Thank you so much to all the players and teams who competed today. We awarded over $60,000 out of the $1 million available in this year's Clash of Clans World Championship. Huge prizes for these teams today. Really want to say thank you to all of them for the dedication that they've put in, especially those teams that have been now eliminated. It is going to be a difficult run for the remaining teams up to the very top, but I'm sure that many of them are up to the challenge, and we will see some great wars next week. You've already teed off the fact that we've got our Stage 4 where we're handing out our last 4 golden tickets, and I hope that everyone tuned in now today will be back once again to watch those. If you're watching this event later, we hope that you'll smash that like button and bring a hog hammer down on that subscription button so that we can share more details about the upcoming events. Remember, Clash Fest is this month, and event has many prizes in both Clash of Clans and Clash Royale, so keep in tune and play that game if you want to get those rewards. Also, we've got Clan War Leagues this week, so make sure to do your attacks if you're in one of those. It's been a pleasure casting alongside iTzu and MAXI today. My name's Woody. I want to thank also the production team for keeping us on track and making sure that everything is straight. Supercell for putting the event together, of course, and for everyone who tuned in, it's been a wonderful day casting Clash for you once again, and we hope to see you all again very shortly. Until then, Clash on!